Book 6, Chapters 18 and 19 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3, by Carl Von Clausewitz. Translated by J. J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 18, Defence of Streams and Rivers. Streams and large rivers, insofar as we speak of their defence, belong, like mountains, to the category of strategic barriers, but they differ from mountains in two respects. The one concerns their relative, the other their absolute defence. Like mountains, they strengthen the relative defence, but one of their peculiarities is that they are like implements of hard and brittle metal. They either stand every blow without bending, or their defence breaks and then ends altogether. If the river is very large and the other conditions are favourable, then the passage may be absolutely impossible. But if the defence of any river is forced at one point, then there cannot be, as in mountain warfare, a persistent defence afterwards. The affair is finished with that one act, unless the river itself runs between mountains. The other peculiarity of rivers in relation to war is that in many cases they admit of very good, and in general of better, combinations than mountains for a decisive battle. Both again have this property in common, that they are dangerous and seductive objects which have often led to false measures and placed generals in awkward situations. We shall notice these results in examining more closely the defence of rivers. Although history is rather bare in examples of rivers defended with success, and therefore the opinion is justified that rivers and streams are no such formidable barriers as was once supposed, when an absolute defensive system seized all means of strengthening itself with the country offered, still the influence which they exercise to the advantage of the battle, as well as of the defence of a country, cannot be denied. In order to look over the subject in a connected form, we shall specify the different points of view from which we propose to examine it. First and foremost, the strategic results which streams and rivers produce through their defence must be distinguished from the influence which they have on the defence of a country, even when not themselves specifically defended. Further, the defence itself may take three different forms. 1. An absolute defence with the main body. 2. A mere demonstration of resistance. 3. A relative resistance by subordinate bodies of troops, such as outposts, covering lines, flanking corps, etc. Lastly, we must distinguish three different degrees or kinds of defence in each of its forms, namely 1. A direct defence by opposing the passage. 2. A rather indirect one, by which the river and its valley are only used as a means towards a better combination for the battle. 3. A completely direct one, by holding an unassailable position on the enemy's side of the river. We shall subdivide our observations in conformity with these three degrees, and after we have made ourselves acquainted with each of them in its relation to the first, which is the most important of the forms, we shall then proceed to do the same in respect to their relations to the other two. Therefore, first, the direct defence, that is, such a defence as to prevent the passage of the enemy's army itself. This can only come into the question in relation to large rivers, that is, great bodies of water. The combinations of space, time and force, which require to be looked into as elements of this theory of defence, make the subject somewhat complicated, so that it is not easy to gain a sure point from which to commence. The following is the result at which every one will arrive on full consideration. The time required to build a bridge determines the distance from each other at which the corps charged with the defence of the river should be posted. If we divide the whole length of the line of defence by this distance, we get the number of corps required for the defence. If with that number we divide the mass of troops disposable, we shall get the strength of each corps. If we now compare the strength of each single corps with the number of troops which the enemy, by using all means in his power, can pass over during the construction of his bridge, we shall be able to judge how far we can expect a successful resistance. For we can only assume the forcing of the passage to be impossible when the defender is able to attack the troops passed over with a considerable numerical superiority, say the double, before the bridge is completed. An illustration will make this plain. If the enemy requires 24 hours for the construction of a bridge, and if he can by other means only pass over 20,000 men in those 24 hours, whilst the defender with 12 hours can appear at any point whatever with 20,000 men, in such case the passage cannot be forced, for the defender will arrive when the enemy engaged in crossing has only passed over half of 20,000. Now, as in the 12 hours, the time for conveying intelligence included, we can march 4 miles. Therefore, every 8 miles, 20,000 men would be required, which would make 60,000 for the defence of a length of 24 miles of river. These would be sufficient for the appearance of 20,000 men at any point, even if the enemy attempted the passage at 2 points at the same time. If at only one point, twice 20,000 could be brought to oppose him at that single point. Here then there are three circumstances exercising a decisive influence: 1. The breadth of the river; 2. The means of passage, for the two determine both the time required to construct the bridge and the number of troops that can cross during the time the bridge is being built; 3. The strength of the defender's army. The strength of the enemy's force itself does not as yet come into consideration. According to this theory, we may say that there is a point at which the possibility of crossing completely stops, and that no numerical superiority on the part of the enemy would enable him to force a passage. This is the simple theory of the direct defence of a river, that is, of a defence intended to prevent the enemy from finishing his bridge and making the passage itself. In this there is as yet no notice taken of the effective demonstrations which the enemy may use. We shall now bring into consideration particulars in detail and measures requisite for such a defence. Setting aside in the first place geographical peculiarities, we have only to say that the corps, as proposed by the present theory, must be posted close to the river, and each corps in itself concentrated. It must be close to the river because every position further back lengthens unnecessarily and uselessly the distance to be gone over at any point menaced. For as the waters of the river give security against any important movement on the part of the enemy, a reserve in rear is not required, as it is for an ordinary line of defence where there is no river in front. Besides, the roads running parallel to and near a river up and down are generally better than transverse roads from the interior leading to any particular points on the river. Lastly, the river is unquestionably better watched by corps thus placed than by a mere chain of posts, more particularly as the commanders are all close at hand. Each of these corps must be concentrated in itself, because otherwise all the calculation as to time would require alteration. He who knows the loss of time in effecting a concentration will easily comprehend that just in this concentrated position lies the great efficacy of the defence. No doubt at first sight it is very tempting to make the crossing, even in boats, impossible for the enemy by a line of posts, but with a very few exceptions of points specially favourable for crossing, such a manoeuvre would be extremely prejudicial, to say nothing of the objection that the enemy can generally drive off such a post by bringing a superior force to bear on it from the opposite side. It is, as a rule, a waste of strength. That is to say, the most that can be obtained by any such post is to compel the enemy to choose another point of passage. If, therefore, we are not so strong that we can treat and defend the river like a ditch of a fortress, a case for which no new precept is required, such a method of directly defending the bank of a river leads necessarily away from the proposed object. Besides these general principles for positions, we have another to consider. First, the examination of special peculiarities of the river. Second, the removal of all means of passage. Third, the influence of any fortresses situated on the river. A river, considered as a line of defence, must have at the extremities of the line, right and left, points d'appui, such as, for instance, the sea or a neutral territory, or there must be other causes which make it impracticable for the enemy to turn the line of defence by crossing beyond its extremities. Now, as neither such flank supports nor such impediments are to be found, unless at considerable distances, we see at once that the defence of a river must embrace a considerable portion of its length, and that therefore the possibility of a defence by placing a large body of troops behind a relatively short length of the river vanishes from the class of possible facts (to which we must always confine ourselves). We say a relatively short length of river, by which we mean a length which does not much exceed that which the same number of troops would usually occupy on an ordinary position in line without a river. Such cases, we say, do not occur, and every direct defence of a river always becomes a kind of cordon system, at least as far as regards the extension of the troops, and therefore is not at all adapted to oppose a turning movement on the part of the enemy in the same manner which is natural to an army in a concentrated position. Where, therefore, such turning movement is possible, the direct defence of the river, however promising its results in other respects, is a measure in the highest degree dangerous. Now, as regards the portion of the river between its extreme points, of course we may suppose that all points within that portion are not equally well suited for crossing. This subject admits of being somewhat more precisely determined in the abstract, but not positively fixed, for the smallest local peculiarity often decides more than all which looks great and important in books. Besides, it is wholly unnecessary to lay down any rules on this subject, for the appearance of the river and the information to be obtained from those residing near it will always amply suffice without referring back to books. As matters of detail, we may observe that roads leading down upon a river, its affluents, the great towns through which it passes, and lastly, above all, its islands, generally favour a passage the most. That, on the other hand, the elevation of one bank over another, and the bend in the course of the river at the point of passage, which usually act such a prominent role in books, are seldom of any consequence. The reason of this is that the presumed influence of these two things rests on a limited idea of an absolute defence of the river bank, a case which seldom or never happens in connection with great rivers. Now, whatever may be the nature of the circumstances which make it easier to cross a river at particular points, they must have an influence on the position of the troops and modify the general geometrical law. But it is not advisable to deviate too far from that law, relying on the difficulties of the passage at many points. The enemy would choose exactly those spots which are the least favourable by nature for crossing, if he knew that these are the points where there is the least likelihood of meeting us. In any case, the strongest possible occupation of islands is a measure to be recommended, because a serious attack on an island indicates, in the surest way, the intended point of passage. As the corps stationed close to a river must be able to move either up or down along its banks according as circumstances require, therefore, if there is no road parallel to the river, one of the most essential preparatory measures for the defence of the river is to put the nearest small roads running in a parallel direction into suitable order, and to construct such short roads of connection as may be necessary. The second point on which we have to speak is the removal of the means of crossing. On the river itself the thing is no easy matter, at least requires considerable time, but on the affluents which fall into the river, particularly those on the enemy's side, the difficulties are almost insurmountable, as these branch rivers are generally already in the hands of the enemy. For that reason it is important to close the mouths of such rivers by fortifications. As the equipment for crossing rivers which the enemy brings with him, that is, his pontoons, are rarely sufficient for the passage of great rivers, much depends on the means to be found on the river itself, its affluents, and in the great towns adjacent, and lastly on the timber for building boats and rafts in forests near the river. There are cases in which all these circumstances are so unfavourable that the crossing of a river is by that means almost an impossibility. Lastly, the fortresses which lie on both sides, or on the enemy's side of the river, serve both to prevent any crossing at any points near them, up or down the river, and as a means of closing the mouths of affluents, as well as to receive immediately all craft or boats which may be seized. So much as to the direct defence of a river on the supposition that it is one containing a great volume of water. If a deep valley with precipitous sides or marshy banks are added to the barrier of the river itself, then the difficulty of passing and the strength of the defence are certainly increased. But the volume of water is not made up for by such obstacles, for they constitute no absolute severance of the country, which is an indispensable condition of direct defence. If we are asked what role such a direct river defence can play in the strategic plan of the campaign, we must admit that it can never lead to a decisive victory, partly because the object is not to let the enemy pass over to our side at all, or to crush the first mass of any size which passes, partly because the river prevents our being able to convert the advantages gained into a decisive victory by sallying forth in force. On the other hand, the defence of a river in this way may produce a great gain of time, which is generally all important in the defensive. The collecting the means of crossing takes up often much time. If attempts fail, a good deal more time is gained. If the enemy, on account of the river, gives his forces an entirely different direction, then still further advantages may be gained by that means. Lastly, whenever the enemy is not in downright earnest about advancing, a river will occasion a stoppage in his movements, and thereby afford durable protection to the country. A direct defence of a river, therefore, when the masses of troops engaged are considerable, the river large, and other circumstances favourable, may be regarded as a very good defensive means, and may yield results to which commanders in modern times (influenced only by the thought of unfortunate attempts to defend rivers which have failed from insufficient means) have paid too little attention. For if, in accordance with the supposition just made (which may easily be realised in connection with such rivers as the Rhine or the Danube), an efficient defence of 24 miles of river is possible by 60,000 men in the face of a very considerably superior force, we may well say that such a result deserves consideration. We say in opposition to a considerably superior force, and must again recur to that point. According to the theory we have propounded, all depends on the means of crossing, and nothing on the numerical strength of the force seeking to cross, always supposing it is not less than the force which defends the river. This appears very extraordinary, and yet it is true. We must take care not to forget that most defences of rivers, or more properly speaking, the whole, have no absolute points d'appui, therefore may be turned, and this turning movement will be very much easier if the enemy has very superior numbers. If now we reflect that such a direct defence of a river, even if overcome by the enemy, is by no means to be compared to a lost battle, and can still less lead to a complete defeat, since only a part of our force has been engaged, and the enemy detained by the tedious crossing over of his troops on a single bridge cannot immediately follow up his victory, we shall be less disposed to despise this means of defence. In all the practical affairs of human life it is important to hit the right point, and so also in the defence of a river. It makes a great difference whether we rightly appreciate our situation in all its relations. An apparently insignificant circumstance may essentially alter the case, and make a measure which is wise and effective in one instance a disastrous mistake in another. This difficulty of forming a right judgment, and of avoiding the notion that a river is a river, is perhaps greater here than anywhere else. Therefore we must especially guard against false applications and interpretations. But having done so, we have also no hesitation in plainly declaring that we do not think it worthwhile to listen to the cry of those who, under the influence of some vague feeling and without any fixed idea, expect everything from attack and movement, and think they see the most true picture of war in a hussar at full gallop, brandishing his sword over his head. Such ideas and feelings are not always all that is required. We shall only instance here the once famous dictator Wedel at Zulucan in 1759, but the worst of all is that they are seldom durable, and that they forsake the general at the last moment if great complex cases branching out into 1,000 relations bear heavily upon him. We therefore believe that a direct defence of a river with large bodies of troops under favourable conditions can lead to successful results if we content ourselves with a moderate negative. But this does not hold good in the case of smaller masses. Although 60,000 men on a certain length of river could prevent an army of 100,000 or more from passing, a corps of 10,000 men on the same length would not be able to oppose the passage of a corps of 10,000 men. Indeed, probably not one of half that strength, if such a body chose to run the risk of placing itself on the same side of the river with an enemy so much superior in numbers. The case is clear, as the means of passing do not alter. We have as yet said little about feints or demonstrations of crossing, as they do not essentially come into consideration in the direct defence of a river, for partly such defence is not a question of concentration of the army at one point, but each corps has the defence of a portion of the river distinctly allotted to it. Partly such simulated intentions of crossing are also very difficult under the circumstances we have supposed. If, for instance, the means of crossing in themselves are already limited, that is, not in such abundance as the assailant must desire to ensure the success of his undertaking, he will hardly be able or willing to apply a large share to a mere demonstration. At all events, the mass of troops to be passed over at the true point of crossing must be so much the less, and the defender gains again in time what through uncertainty he may have lost. This direct defence as a rule seems only suitable to large rivers and on the last half of their course. The second form of defence is suitable for smaller rivers with deep valleys, often also for very unimportant ones. It consists in a position taken up further back from the river at such a distance that the enemy's army may either be caught in detail after the passage, if it passes at several points at the same time, or if the passage is made by the whole at one point, then near the river, hemmed in upon one bridge and road. An army with the rear pressed close against a river or a deep valley, and confined to one line of retreat, is in a most disadvantageous position for battle. In making proper use of this circumstance consists precisely the most efficacious defence of rivers of moderate size, and running in deep valleys. The disposition of an army in large corps close to a river, which we consider the best in a direct defence, supposes that the enemy cannot pass the river unexpectedly and in great force. because otherwise by making such a disposition there would be great danger of being beaten in detail. If therefore the circumstances which favour the defence are not sufficiently advantageous, if the enemy has already in hand ample means of crossing, if the river has many islands or fords, if it is not broad enough, if we are too weak, etc., etc., then the idea of that method may be dismissed. The troops for the more secure connection with each other must be drawn back a little from the river, and all that then remains to do is to ensure the most rapid concentration possible upon that point where the enemy attempts to cross, so as to be able to attack him before he's gained so much ground that he has the command of several passages. In the present case, the river or its valley must be watched, and partially defended by a chain of outposts, whilst the army is disposed in several corps at suitable points, and at a certain distance (usually a few leagues) from the river. The most difficult point lies here in the passage through the narrow way formed by the river and its valley. It is not now only the volume of water in the river with which we are connected, but the whole of the defile, and, as a rule, a deep rocky valley is a greater impediment to pass than a river of considerable breadth. The difficulty of the march of a large body of troops through a long defile is in reality much greater than appears at first consideration. The time required is very considerable, and the danger that the enemy, during the march, may make himself master of the surrounding heights, must cause disquietude. If the troops in front advance too far, they encounter the enemy too soon, and are in danger of being overpowered. If they remain near the point of passage, then they fight in the worst situation. The passage across such an obstacle of ground, with a view to measure strength with the enemy on the opposite side, is, therefore, a bold undertaking, or it implies very superior numbers and great confidence in the commander. Such a defensive line cannot certainly be extended to such a length as in the direct defence of a great river, for it is intended to fight with the whole force united, and the passages, however difficult, cannot be compared in that respect with those over a large river. It is therefore much easier for the enemy to make a turning movement against us, but at the same time such a movement carries him out of his natural direction (for we suppose, as is plain in itself, that the valley crosses the direction at about right angles), and the disadvantageous effect of a confined line of retreat only disappears gradually, not at once, so that the defender will still always have some advantage over the advancing foe, although the latter is not caught exactly at the crisis of the passage, but by the detour he makes is enabled to get a little more room to move. We are not speaking of rivers in connection only with the mass of their waters, but have rather more in view the deep cleft or channel formed by their valleys. We must explain that under the term we do not mean any regular mountain gorge, because then all that has been said about mountains would be applicable. But as everyone knows, there are many level districts where the channels of even the smallest streams have deep and precipitous sides, and besides these, such as have marshy banks, or whose banks are otherwise difficult to approach, belong to the same class. Under these conditions, therefore, an army on the defensive, posted behind a large river or deep valley with steep sides, is in a very excellent position, and this sort of river defence is a strategic measure of the best kind. Its defect (the point on which the defender is very apt to err) is the overextension of the defending force. It is so natural in such a case to be drawn on from one point of passage to another, and to miss the right point where we ought to stop. But then, if we do not succeed in fighting with the whole army united, we miss the intended effect. A defeat in battle, the necessity of retreat, confusion in many ways, and losses reduce the army nearly to ruin, even although the resistance has not been pushed to an extremity. In saying that the defensive under the above conditions should not extend his forces widely, that he should be in any case able to assemble all his forces on the evening of the day on which the enemy passes, enough is said, and it may stand in place of all combinations of time, power and space, things which in this case must depend on many local points. The battle to which these circumstances lead must have a special character, that of the greatest impetuosity on the side of the defender. The feigned passages by which the enemy will keep him for some time in uncertainty will, in general, prevent his discovery of the real point of crossing a moment too soon. The peculiar advantages of the situation of the defender consist in the disadvantageous situation of the enemy's corps, just immediately in his front. If other corps, having passed at other points, menace his flank, he cannot, as in a defensive battle, counteract such movements by vigorous blows from his rear, for that would be to sacrifice the above mentioned advantage of his situation. He must therefore decide the affair in his front before such other corps can arrive and become dangerous. That is, he must attack what he has before him as swiftly and vigorously as possible, and decide all by its defeat. But the object of this form of river defence can never be the repulse of a very greatly superior force, as is conceivable in the direct defence of a large river. For, as a rule, we have really to deal with the bulk of the enemy's force, and although we do so under favourable circumstances, still it is easy to see the relation between the two forces must soon be felt. This is the nature of the defence of rivers of a moderate size and deep valleys, when the principal masses of the armies are concerned, for in respect to them the considerable resistance which can be offered on the ridges or scarps of the valley stands no comparison with the disadvantages of a scattered position, and to them a decisive victory is a matter of necessity. But if nothing more is wanted but the reinforcement of a secondary line of defence, which is intended to hold out for a short time and which can calculate on support, then certainly a direct defence of the scarps of the valley or even of the river bank may be made, and although the same advantages are not to be expected here as in mountain positions, still the resistance will always last longer than in ordinary country. Only one circumstance makes this measure very dangerous, if not impossible. It is when the river has many windings and sharp turnings, which is just what is often the case whenever a river runs in a deep valley. Only look at the course of the Mosul. In a case of its defence, the corps in advance on the salients of the bends will almost inevitably be lost in the event of a retreat. That a great river allows the same defensive means, the same form of defence, which we have pointed out as best suited for rivers of moderate size in connection with the mass of an army, and also under much more favourable circumstances, is plain of itself. It will come into use more especially when the point with the defender is to gain a decisive victory (Aspen). The case of an army drawn up with its front close on a river, or stream, or deep valley, in order by that means to command a tactical obstacle to the approach to its position, or to strengthen its front, is quite a different one, the detailed examination of which belongs to tactics. Of the effect of this we shall only say this much, that it is founded on a delusion. If the cleft in the ground is very considerable, the front of the position becomes absolutely unassailable. Now, as there is no more difficulty in passing round such a position than any other, it is just the same as if the defender had himself gone out of the way of the assailant, yet that could hardly be the object of the position. A position of this kind can, therefore, only be advisable when, as a consequence of its position, it threatens the communications of the assailant, so that every deviation by him from the direct road is fraught with consequences altogether too serious to be risked. In this second form of defence, feigned passages are much more dangerous, for the assailant can make them more easily, while on the other hand, the proposition for the defender is to assemble his whole army at the right point. But the defender is certainly not quite so much limited for time here, because the advantage of his situation lasts until the assailant has massed his whole force, and made himself master of several crossings. Moreover, although the simulated attack has not the same degree of effect here as in the defence of a cordon, where all must be held, and where, therefore, in the application of the reserve, it is not merely a question, as in our proposition, where the enemy has his principal force, but the much more difficult one, which is the point he will first seek to force. With respect to both forms of defence of large and small rivers, we must observe generally that if they are undertaken in haste and confusion of a retreat, without preparation, without the removal of all means of passage, and without an exact knowledge of the country, they cannot certainly fulfil what has been here supposed. In most such cases nothing of the kind is to be calculated upon, and therefore it will be always a great error for any army to divide itself over extended positions. As everything usually miscarries in war, if it is not done upon clear convictions and with the whole will and energy, so a river defence will generally end badly when it is only resorted to because we have not the heart to meet the enemy in the open field, and hope that the broad river or the deep valley will stop him. When that is the case, there is so little confidence in the actual situation that both the general and his army are usually filled with anxious forebodings, which are almost sure to be realised quick enough. A battle in the open field does not suppose a perfectly equal state of circumstances beforehand, like a duel, and the defender who does not know how to gain for himself any advantages, either through the special nature of the defence, through rapid marches, or by knowledge of the country and freedom of movement, is one whom nothing can save, and least of all will a river or its valley be able to help him. The third form of defence, by a strong position taken up on the enemy's side of the river, founds its efficacy on the danger in which it places the enemy of having his communications cut by the river, and being thus limited to some bridges. It follows as a matter of course that we are only speaking of great rivers with a great volume of water, as these alone can lead to such results, whilst a river which is merely a deep ravine usually affords such a number of passages that all danger of the above disappears. But the position of the defensive must be very strong, almost unassailable, otherwise he would just meet the enemy halfway and give up his advantages. But if it is of such strength that the enemy resolves not to attack it, he will, under certain circumstances, be confined thereby to the same bank with the defender. If the assailant crosses, he exposes his communications, but certainly at the same time he threatens ours. Here, as in all cases in which one army passes by another, the great point is whose communications, by their number, situation, and other circumstances, are the best secured, and who has also, in other respects, most to lose, therefore can be outbid by his opponent. Lastly, which possesses still in his army the most power of victory, upon which he can depend in an extreme case. The influence of the river merely amounts to this, that it augments the danger of such a movement for both parties, as both are dependent on bridges. Now, in so far as we can assume that, according to the usual course of things, the passage of the defender, as well as of his depots of all kinds, are better served by fortresses than those of the offensive, insofar is such a defence conceivable, and one which might be substituted for the direct defence when circumstances are not favourable to that form. Certainly then the river is not defended by the army, nor the army by the river, but by the connection between the two the country is well defended, which is the main point. At the same time, it must be granted that this mode of defence without a decisive blow, and resembling the state of tension of two electric currents, of which the atmospheres only are as yet in contact, cannot stop any very powerful impulsive force. It might be applicable against even a great superiority of force on the side of the enemy, if their army is commanded by a cautious general, wanting in decision and never disposed to push forward with energy. It might also answer when a kind of oscillation towards equality between the contending forces has previously arisen, and nothing but small advantages are looked for on either side. But if we have to deal with superior forces led by a bold general, we are upon a dangerous course, very close to an abyss. This form of defence looks so bold and at the same time so scientific that it might be called the elegant. But as elegance easily merges into folly, and it is not so easily excused in war as in society, therefore we have had as yet few instances of this elegant art. From this third mode, a special means of assistance for the first two forms is developed, that is, by the permanent occupation of a bridge, and a tete du pont to keep up a constant threat of crossing. Besides the object of an absolute defence with the main body, each of the three modes of defence may also have that of a feigned defence. This show of a resistance, which it is not intended really to offer, is an act which is combined with many other measures, and fundamentally with every position which is anything more than a camp of rout. But the feigned defence of a great river becomes a complete stratagem in this way, that it is necessary to adopt actually more or less a number of measures of detail, and that its action is usually on a greater scale and of longer duration than that of any other, for the act of passing a great river inside of an army is always an important step for the assailant, one over which he ponders long, or which he postpones to a more favourable moment. For such a feigned defence, it is therefore requisite that the main army should divide and post itself along the river, much in the same manner as for a real defence. But as the intention of a mere demonstration shows that the circumstances are not favourable enough for a real defence, therefore from that measure, as it always occasions a more or less extended and scattered disposition, the danger of serious loss may very easily arise if the corps should get engaged in a real resistance, even if not carried to an extremity. It would then be in the true sense a half measure. In a demonstration of defence, therefore, arrangement must be made for a sure concentration of the army at a point considerably (perhaps several days' march) in rear, and the defence should not be carried upon what is consistent with this arrangement. In order to make our views plainer and to show the importance of such a defensive demonstration, let us refer to the end of the campaign of 1813. Bonaparte passed the Rhine with 40 or 50,000 men. To attempt to defend this river with such a force at all points where the Allies, according to the direction of their forces, might easily pass, that is, between Mannheim and Nimeguen, would have been to attempt an impossibility. The only idea which Bonaparte could therefore entertain was to offer his first real resistance somewhere on the French Meuse, where he could make his appearance with his army in some measure reinforced. Had he at once withdrawn his forces to that point, the Allies would have followed close at his heels. Had he placed his army in cantonments for rest behind the Rhine, the same thing must have taken place almost as soon. For at the least show of desponding caution on his part, the Allies would have sent over swarms of Cossacks and other light troops in pursuit, and if that measure produced good results, other corps would have followed. The French corps had therefore nothing for it but to take steps to defend the Rhine in earnest. As Bonaparte could foresee that this defence must end in nothing whenever the Allies seriously undertook to cross the river, it may therefore be regarded in the light of a mere demonstration in which the French corps incurred hardly any danger, as their point of concentration lay on the upper Moselle. Only Macdonald, who, as is known, was at Nimeguen with 20,000 men, committed a mistake in deferring his retreat till fairly compelled to retire, for this delay prevented his joining Bonaparte before the Battle of Brienne, as the retreat was not forced on him until after the arrival of Windsor-Goraud's corps in January. This defensive demonstration on the Rhine, therefore, produced the result of checking the Allies in their advance and inducing them to postpone the crossing of the river until their reinforcements arrived, which did not take place for 6 weeks. These 6 weeks were of infinite value to Bonaparte. Without this defensive demonstration on the Rhine, Paris would have become the next immediate object after the victory of Leipzig, and it would have been impossible for the French to have given battle on that side of their capital. In a river defence of the second class, therefore, in that of rivers of a smaller size, such demonstrations may also be used, but they will generally be less effectual, because mere attempts to cross are in such case easier, and therefore the spell is broken sooner. In the third kind of river defence, a demonstration would in all probability be still less effectual, and produce no more result than that of the occupation of any other temporary position. Lastly, the two first forms of defence are very well suited to give a chain of outposts, or any other defensive line, cordon, established for a secondary object, or to a corps of observation, much greater and more reliable strength than it would have without the river. In all these cases the question is limited to a relative resistance, and that must naturally be considerably strengthened by such a great natural obstacle. At the same time, we must not think only of the relative quantity of time gained by the resistance in fight in a case of this sort, but also of the many anxieties which such undertakings usually excite in the mind of the enemy, and which in 99 cases out of 100 lead to his giving up his plans, if not urged or pressed by necessity. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. Defence of streams and rivers continued. We have still to add something respecting the influence of streams and rivers on the defence of a country, even when they are not themselves defended. Every important river, with its main valley and its adjacent valleys, forms a very considerable obstacle in a country, and in that way it is therefore advantageous to defence in general, but its peculiar influence admits of being more particularly specified in its principal effects. Firstly, we must distinguish whether it flows parallel to the frontier, that is, the general strategic front, or at an oblique or a right angle to it. In the case of the parallel direction, we must observe the difference between having our own army, or that of the enemy, behind it, and in both cases, again, the distance between it and the army. An army on the defensive, having behind it a large river within easy reach, but not less than a day's march, and on that river an adequate number of secure crossings, is unquestionably in a much stronger situation than it would be without the river, for if it loses a little in freedom of movement by the requisite care for the security of the crossings, still it gains much more by the security of its strategic rear, that means chiefly of its lines of communication. In all this we allude to a defence in our own country, for in the enemy's country, although his army might be before us, we should still have always more or less to apprehend his appearance behind us on the other side of the river, and then the river, involving as it does narrow defiles in roads, would be more disadvantageous than otherwise in its effect on our situation. The further the river is behind the army, the less useful it will be, and at certain distances its influence disappears altogether. If an advancing army has to leave a river in its rear, the river cannot be otherwise than prejudicial to its movements, for it restricts the communications of the army to a few single passages. When Prince Henry marched against the Russians on the right bank of the Oder near Breslau, he had plainly a point d'appui in the Oder flowing behind him at a day's march. On the other hand, when the Russians under Czernychnev passed the Oder subsequently, they were in a very embarrassing situation, just through the risk of losing their line of retreat, which was limited to one bridge. If a river crosses the theatre of war more or less at a right angle with the strategic front, then the advantage is again on the side of the defensive, for in the first place there are generally a number of good positions leaning on the river, and covered in front by the transverse valleys connected with the principal valley, like the Elbe for the Prussians in the 7 Years' War. Secondly, the assailant must leave one side of the river or the other unoccupied, or he must divide his forces, and such division cannot fail to be in favour again of the defensive, because he will be in possession of more well-secured passages than the assailant. We need only cast a glance over the whole 7 Years' War to be convinced that the Oder and Elbe were very useful to Frederick the Great in the defence of his theatre of war (namely Silesia, Saxony, and the Mark), and consequently a great impediment to the conquest of these provinces by the Austrians and Russians, although there was no real defence of those rivers in the whole 7 Years' War, and their course is mostly, as connected with the enemy, at an oblique or a right angle rather than parallel with the front. It is only the convenience of a river as a means of transport, when its course is more or less a perpendicular direction, which can in general be advantageous to the assailant. In that respect it may be so for this reason, that as he has the longer line of communication, and therefore the greater difficulty in the transport of all he requires, water carriage may relieve him of a great deal of trouble and prove very useful. The defender on his side certainly has it in his power to close the navigation within his own frontier by fortresses. Still, even by that means, the advantages which the river affords the assailant will not be lost so far as regards its course up to that frontier. But if we reflect upon the fact that many rivers are often not navigable, even when they are of no unimportant breadth as respects other military relations, that others are not navigable at all seasons, that the ascent against the stream is tedious, that the winding of a river often doubles its length, that the chief communications between countries now are high roads, and that now more than ever the wants of an army are supplied from the country adjacent to the scene of its operations, and not by carriage from distant parts, we can well see that the use of the river does not generally play such a prominent part in the subsistence of troops as is usually represented in books, and that its influence on the march of events is therefore very remote and uncertain. End of chapter 19. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 6, chapters 20 through 22 of On War, volumes 2 and 3 by Carl Von Clausewitz, translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Chapter 20. A. Defence of Swamps. Very large, wide swamps, such as the Bortang Moor in North Germany, are so uncommon that it is not worthwhile to lose time over them. But we must not forget that certain lowlands and marshy banks of small rivers are more common, and form very considerable obstacles of ground which may be, and often have been, used for defensive purposes. Measures for their defence are certainly very like those for the defence of rivers. At the same time, there are some peculiarities to be specially noticed. The first and principal one is that a marsh which, except on the causeway, is impracticable for infantry, is much more difficult to cross than any river. For in the first place, a causeway is not so soon built as a bridge. Secondly, there are no means at hand by which the troops to cover the construction of the dyke or causeway can be sent across. No one would begin to build a bridge without using some of the boats to send over an advanced guard in the first instance, But in the case of a morass, no similar assistance can be employed. The easiest way to make a crossing for infantry over a morass is by means of planks. But when the morass is of some width, this is a much more tedious process than the crossing of the first boats on a river. If now, besides, there is in the middle of the morass a river which cannot be passed without a bridge, the crossing of the first detachment of troops becomes a still more difficult affair, for although single passengers may get across on boards, the heavy material required for bridge building cannot be so transported. This difficulty on many occasions may be insurmountable. A second peculiarity of the swamp is that the means used to cross cannot be completely removed like those used for passing a river. Bridges may be broken or so completely destroyed that they can never be used again. The most that can be done with dikes is to cut them, which is not doing much. If there is a river in the middle, the bridge can of course be taken away, but the whole passage will not by that means be destroyed in the same degree as that of a large river by the destruction of a bridge. The natural consequence is that dikes which exist must always be occupied in force and strenuously defended if we desire to derive any general advantage from the morass. On one hand, therefore, we are compelled to adopt a local defence, and on the other such a defence is favoured by the difficulty of passing at other parts. From these two peculiarities, the result is that the defence of a swamp must be more local and passive than that of a river. It follows from this that we must be stronger in a relative degree than in the direct defence of a river. Consequently, that the line of defence must not be of great length, especially in cultivated countries, where the number of passages, even under the most favourable circumstances for defence, is still very great. In this respect, therefore, swamps are inferior to great rivers, and this is a point of great importance, for all local defence is illusory and dangerous to an extreme. But if we reflect that such swamps and low grounds generally have a breadth with which that of the greatest rivers in Europe bears no comparison, and that consequently a post stationed for the defence of a passage is never in danger of being overpowered by fire from the other side, that the effect of its own fire over a long narrow dike is greatly increased, and that the time required to pass such a defile, perhaps a quarter or half a mile long, is much longer than would suffice to pass an ordinary bridge. If we consider all this, we must admit that such low lands and morasses, if means of crossing are not too numerous, belong to the strongest lines of defence which can be formed. An indirect defence, such as we made ourselves acquainted with in the case of streams and rivers, in which obstacles of ground are made use of to bring on a greater battle under advantageous circumstances, is generally quite as applicable to morasses. The third method of river defence, by means of a position on the enemy's side, would be too hazardous on account of the toilsome nature of the crossing. It is extremely dangerous to venture on the defence of such morasses, soft meadows, bogs, etc., as are not quite impassable beyond the dikes. One single line of crossing discovered by the enemy is sufficient to pierce the whole line of defence, which, in the case of a serious resistance, is always attended with great loss to the defender. b. Inundations. Now we have still to consider inundations. As defensive means and also as phenomena in the natural world, they have unquestionably the nearest resemblance to morasses. They are not common, certainly. Perhaps Holland is the only country in Europe where they constitute a phenomenon which makes them worth notice in connection with our object, but just that country, on account of the remarkable campaigns of 1672 and 1787, as well as on account of its important relation in itself to both France and Germany, obliges us to devote some consideration to this matter. The characteristic of these Dutch inundations differs from ordinary swampy and impassable wet lowlands in the following respects. 1. The soil itself is dry and consists either of dry meadows or of cultivated fields. 2. For purposes of irrigation or of drainage, a number of small ditches of greater or less depth and breadth intersect the country in such a way that they may be seen running in lines in parallel directions. 3. Larger canals, enclosed by dikes and intended for irrigation, drainage and transit of vessels, run through the country in all possible directions, and are of such size that they can only be passed on bridges. 4. The level of the ground throughout the whole district, subject to inundation, lies perceptibly under the level of the sea, therefore of course under that of the canals. 5. The consequence of this is that, by means of cutting the dams, closing and opening the sluices, the whole country can be laid under water, so that there are no dry roads except on the tops of the dikes, all others being entirely under water, or at least so soaked that they become no longer fit for use. Now, if even the inundation is only 3 or 4 feet deep, so that perhaps for short distances it might be waded through, still even that is made impossible on account of the smaller ditches mentioned under number 2, which are not visible. It is only where these ditches have a corresponding direction, so that we can move between two of them without crossing either, that the inundation does not constitute in effect an absolute bar to all communication. It is easy to conceive that this exception to the general obstruction can only be for short distances, and therefore can only be used for tactical purposes of an entirely special character. From all this we deduce: 1. That the assailant's means of moving are limited to a more or less small number of practicable lines, which run along very narrow dykes, and usually have a wet ditch on the right and left, consequently form very long defiles. 2. That every defensive preparation upon such a dam may be easily strengthened to such a degree as to become impregnable. 3. But that because the defensive is so hemmed in, he must confine himself to the most passive resistance as respects each isolated point, and consequently must look for his safety entirely from passive resistance. 4. That in such a country it is not a system of a single defensive line, closing the country like a simple barrier, but that as in every direction the same obstacle to movement exists, and the same security for flanks may be found, new posts may incessantly be formed, and in this manner any portion of the first defensive line, if lost, may be replaced by a new piece. We say that the number of combinations here, like those on a chessboard, are infinite. 5. But while this general condition of a country is only conceivable along with the supposition of a high degree of cultivation and a dense population, it follows of itself that the number of passages, and therefore the number of posts required, or their defence, must be very great in comparison to other strategic dispositions, from which again we have as a consequence that such a defensive line must not be long. The principal line of defence in Holland is from Naarden on the Zuider Zee (the greater part of the way behind the Vecht), to Gorkum on the Waal, that is properly to the Biesbosch, its extent being about 8 miles. For the defence of this line a force of 25,000 to 30,000 was employed in 1672, and again in 1787. If we could reckon with certainty upon an invincible resistance, the results would certainly be very great, at least for the provinces of Holland lying behind that line. In 1672 the line actually withstood very superior forces, led by great generals, first Conde and afterwards Luxemburg, who had under their command 40,000 to 50,000 men, and yet would not assault, preferring to wait for the winter, which did not prove severe enough. On the other hand, the resistance which was made on this first line in 1787 amounted to nothing, and even that which was made by a second line much shorter between the Zuider Zee and the Lake of Haarlem, although somewhat more effective, was overcome by the Duke of Brunswick in one day, through a very skilful tactical disposition well adapted to the locality. And this, although the Prussian force actually engaged in the attack was little, if at all, superior in numbers to the troops guarding the lines. The different result in the two cases is to be attributed to the difference in the supreme command. In the year 1672 the Dutch were surprised by Louis XIV, while everything was on a peace establishment, in which, as it is well known, they breathed very little military spirit as far as concerned land forces. For that reason the greater number of the fortresses were deficient in all articles of material and equipment, garrisoned only by weak bodies of hired troops, and defended by governors who were either native-born incapables or treacherous foreigners. Thus all the Brandenburg fortresses on the Rhine, garrisoned by the Dutch, as well as their own places situated to the east of the line of defence above described, except Groningen, very soon fell into the hands of the French, and for the most part without any real defence. And in the conquest of this greater number of places consisted the chief exertions of the French army, 150,000 strong at that time. But when, after the murder of the brothers De Witt in August 1672, the Prince of Orange came to the head of affairs, bringing unity to the measures for national defence, there was still time to close the defensive line above mentioned, and all the measures then adopted harmonised so well with each other that neither Conde nor Luxemburg, who commanded the French armies left in Holland after the departure of the two armies under Turenne and Louis in person, would venture to attempt anything against the separate posts. In the year 1787 all was different. It was not the Republic of 7 united provinces, but only the province of Holland which had to resist the invasion. The conquest of all the fortresses, which had been the principal object in 1672, was therefore not the question. The defence was confined at once to the line we have described, but the assailant this time, instead of 150,000 men, had only 25,000, and was no mighty sovereign of a great country adjoining Holland, but the subordinate general of a distant prince, himself by no means independent in many respects. The people in Holland, like those everywhere else at the time, were divided into two parties, but the republican spirit in Holland was decidedly predominant, and had at the same time attained even a kind of enthusiastic excitement. Under these circumstances, the resistance in the year 1787 ought to have ensured at least as great results as that of 1672. But there was one important difference, which is, that in the year 1787, unity of command was entirely wanting. What in 1672 had been left to the wise, skilful and energetic guidance of the Prince of Orange was entrusted to a so-called Defence Commission in 1787, which, although it included in its number men of energy, was not in a position to infuse into its work the requisite unity of measures, and to inspire others with that confidence which was wanted to prevent the whole instrument from proving imperfect and inefficient in use. We have dwelt for a moment on this example in order to give more distinctness to the conception of this defensive measure, and at the same time to show the difference in the effects produced according as more or less unity and sequence prevail in the direction of the whole. Although the organisation and method of defence of such a defensive line are tactical subjects, still in connection with the latter, which is the nearest allied to strategy, we cannot omit to make an observation to which the campaign of 1787 gives occasion. We think, namely, that however passive the defence must naturally be at each point in a line of this kind, still an offensive action from some one point of the line is not impossible, and may not be unproductive of good results if the enemy, as was the case in 1787, is not decidedly very superior. For although such an attack must be executed by means of dykes, and on that account cannot certainly have the advantage of much freedom of movement or of any great impulsive force, nevertheless it is impossible for the offensive side to occupy all the dykes and roads which he does not require for his own purposes, and therefore the defensive, with his better knowledge of the country and being in possession of the strong points, should be able by some of the unoccupied dykes to effect a real flank attack against the columns of the assailant, or to cut them off from their sources of supply. If now, on the other hand, we reflect for a moment on the constrained position in which the assailant is placed, how much more dependent is he on his communications than in almost any other conceivable case? We may well imagine that every sally on the part of the defensive side which has the remotest possibility of success must at once, as a demonstration, be most effective. We doubt very much if the prudent and cautious Duke of Brunswick would have ventured to approach Amsterdam if the Dutch had only made such a demonstration from Utrecht, for instance. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. Defence of forests. Above all things, we must distinguish thick, tangled and impassable forests from extensive woods under a certain degree of culture, which are partly quite clear, partly intersected by numerous roads. Whenever the object is to form a defensive line, the latter should be left in rear or avoided as much as possible. The defensive requires more than the assailant to see clearly around him, partly because as a rule he is the weaker, partly because the natural advantages of his position cause him to develop his plans later than the assailant. If he should place a woody district before him, he would be fighting like a blind man against one with his eyesight. If he should place himself in the middle of the wood, then both would be blind. But that equality of condition is just what would not answer the natural requirements of the defender. Such a wooded country can therefore not be brought into any favourable connection with the defensive, except it is kept in rear of the defender's army, so as to conceal from the enemy all that takes place behind the army, and at the same time to be available as an assistance to cover and facilitate the retreat. At present we only speak of forests in level country, for where the decided mountain character enters into combination, its influence becomes predominant over tactical and strategic measures, and we have already treated of those subjects elsewhere. But impassable forests, that is, such as can only be traversed on certain roads, afford advantages in an indirect defence, similar to those which the defence derives from mountains, for bringing on a battle under favourable circumstances. The army can await the enemy behind the wood in a more or less concentrated position, with a view to falling on him the moment he debouches from the road defiles. Such a forest resembles a mountain in its effects more than a river, for it affords, it is true, only one very long and difficult defile, but it is in respect to the retreat rather advantageous than otherwise. But a direct defence of forests, let them be ever so impracticable, is a very hazardous piece of work for even the thinnest chain of outposts, for abattis are only imaginary barriers, and no wood is so completely impassable that it cannot be penetrated in 100 places by small detachments, and these, in their relation to a chain of defensive posts, may be likened to the first drops of water which ooze through a roof, and are soon followed by a general rush of water. Much more important is the influence of great forests of every kind in connection with the arming of a nation. They are undoubtedly the true element for such levies. If, therefore, the strategic plan of defence can be so arranged that the enemy's communications pass through great forests, then by that means another mighty lever is brought into use in support of the work of defence. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. The cordon. The term cordon is used to denote every defensive plan which is intended directly to cover a whole district of country by a line of posts in connection with each other. We say directly, for several corps of an army posted in line with each other might protect a large district of country from invasion without forming a cordon. But then this protection would not be direct, but through the effect of combinations and movements. It is evident at a glance that such a long defensive line as that must be, which is to cover an extensive district of country directly, can only have a very small degree of defensive stamina. Even when very large bodies of troops occupy the lines, this would be the case if they were attacked by corresponding masses. The object of a cordon can, therefore, only be to resist a weak blow, whether that weakness proceeds from a feeble will or the smallness of the force employed. With this view the wall of China was built, a protection against the inroads of Tartars. This is the intention of all lines and frontier defences of the European states bordering on Asia and Turkey. Applied in this way, the cordon system is neither absurd nor does it appear unsuitable to its purpose. Certainly it's not sufficient to stop all inroads, but it will make them more difficult and therefore of less frequent occurrence, and this is a point of considerable importance where relations subsist with people like those of Asia, whose passions and habits have a perpetual tendency to war. Next to this class of cordons comes the lines, which in the wars of modern times have been formed between European states, such as the French lines on the Rhine and in the Netherlands. These were originally formed only with a view to protect a country against inroads made for the purpose of levying contributions or living at the expense of the enemy. They are, therefore, only intended to check minor operations, and consequently it is also meant that they should be defended by small bodies of troops. But of course, in the event of the enemy's principal force taking its direction against these lines, the defender must also use his principal force in their defence, an event by no means conducive to the best defensive arrangements. On account of this disadvantage, and because the protection against incursions in temporary war is quite a minor object, by which, through the very existence of these lines, an excessive expenditure of troops may easily be caused, their formation is looked upon in our day as a pernicious measure. The more power and energy thrown into the prosecution of the war, the more useless and dangerous this means becomes. Lastly, all very extended lines of outposts, covering the quarters of an army and intended to offer a certain amount of resistance, come under the head of cordons. This defensive measure is chiefly designed as an impediment to raids and other such minor expeditions directed against single cantonments, and for this purpose it may be quite sufficient if favoured by the country. Against an advance of the main body of the enemy, the opposition offered can only be relative, that is, intended to gain time. But as this gain of time will be but inconsiderable in most cases, this object may be regarded as a very minor consideration in the establishment of these lines. The assembling and advance of the enemy's army itself can never take place so unobservedly that the defender gets his first information of it through his outposts. When such is the case, he is much to be pitied. Consequently, in this case also, the cordon is only intended to resist the attack of a weak force, and the object, therefore, in this and in the other two cases, is not at variance with the means. But that an army formed for the defence of a country should spread itself out in a long line of defensive posts opposite to the enemy, that it should disperse itself in a cordon form, seems to be so absurd that we must seek to discover the circumstances and motives which lead to and accompany such a proceeding. Every position in a mountainous country, even if taken up with the view of a battle, with the whole force united, is and must necessarily be more extended than a position in a level country. It may be because the aid of the ground augments very much the force of the resistance. It must be because a wider basis of retreat is required, as we have shown in the chapter on mountain defences. But if there is no near prospect of a battle, if it remains probable that the enemy will remain in his position opposite us for some time without undertaking anything unless tempted by some very favourable opportunity which may present itself (open bracket), the usual state of things in most wars formerly (close bracket), then it is also natural not to limit ourselves merely to the occupation of so much country as is absolutely necessary, but to hold as much right or left as is consistent with the security of the army, by which we obtain many advantages, as we shall presently show. In open countries with plenty of communications, this object may be effected to a greater extent than in mountains, through the principle of movement, and for that reason the extension and dispersion of the troops is less necessary in an open country. It would also be much more dangerous there on account of the inferior capability of resistance of each part. But in mountains, where all occupation of ground is more dependent on local defence, where relief cannot so soon be afforded to a point menaced, and where, when once the enemy has got possession of a point, it is more difficult to dislodge him by a force slightly superior, in mountains under these circumstances we shall always come to a form of position which, if not strictly speaking a cordon, still approaches very near to it, being a line of defensive posts. From such a disposition, consisting of several detached posts, to the cordon system there is still certainly a considerable step, but it is one which generals nevertheless often take without being aware of it, being drawn on from one step to another. First, the covering and possession of the country is the object of the disposition, afterwards it is the security of the army itself. Every commander of a post calculates the advantage which may be derived from this or that point connected with the approach to his position on the right or left, and thus the whole progresses insensibly from one degree of subdivision to another. A cordon war, therefore, carried on by the principal force of an army, is not to be considered a form of war designedly chosen with a view to stopping every blow which the enemy's forces might attempt, but a situation which the army is drawn into in the pursuit of a very different object, namely the holding and covering the country against an enemy who has no decisive undertaking in view. Such a situation must always be looked upon as a mistake, and the motives through which generals have been lured by degrees into allowing one small post after another are contemptible in connection with the object of a large army. This point of view shows, at all events, the possibility of such a mistake. That it is really an error, namely a mistaken appreciation of our own position and that of the enemy, is sometimes not observed, and it is spoken of as an erroneous system. But this same system, when it is pursued with advantage, or at all events without causing damage, is quietly approved. Every one praises the faultless campaigns of Prince Henry in the 7 Years' War, because they have been pronounced so by the King, although these campaigns exhibit the most decided and most incomprehensible examples of chains of posts so extended that they may just with as much propriety be called cordons as any that ever were. We may completely justify these positions by saying the Prince knew his opponent. He knew that he had no enterprises of a decisive character to apprehend from that quarter, and as the object of his position besides was to occupy always as much territory as possible, he therefore carried out that object as far as circumstances in any way permitted. If the Prince had once been unfortunate with one of these cobwebs and had met with a severe loss, we should not say that he pursued a faulty system of warfare, but that he had been mistaken about a measure and had applied it to a case to which it was not suited. While we seek thus to explain how the cordon system, as it is called, may be resorted to by the principal force in a theatre of war, and how it may even be a judicious and useful measure, and therefore far from being an absurdity, we must, at the same time, acknowledge that there appear to have been instances where generals or their staff have overlooked the real meaning or object of a cordon system, and assumed its relative value to be a general one, conceiving it to be really suited to afford protection against every kind of attack. Instances, therefore, where there was no mistaken application of the measure, but a complete misunderstanding of its nature, we shall further allow that this very absurdity, amongst others, seems to have taken place in the defence of Vosges by the Austrian and Prussian armies in 1793 and 1794. End of chapter 22. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 6, Chapters 23 and 24 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3, by Carl Von Clausewitz, translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 23. Key of the Country. There is no theoretical idea in the art of war which has played such a part in criticism as that we are now entering upon. It is the great war steed in all accounts of battles and campaigns, the most frequent point of view in all arguments, and one of those fragments of scientific form which critics make a show of learning. And yet the conception embodied in it has never yet been established, nor has it ever been clearly explained. We shall try to ascertain its real meaning, and then see how far it can be made available for practical use. We treat of it here because the defence of mountains, river defences, as well as the conceptions of strong and entrenched camps with which it closely connects itself, required to have precedence. The indefinite, confused conception which is concealed behind this ancient military metaphor has sometimes signified the most exposed part of a country, at other times the strongest. If there is any spot without the possession of which no one dare venture to penetrate into an enemy's country, that may, with propriety, be called the key of that country. But this simple, though certainly at the same time also barren notion, has not satisfied theorists, and they have amplified it, and under the term key of a country, imagined points which decide upon the possession of the whole country. When the Russians wanted to advance into the Crimean Peninsula, they were obliged to make themselves masters of the Isthmus of Perekop and its lines, not so much to gain an entrance generally, for Lasky turned it twice, 1737 and 1738, but to be able to establish themselves with tolerable security in the Crimea. That is very simple, but we gain very little in this through the conception of a key point. But if it might be said, whoever has the possession of the district of Langres commands all France as far as Paris, that is to say, it only rests with himself to take possession, that is plainly a very different thing, something of a much higher importance. According to the first kind of conception, the possession of the country cannot be thought of without the possession of the point which we have called key. That is a thing which is intelligible to the most ordinary capacity. But according to the second kind of conception, the possession of the point which we have called key cannot be imagined without the possession of the country following as a necessary consequence. That is plainly something marvellous. Common sense is no longer sufficient to grasp this. The magic of the occult sciences must be called into requisition. This Kabbalah came into existence in works published 50 years ago, and reached its zenith at the end of the last century, and notwithstanding the irresistible force, certainty and distinctness with which Bonaparte's method of conducting war carried conviction generally, this Kabbalah has nevertheless still managed, we say, to spin out the thread of its tenacious existence through the medium of books. Open bracket, setting aside for a moment our conception of the key point, close bracket, it is self-evident that in every country there are points of commanding importance, where several roads meet, where our means of subsistence may be conveniently collected, which have the advantage of being centrally situated with reference to other important points, the possession of which, in short, meets many requirements and affords many advantages. Now, if generals wishing to express the importance of such a point by one word have called it the key of the land, it would be pedantic affectation to take offence at their using that term. On the contrary, we should rather say that the term is very expressive and pleasing. But if we try to convert this mere flower of speech into the germ of a system branching out like a tree into many ramifications, common sense rises in opposition and demands that the expression should be restricted to its true value. In order to develop a system out of the expression, it was necessary to resort to something more distinct and absolute than the practical, but certainly very indefinite, meaning attaching to the term in the narrations of generals when speaking of their military enterprises. And from amongst all the various relations, that of high ground was chosen. When a road transverses a mountain ridge, we thank heaven when we get to the top and have only to descend. This feeling, so natural to a single traveller, is still more so in the case of an army. All difficulties seem to be overcome, and so they are indeed in most instances. We find that the descent is easy, and we are conscious of a kind of feeling of superiority over anyone who would stop us. We have an extensive view over the country and command it with a look beforehand. Thus the highest point on a road over a mountain is always considered to possess a decisive importance, and does in fact in a majority of cases, but by no means in all. Such points are very often described in the despatches of generals by the name of key points, but certainly again in a somewhat different and generally in a more restricted sense. This idea has been the starting point of a false theory (of which perhaps Lloyd may be regarded as the founder), and on this account elevated points from which several roads descend into the adjacent country came to be regarded as key points of the country, as points which command the country. It was natural that this view should amalgamate itself with one very nearly connected with it, that of a systematic defence of mountains, and that the matter should thus be driven still further into the regions of the illusory, added to which many tactical elements connected with the defence of mountains came into play, and thus the idea of the highest point in the road was soon abandoned, and the highest point generally of the whole mountain system, that is, the point of the watershed, was substituted for it as the key of the country. Now, just at that time, that is, the latter half of the preceding century, more definite ideas on the forms given to the surface of the earth through aqueous action became current. Thus natural science lent a hand to the theory of war by this geological system, and then every barrier of practical truth was broken through, and reasoning floated in the illusory system of a geological analogy. In consequence of this, about the end of the 18th century we heard, or rather we read, of nothing but the sources of the Rhine and Danube. It is true this nuisance prevailed mostly in books, for only a small portion of book wisdom ever reaches the real world, and the more foolish a theory the less it will attain to practice. But this of which we are now speaking has not been unproductive of injury to Germany by its practical effects. Therefore we are not fighting with a windmill, in proof of which we shall quote two examples. First, the important but very scientific campaigns of the Prussian army, 1793 and 1794, in the Vosges, the theoretical key to which will be found in the works of Gravert and Massenbach. Secondly, the campaign of 1814, when, on the principle of the same theory, an army of 200,000 men was led by the nose through Switzerland onto the plateau of Langres, as it is called. But a high point in a country from which all its waters flow is generally nothing more than a high point, and all that in exaggeration and false application of ideas, true in themselves, was written at the end of the 18th and commencement of the 19th centuries about its influence on military events is completely imaginary. If the Rhine and Danube and all the 6 rivers of Germany had their common source on top of one mountain, that mountain would not on that account have any claim to any greater military value than being suited for the position of a trigonometrical point. For a signal tower it would be less useful, still less so for a vedette, and for a whole army worth just nothing at all. To seek for a key position, therefore, in the so-called key country, that is, where the different branches of the mountains diverge from a common point, and at the highest source of its waters, is merely an idea in books, which is overthrown by nature itself, because nature does not make the ridges and valleys so easy to descend as is assumed by the hereto so-called theory of ground, but distributes peaks and gorges in the most irregular manner, and not unfrequently the lowest water level is surrounded by the loftiest masses of mountain. If anyone questions military history on the subject, he will soon convince himself that the leading geological points of a country exercise very little regular influence on the use of the country for the purpose of war, and that little is so overbalanced by other local circumstances and other requirements that a line of positions may often run quite close to one of the points we are discussing without having been in any way attracted there by that point. We have only dwelt so long upon this false idea because a whole and very pretentious system has built itself up upon it. We now leave it and turn back to our own views. We say then that if the expression key position is to represent an independent conception in strategy, it must only be that of a locality the possession of which is indispensable before daring to enter the enemy's country. But if we choose to designate by that term every convenient point of entrance to a country, or every advantageous central point in the country, then the term loses its real meaning (that is, its value), and denotes something which may be found anywhere more or less. It then becomes a mere pleasing figure of speech. But positions such as the term conveys to our mind are very rarely indeed to be found. In general, the best key to the country lies in the enemy's army, and when the idea of country predominates over that of armed force, some very specially advantageous circumstances must prevail. These, according to our opinion, may be recognised by their tending to two principal results. First, that the force occupying the position through the help of the ground obtains extraordinary capability of tactical resistance. Second, that the enemy's lines of communication can be sooner effectively threatened from this position than he can threaten ours. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. Operating against a flank. We need hardly observe that we speak of the strategic flank, that is, the side of the theatre of war, and that the attack from one side in battle, or the tactical movement against a flank, must not be confounded with it, and even in cases in which the strategic operation against a flank, in its last stage, ends in the tactical operation, they can quite easily be kept separate, because the one never follows necessarily out of the other. These flanking movements, and the flanking positions connected with them, belong also to the mere useless pageantry of theory, which is seldom met with in actual war. Not that the means itself is either ineffectual or illusory, but because both sides generally seek to guard themselves against its effects, and cases in which this is impossible are rare. Now, in these uncommon cases, this means has often proved highly efficacious, and for this reason, as well as on account of the constant watching against it which is required in war, it is important that it should be clearly explained in theory. Although the strategic operation against a flank can naturally be imagined, not only on the part of the defensive, but also on that of the offensive, still it has much more affinity with the first, and therefore finds its place under the head of defensive means. Before we enter into the subject, we must establish the simple principle, which must never be lost sight of afterwards in the consideration of the subject, that troops which are to act against the rear or flank of the enemy cannot be employed against his front, and that therefore, whether it be in tactics or strategy, it is a completely false kind of notion to consider that coming on the rear of the enemy is at once an advantage in itself. In itself it is as yet nothing, but it will become something in connection with other things, and that something either advantageous or the reverse, according to the nature of these things, the examination of which now claims our attention. First, in the action against the strategic flank, we must make a distinction between two objects of that measure, between the action merely against the communications, and that against the line of retreat, with which at the same time an effect upon the communications may also be combined. When Daun, in 1758, sent a detachment to seize the convoys on their way to the siege of Olmütz, he had plainly no intention of impeding the king's retreat into Silesia. He rather wished to bring about that retreat, and would willingly have opened the line to him. In the campaign of 1812, the object of all the expeditionary corps that were detached from the Russian army in the months of September and October was only to intercept the communications, not to stop the retreat. But the latter was quite plainly the design of the Moldovan army, which under Tchichagov marched against the Beresina, as well as of the attack which General Wittgenstein was commissioned to make on the French corps stationed on the Dwina. These examples are merely to make the exposition clearer. The action against the lines of communication is directed against the enemy's convoys, against small detachments following in rear of the army, against couriers and travellers, small depots, etc. In fact, against all means which the enemy requires to keep his army in a vigorous and healthy condition. Its object is therefore to weaken the condition of the enemy in this respect, and by this means to cause him to retreat. The action against the enemy's line of retreat is to cut his army off from that line. It cannot effect this object unless the enemy really determines to retreat, but it may certainly cause him to do so by threatening his line of retreat, and therefore it may have the same effect as the action against the line of communication by working as a demonstration. But, as already said, none of these effects are to be expected from the mere turning which has been effected, from the mere geometrical form given to the disposition of the troops. They only result from the conditions suitable to the same. In order to learn more distinctly these conditions, we shall separate completely the two actions against the flank, and consider that which is directed against the communications. Here we must first establish two principal conditions, one or the other of which must always be forthcoming. The first is that the forces used for this action against the flank of the enemy must be so insignificant in numbers that their absence is not observed in front. The second, that the enemy's army has run its career, and therefore can neither make use of a fresh victory over our army, nor can he pursue us if we evade a combat by moving out of the way. This last case, which is by no means so uncommon as might be supposed, we shall lay aside for the moment and occupy ourselves with the accessory conditions of the first. The first of these is that the communications have a certain length and cannot be protected by a few good posts. The second point is that the situation of the line is such as exposes it to our action. This weakness of the line may arise in two ways, either by its direction, if it is not perpendicular to the strategic front of the enemy's army, or because his lines of communication pass through our territory. If both these circumstances exist, the line is so much the more exposed. These two relations require a closer examination. One would think that when it is a question of covering a line of communication 40 or 50 miles long, it is of little consequence whether the position occupied by an army standing at one extremity of this line forms an oblique angle or a right angle in reference to it, as the breadth of the position is little more than a mere point in comparison to the line. And yet it is not so unimportant as it may seem. When an army is posted at a right angle with its communications, it is difficult, even with a considerable superiority, to interrupt the communication by any detachments or partisans set out for the purpose. If we think only of the difficulty of covering absolutely a certain space, we should not believe this, but rather suppose, on the contrary, that it must be very difficult for an army to protect its rear (that is, the country behind it), against all expeditions which an enemy superior in numbers may undertake. Certainly, if we could look at everything in war as it is on a sheet of paper, then the party covering the line, in his uncertainty as to the point where light troops or partisans may appear, would be in a certain measure blind, and only the partisans would see. But if we think of the uncertainty and insufficiency of intelligence gained in war, and know that both parties are incessantly groping in the dark, then we easily perceive that a detached corps sent round the enemy's flank to gain his rear is in a position of a man engaged in a fray with numbers in a dark room. In the end he must fall, and so must it be also with bands who get round an army occupying a perpendicular position, and who therefore place themselves near to the enemy but widely separated from their own people. Not only is there danger of losing numbers in this way, there is also a risk of the whole instrument itself being blunted immediately, for the very first misfortune which happens to one such party will make all the others timid, and instead of bold attacks and insolent dodging, the only play will be constant running away. Through this difficulty, therefore, an army occupying a perpendicular position covers the nearest points on its line of communications for a distance of 2 or 3 marches, according to the strength of the army. But those nearest points are just those which are in most danger, as they are the nearest to the enemy. On the other hand, in the case of a decidedly oblique position, no such part of the line of communication is covered. The smallest pressure, the most insignificant attempt on the part of the enemy, leads at once to a vulnerable point. But now, what is it which determines the front of a position, if it is not just the direction perpendicular to the line of communication? The front of the enemy. But then again, this may be equally as well supposed to be dependent on our front. Here there is a reciprocal effect, for the origin of which we must search. Reader's note: a small diagram follows. The diagram shows 2 dashed lines which meet at an oblique angle. The oblique angle gives the impression of an arrow pointing upward on the page. The line on the reader's left is marked with 3 points, from the left to the right A, B and E. The line on the reader's right is marked with 3 points, from the left E, D and C. Point E is where the 2 lines intersect. Reader's note ends. If we suppose the lines of communication of the assailant AB so situated with respect to those of the enemy CD that the 2 lines form a considerable angle with each other, it is evident that if the defensive wishes to take up a position at E, where the 2 lines intersect, the assailant from B, by the mere geometrical relation, could compel him to form front opposite to him, and thus lay bare his communications. This case would be reversed if the defensive took up the position on this side of the point of junction, about D. Then the assailant must make front towards him. if so be that his line of operations, which closely depends on geographical conditions, cannot be arbitrarily changed and moved, for instance, to the direction AD. From this it would seem to follow that the defender has an advantage in this system of reciprocal action, because he only requires to take a position on this side of the intersection of the two lines. But very far from attaching any importance to this geometrical element, we only brought it into consideration to make ourselves the better understood, and we are rather of the opinion that local and generally individual relations have much more to do with determining the position of the defender, that therefore it is quite impossible to lay down in general which of two belligerents will be obliged soonest to expose his communications. If the lines of communication of both sides lie in one and the same direction, then whichever of the two parties takes up an oblique position will certainly compel his adversary to do the same, but then there is nothing gained geometrically by this, and both parties attain the same advantages and disadvantages. In the continuation of our considerations, we shall, therefore, confine ourselves to the case of the line of communication of one side only being exposed. Now, as regards the second disadvantageous relation of a line of communication, that is to say, when it runs through an enemy's country, it is clear in itself how much the line is compromised by that circumstance if the inhabitants of the country have taken up arms, and consequently the case must be looked at as if a body of the enemy were posted all along the line. This body, it is true, is in itself weak, without solidity or intensive force, but we must also take into consideration what the close contact and influence of such a hostile force may nevertheless effect through the number of points which offer themselves one after another on long lines of communication. That requires no further explanation. But even if the enemy's subjects have not taken up arms, and even if there is no militia in the country or other military organisation, indeed, if the people are even very unwarlike in spirit, still the mere relation of the people as subjects to a hostile government is a disadvantage for the lines of communication of the other side, which is always felt. The assistance which expeditionary forces and partisans derive merely through a better understanding with the people, through a knowledge of the country and its inhabitants, through good information, through the support of official functionaries, is for them of decided value, and this support every such body will enjoy without any special effort on its own part. Added to this, within a certain distance, there will not be wanting fortresses, rivers, mountains, or other places of refuge, which of ordinary right belong to the enemy, if they have not been formally taken possession of and occupied by our troops. Now, in such a case as is here supposed, especially if attended with other favourable circumstances, it is possible to act against the communications of an army, although the direction is perpendicular to the position of that army, for the detachments employed for the purpose do not then require to fall back always on their own army, because being in their own country, they are safe enough if they only make their escape. We have therefore now ascertained that 1. A considerable length, 2. An oblique direction, 3. An enemy's province, are the principal circumstances under which the lines of communication of an army may be interrupted by a relatively small proportion of armed forces on the side of the enemy. In order to make this interruption effectual, a fourth condition is still requisite, which is a certain duration of time. Respecting this point, we beg attention to what has been said in the 15th chapter of the 5th book. But these four considerations are only the chief points which relate to the subject. A number of local and special circumstances attach themselves to these, and often attain to an influence more decisive and important than that of the principal ones themselves. Selecting only the most essential, we mention the state of the roads, the nature of the country through which they pass, the means of cover which are afforded by rivers, mountains and morasses, the seasons and weather, the importance of particular convoys such as siege trains, the number of light troops, etc., etc. On all these circumstances, therefore, will depend the effect with which a general can act on his opponent's communications, and by comparing the result of the whole of these circumstances on the one side with the result of the whole on the other, we obtain a just estimate of the relative advantages of both systems of communication, on which will depend which of the two generals can play the highest game. What here seems so prolix in explanation is often decided in the concrete case at first sight, but still the tact of a practised judgment is required for that, and a person must have thought over every one of the cases now developed in order to see in its true light the absurdity of those critical writers who think they have settled something by the mere words turning and acting on a flank without giving their reasons. We now come to the second chief condition under which the strategic action against the enemy's flank may take place, If the enemy is hindered from advancing by any other cause but the resistance which our army opposes, let that cause be what it may, our army has no reason to be apprehensive about weakening itself by sending out detachments to harass the enemy, for if the enemy should attempt to chastise us by an attack, we have only to yield some ground and decline the combat. This is what was done by the chief Russian army at Moscow in 1812, but it is not at all necessary that everything should be again on the same great scale as in that campaign, for such a case to happen again. In the First Silesian War, Frederick the Great was each time in this situation on the frontiers of Bohemia and Moravia, and in complex affairs relating to generals and their armies, many causes of different kinds, particularly political ones, may be imagined which make further advance an impossibility. As in the case now supposed, more forces may be spared to act against the enemy's flank. The other considerations need not be quite so favourable. Even the nature of our communications in relation to those of the enemy need not give the advantage in that respect, as an enemy who is not in a condition to make any particular use of our further retreat is not likely to use his right to retaliate, but will rather be anxious of the direct covering of his own line of retreat. Such a situation is therefore very well suited to obtain for us, by means less brilliant and complete, but less dangerous than a victory, those results which it would be too great a risk to seek to obtain by a battle. As in such a case we feel little anxiety about exposing our own line of communications by taking up a position on one or other flank, and as the enemy by that means may always be compelled to form front obliquely to his line of communications, therefore this one of the communications above named will seldom fail to occur. The more the rest of the conditions, as well as other circumstances, co-operate, so much the more certain are we of success from the means now in question. But the fewer favourable circumstances exist, the more will all depend on superior skill in combination, and promptitude and precision in the execution. Here is the proper field for strategic manoeuvres, such as are to be found so frequently in the 7 Years' War, in Silesia and Saxony, and in the campaigns of 1760 and 1762. If in many wars, in which only a moderate amount of elementary force is displayed, such strategic manoeuvring very often appears, this is not because the commander on each occasion found himself at the end of his career, but because want of resolution and courage, and of an enterprising spirit and dread of responsibility, have often supplied the place of real impediments. For a case in point, we have only to call to mind Field Marshal Daun. As a summary of the results of our considerations, we may say that the action against a flank is most effectual, 1. In the defensive, 2. Towards the end of a campaign, 3. Above all, in a retreat into the heart of the country, and 4. In connection with a general arming of the people. On the mode of executing this action against the communications we have only a few words to say. The enterprises must be conducted by skilful detachment leaders, who, at the head of small bodies, by bold marches and attacks, fall upon the enemy's weak garrisons, convoys, and small detachments on the march here and there, encourage the national levies, Landsturm, and sometimes join with them in particular undertakings. These parties must be more numerous than strong individually, and so organised that it may be possible to unite several of them for any greater undertaking without any obstacle from the vanity or caprice of any of the single leaders. We have now to speak of the action against the enemy's line of retreat. Here we must keep in view above all things the principle with which we commenced, that forces destined to operate in rear cannot be used in front, that therefore the action against the rear or flanks is not an increase of force in itself, it is only to be regarded as a more powerful application or employment of the same, increasing the degree of success in prospect, but also increasing the degree of risk. Every opposition offered with the sword, which is not of a direct and simple nature, has a tendency to raise the result at the cost of its certainty. An operation against the enemy's flank, whether with one compact force, or with separate bodies converging from several quarters, belongs to this category. But now, if cutting off an enemy's retreat is not to be a mere demonstration, but is seriously intended, the real solution is a decisive battle, or at least the conjunction of all the conditions for the same, and just in this solution we find again the two elements above mentioned, the greater result and the greater danger. Therefore, if a general is to stand justified in adopting this method of action, his reasons must be favourable conditions. In this method of resistance we must distinguish the two forms already mentioned. The first is, if a general with his whole force intends to attack the enemy in rear, either from a position taken up on the flank for that purpose, or by a formal turning movement. The second is, if he divides his forces, and by an enveloping position with one part threatens the enemy's rear, with the other part his front. The result is intensified in both cases alike, that is, either there is a real interception of the retreat, and consequently the enemy's army taken prisoners, or the greater part scattered, or there may be a long and hasty retreat of the enemy's force to escape the danger. But the intensified risk is different in the two cases. If we turn the enemy with our whole force, the danger lies in laying open our own rear, and hence the question again depends on the relation of the mutual lines of retreat. Just as in the action against the lines of communication, it depended on the relation of those lines. Now certainly the defender, if he is in his own country, is less restricted than the assailant, both as to his lines of retreat and communication, and insofar is therefore in a better position to turn his adversary strategically. But this general relation is not of a sufficiently decisive character to be used as the foundation of a practical method. Therefore nothing but the whole of the relations in each individual case can decide. Only so much may we add, that favourable conditions are naturally more common in wide spheres of action than in small, more common also on the side of independent states than on that of weak ones, dependent on foreign aid, and whose armies must, therefore, constantly have their attention bent on the point of junction with the auxiliary army. Lastly, they become most favourable for the defender towards the close of the campaign, when the impulsive force of the assailant is somewhat spent, very much again in the same manner as in the case of the lines of communication. Such a flank position as the Russians took up with such advantage on the road from Moscow to Kaluga, when Bonaparte's aggressive force was spent, would have brought them into a scrape at the commencement of the campaign at the camp of Drissa, if they had not been wise enough to change their plan in good time. The other method of turning the enemy and cutting off his retreat by dividing our force entails the risk attending a division of our own force, whilst the enemy, having the advantage of interior lines, retains his forces united, and therefore has the power of acting with superior numbers against one of our divisions. This is a disadvantage which nothing can remove, and in exposing ourselves to it, we can only be justified by one of three principal reasons. 1. The original division of the force, which makes such a method of action necessary unless we incur a great loss of time. 2. A great moral and physical superiority, which justifies the adoption of a decisive method. 3. The want of impulsive force from the enemy, as soon as he has arrived at the culminating point of his career. When Frederick the Great invaded Bohemia, 1757, on converging lines, he had not in view to combine an attack in front with one on the strategic rear. At all events, this was by no means his principal object, as we shall more fully explain elsewhere. But in any case, it is evident that there never could have been any question of a concentration of forces in Silesia or Saxony before the invasion, as he would thereby have sacrificed all the advantages of a surprise. When the Allies formed their plans for the second part of the campaign of 1813, looking to their great superiority in numbers, they might very well at that time entertain the idea of attacking Bonaparte's right on the Elbe with their main force, and of thus shifting the theatre of war from the Oder to the Elbe. Their ill success at Dresden is to be ascribed not to this general plan, but to their faulty dispositions, both strategic and tactical. They could have concentrated 220,000 men at Dresden against Bonaparte's 130,000, a proportion of numbers eminently favourable. At Leipzig, at least, the proportion was 285 to 157. It is true that Bonaparte had distributed his forces too evenly for the particular system of defence upon one line, in Silesia 70,000 against 90,000, in the Mark, Brandenburg, 70,000 against 110,000, but at all events it would have been difficult for him, without completely abandoning Silesia, to assemble on the Elbe a force which could have contended with the principal army of the Allies in a decisive battle. The Allies could also have easily called up the army of Reid to the Main, and employed it to try and cut Bonaparte off from the road to Mayence. Lastly, in 1812, the Russians might have directed their army of Moldova upon Volhynia and Lithuania in order to move it afterwards against the rear of the principal French army, because it was quite certain that Moscow must be the extreme point of the French line of operations. For any part of Russia beyond Moscow there was nothing to fear in that campaign, therefore the Russian main army had no cause to consider itself too weak. This scheme formed part of the disposition of the forces laid down in the first offensive plan proposed by General Full, according to which the army of Barclay was to occupy the camp at Drissa, whilst that under Bragathion was to press forward against the rear of the main French army. But what a difference of circumstances in the two cases! In the first of them, the French were 3 times as strong as the Russians. In the second, the Russians were decidedly superior. In the first, Bonaparte's great army had in it an impulsive force which carried it to Moscow, 80 miles beyond the Drissa. In the second, it is unfit to make a day's march beyond Moscow. In the first, the line of retreat on the Niemen did not exceed 30 miles. In the second, it was 112. The same action against the enemy's retreat, therefore, which was so successful in the second case, would in the first have been the wildest folly. As the action against the enemy's line of retreat, if it is more than a demonstration, becomes a formal attack from the rear, there remains therefore still a good deal to be said on the subject, but it will come in more appropriately in the book upon the attack. We shall therefore break off here and content ourselves with having given the conditions under which this kind of reaction may take place. Very commonly, the design of causing the enemy to retreat by menacing his line of retreat is understood to imply rather a mere demonstration than the actual execution of a threat. If it was necessary that every efficacious demonstration should be founded on the actual practicability of real action, which seems a matter of course at first sight, then it would accord with the same in all respects. But this is not the case. On the contrary, in the chapter on demonstrations we shall see that they are connected with conditions somewhat different, at all events in some respects. We therefore refer our readers to that chapter. End of chapter 24. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 6, chapters 25 and 26 of On War, volumes 2 and 3 by Carl Von Clausewitz, translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 25. Retreat into the interior of the country. We have considered the voluntary retreat into the heart of the country as a particular indirect form of defence, through which it is expected the enemy will be destroyed, not so much by the sword as by exhaustion from his own efforts. In this case, therefore, a great battle is either not supposed, or it is assumed to take place when the enemy's forces are considerably reduced. Every assailant in advancing diminishes his military strength by the advance. We shall consider this in more detail in the 7th book. Here we must assume that result, which we may the more readily do, as it is clearly shown by military history in every campaign in which there has been a considerable advance. This loss in the advance is increased if the enemy has not been beaten, but withdraws of his own accord with his forces intact, and offering a steady, continuous resistance, sells every step of ground at a bloody price, so that the advance is a continuous combat for ground and not a mere pursuit. On the other hand, the losses which a party on the defensive suffers on a retreat are much greater if his retreat has been preceded by a defeat in battle than if his retreat is voluntary. For if he is able to offer the pursuer the daily resistance which we would expect on a voluntary retreat, his losses would be at least the same in that way, over and above which those sustained in the battle have still to be added. But how contrary to the nature of the thing such a supposition as this would be. The best army in the world, if obliged to retire far into the country after the loss of a battle, will suffer losses on the retreat beyond measure out of proportion. And if the enemy is considerably superior, as we suppose him in the case of which we are now speaking, if he pursues with great energy, as has almost always been done in modern wars, then there is the highest probability that a regular flight takes place by which the army is completely ruined. A regularly measured daily resistance, that is, one which each time only lasts as long as the balance of success in the combat can be kept wavering, and in which we secure ourselves from defeat by giving up the ground which has been contested at the right moment, will cost the assailant at least as many men as the defender in these combats. For the loss which the latter, by retiring now and again, must unavoidably suffer in prisoners, will be balanced by the losses of the other under fire, as the assailant must always fight against the advantages of the ground. It is true that the retreating side loses entirely all those men who are badly wounded, but the assailant likewise loses all his in the same case, for the present, as they usually remain several months in the hospitals. The result will be that the two armies will wear each other away in nearly equal proportions in these perpetual collisions. It is quite different in the pursuit of a beaten army. Here the troops lost in battle, the general disorganisation, the broken courage, the anxiety about the retreat, makes such a resistance on the part of the retreating army very difficult, in many cases impossible, and the pursuer who, in the former case, advances extremely cautiously, even hesitatingly, like a blind man always groping about, presses forward in the latter case with the firm tread of the conqueror, with the overweening spirit which good fortune imparts, with the confidence of a demigod, and the more daringly he urges the pursuit, so much the more he hastens on things in the direction which they have already taken, because here is the true field for the moral forces which intensify and multiply themselves without being restricted to the rigid numbers and measures of the physical world. It is therefore very plain how different will be the relations of the two armies according as it is by the first or the second of the above ways that they arrive at the point which may be regarded as the end of the assailant's course. This is merely the result of the mutual destruction. To this must now be added the reductions which the advancing party suffers otherwise in addition, and respecting which, as already said, we refer to in the 7th book. Further, on the other hand, we have to take into account reinforcements which the retreating party receives in the great majority of cases by forces subsequently joining him, either in the form of help from abroad or through persistent efforts at home. Lastly, there is in the means of subsistence such a disproportion between the retreating side and the advancing, that the first, not uncommonly, lives in superfluity, while the other is reduced to want. The army in retreat has the means of collecting provisions everywhere, and he marches towards them, whilst the pursuer must have everything brought after him, which, as long as he is in motion, even with the shortest lines of communication, is difficult, and on that account begets scarcity from the very first. All that the country yields will be taken for the benefit of the retreating army first, and will be mostly consumed. Nothing remains but wasted villages and towns, fields from which the crops have been gathered, or which are trampled down, empty wells and muddy brooks. The pursuing army, therefore, from the very first day has frequently to contend with the most pressing wants. On taking the enemy's supplies he cannot reckon. It is only through accident or some unpardonable blunder on the part of the enemy that here and there some little falls into his hands. Thus there can be no doubt that in countries of vast dimensions, and when there is no extraordinary disproportion between the belligerent powers, a relation may be produced in this way between the military forces, which holds out to the defensive an immeasurably greater chance of a final result in his favour than he would have had if there had been a great battle on the frontier. Not only does the probability of gaining a victory become greater through this alteration in the proportions of the contending armies, but the prospects of great results from the victory are increased as well through the change of position. What a difference between a battle lost close to the frontier of our country and one in the middle of the enemy's country. Indeed, the situation of the assailant is often such at the end of his first start that even a battle gained may force him to retreat, because he has neither enough impulsive power left to complete and make use of the victory, nor is he in a condition to replace the forces he has lost. There is therefore an immense difference between a decisive blow at the commencement and at the end of the attack. To the great advantage of this mode of defence are opposed two drawbacks. The first is the loss which the country suffers through the presence of the enemy in his advance. The other is the moral impression. To protect the country from loss can certainly never be looked upon as the object of the whole defence. That object is an advantageous peace. To obtain that as surely as possible is the endeavour, and for it no momentary sacrifice must be considered too great. At the same time, the above loss, although it may not be decisive, must still be laid in the balance, for it always affects our interests. This loss does not affect our army directly, it only acts upon it in a more or less roundabout way, whilst the retreat itself directly reinforces our army. It is therefore difficult to draw a comparison between the advantage and disadvantage in this case. They are things of a different kind, the action of which is not directed towards any common point. We must therefore content ourselves with saying that the loss is greater when we have to sacrifice fruitful provinces well populated and large commercial towns, but it arrives at a maximum when at the same time we lose war means, either ready for use or in course of preparation. The second counterpoise is the moral impression. There are cases in which the commander must be above regarding such a thing, in which he must quietly follow out his plans and run the risk of objections which short-sighted despondency may offer. But nonetheless this impression is no phantom which should be despised. It is not like a force which acts upon one point, but like a force which, with the speed of lightning, penetrates every fibre, and paralyses all the powers which should be in full activity both in the nation and in its army. There are indeed cases in which the cause of the retreat into the interior of the country is quickly understood by both nation and army, and trust, as well as hope, are elevated by the step. But such cases are rare. More usually, the people in the army cannot distinguish whether it is a voluntary movement or a precipitate retreat, and still less whether the plan is one wisely adopted with a view to ensure ulterior advantages, or the result of fear of the enemy's sword. The people have a mingled feeling of sympathy and dissatisfaction at seeing the fate of the provinces sacrificed. The army easily loses confidence in its leaders, or even in itself, and the constant combats of the rear guard during the retreat tend always to give new strength to its fears. These are consequences of the retreat about which we must never deceive ourselves, and it is certainly considered in itself more natural, simpler, nobler, and more in accordance with the moral existence of a nation to enter the lists at once, that the enemy may not cross the frontiers of its people without being opposed by its genius, and being called to a bloody account. These are the advantages and disadvantages of this kind of defence. Now, a few words on its conditions and the circumstances which are in its favour. A country of great extent, or at all events a long line of retreat, is the first and fundamental condition, for an advance of a few marches will naturally not weaken the enemy seriously. Bonaparte's centre in the year 1812 at Vitebsk was 250,000 strong, at Smolensk 182,000, at Borodino it had only diminished to 130,000, that is to say, had fallen to about an equality with the Russian centre. Borodino is 90 miles from the frontier, but it was not until they came near Moscow that the Russians reached that decided superiority in numbers which of itself reversed the situation of the combatants so assuredly that the French victory at Malo-Jaroslewetz could not essentially alter it again. No other European state has the dimensions of Russia, and in very few can a line of retreat 100 miles long be imagined. But neither will a power such as that of the French in 1812 easily appear under different circumstances, still less such a superiority in numbers as existed at the commencement of the campaign, when the French army had more than double the numbers of its adversary, besides its undoubted moral superiority. Therefore, what was here only effected at the end of 100 miles may perhaps in other cases be attained at the end of 50 or 30 miles. The circumstances which favour this mode of defence are: 1. A country only little cultivated; 2. A loyal and warlike people; 3. An inclement season. All these things increase the difficulty of maintaining an army, render great convoys necessary, many detachments, harassing duties, cause the spread of sickness, and make operations against the flanks easier for the defender. Lastly, we have yet to speak of the absolute mass alone of the armed force as influencing the result. It lies in the nature of the thing itself that, irrespective of the mutual relation of the forces opposed to each other, a small force is sooner exhausted than a larger, and therefore that its career cannot be so long, nor its theatre of war so wide. There is therefore to a certain extent a constant relation between the absolute size of an army and the space which that army can occupy. It is out of the question to try and express this relation by any figures, and besides it will always be modified by the circumstances. It is sufficient for our purpose to say that these things necessarily have this relation from their very nature. We may be able to march upon Moscow with 500,000, but not with 50,000, even if the relation of the invader's army to that of the defender in point of numbers was much more favourable in the latter case. Now, if we assume that there is this relation of absolute power to space in two different cases, then it is certain the effect of our retreat into the interior in weakening the enemy will increase with the masses. 1. Subsistence and lodging of the troops become more difficult, for supposing the space which an army covers to increase in proportion to the size of the army, still the subsistence for the army will never be obtainable from this space alone, and everything which has to be bought after the army is subject to greater loss also. The whole space occupied is never used for covering for the troops, only a small part of it is required, and this does not increase in the same proportion as the masses. 2. The advance is in the same manner more tedious in proportion as the masses increase. Consequently, the time is longer before the career of aggression is run out, and the sum total of the daily losses is greater. 3,000 men driving 2,000 before them in an ordinary country will not allow them to march at the rate of 1, 2, or at most 3 miles a day, and from time to time to make a few days' halt. To come up with them, to attack them, and force them to make a further retreat, is the work of a few hours. But if we multiply these masses by 100, the case is altered. Operations for which a few hours sufficed in the first case require now a whole day, perhaps 2. The contending forces cannot remain together near one point. Thereby, therefore, the diversity of movements and combinations increases, and consequently also the time required. But this places the assailant at a disadvantage, because his difficulty with subsistence being greater, he is obliged to extend his force more than the pursued, and therefore is always in danger of being overpowered by the latter at some particular point, as the Russians tried to do at Vitebsk. 3. The greater the masses are, the more severe are the exertions demanded from each individual for the daily duties required strategically and tactically. 100,000 men who have to march to and from the point of assembly every day, halted at one time and then set in movement again, now called to arms, then cooking or receiving their rations, 100,000 who must go into their bivouac until the necessary reports are delivered in from all quarters. These men, as a rule, require for all these exertions connected with the actual march twice as much time as 50,000 would require. But there are only 24 hours in the day for both. How much the time and fatigue of the march itself differs according to the size of the body of troops to be moved has been shown in the 9th chapter of the preceding book. Now the retreating army, it is true, partakes of these fatigues as well as the advancing, but they are much greater for the latter. 1. Because the mass of his troops is greater on account of the superiority which we supposed. 2. Because the defender, by being always the party to yield ground, purchases by this sacrifice the right of the initiative, and therefore the right always to give the law to the other. He forms his plan beforehand, which in most cases he can carry out unaltered, but the aggressor, on the other hand, can only make his plans conformably to those of his adversary, which he must, in the first instance, find out. We must, however, remind our readers that we are speaking of the pursuit of an enemy who has not suffered a defeat, who has not even lost a battle. It is necessary to mention this in order that we may not be supposed to contradict what we said in the 12th chapter of our 4th book. But the privilege of giving the law to the enemy makes a difference in saving of time, expenditure of force, as well as in respect of other minor advantages which in the long run become very important. 3. Because the retreating force on the one hand does all he can to make his own retreat easy, repairs roads and bridges, chooses the most convenient places for encampment, etc., and on the other hand does all he can to throw impediments in the way of the pursuer, as he destroys bridges by the mere act of marching, makes bad roads worse, deprives the enemy of good places for encampment by occupying them himself, etc. Lastly, we must still add, as a specially favourable circumstance, the war made by the people. This does not require further examination here, as we shall allot a chapter to the subject itself. Hitherto we have been engaged upon the advantages which such a retreat ensures, the sacrifices which it requires, and the conditions which must exist. We shall now say something of the mode of executing it. The first question we have to propose to ourselves is with reference to the direction of the retreat. It should be made into the interior of the country, therefore, if possible, towards a point where the enemy will be surrounded on all sides by our provinces. There he will be exposed to their influence, and we shall not be in danger of being separated from the principal mass of our territory, which might happen if we choose a line too near the frontier, as would have happened to the Russians in 1812 if they had retreated to the south instead of the east. This is the condition which lies in the object of the measure itself. Which point in the country is best, how far the choice of that point will accord with the design of covering the capital or any other point directly, or drawing the enemy away from the direction of such important places, depends on circumstances. If the Russians had well considered their retreat in 1812 beforehand, and therefore made it completely in conformity with a regular plan, they might easily, from Smolensk, have taken the road to Kaluga, which they only took on leaving Moscow. It is very possible that under these circumstances Moscow would have been entirely saved. That is to say, the French were about 130,000 strong at Borodino, and there is no ground for assuming that they would have been any stronger if this battle had been fought by the Russians halfway to Kaluga instead. Now, how many of these men could they have spared to detach to Moscow? Plainly very few, but it is not with a few troops that an expedition can be sent a distance of 50 miles. open bracket, the distance from Smolensk to Moscow, close bracket, against such a place as Moscow. Supposing Bonaparte, when at Smolensk, where he was 160,000 strong, had thought he could venture to detach against Moscow before engaging in a great battle, and had used 40,000 men for that purpose, leaving 120,000 opposite the principal Russian army, in that case, these 120,000 men would not have been more than 90,000 in the battle, that is 40,000 less than the number which fought at Borodino. The Russians, therefore, would have had a superiority in numbers of 30,000 men. Taking the course of the Battle of Borodino as a standard, we may very well assume that with such a superiority they would have been victorious. At all events, the relative situation of the parties would have been more favourable for the Russians than it was at Borodino. But the retreat of the Russians was not the result of a well-matured plan. They retreated as far as they did because each time that they were on the point of giving battle they did not consider themselves strong enough yet for a great action. All their supplies and reinforcements were on the road from Moscow to Smolensk, and it could not enter the head of anyone at Smolensk to leave that road. But besides, a victory between Smolensk and Kaluga would never have been excused in the eyes of the Russians, the offence of having left Moscow uncovered and exposed it to the possibility of being captured. Bonaparte in 1813 would have secured Paris with more certainty from an attack if he had taken up a position at some distance in a lateral direction, somewhere behind the Canal of Burgundy, leaving only, with the large force of National Guard in Paris, a few thousand regular troops. The Allies would never have had the courage to march a corps of 50 or 60,000 against Paris, whilst Bonaparte was in the field at Auxerre with 100,000 men. If the case is supposed reversed, and the Allies in Bonaparte's place, then no one indeed would have advised them to leave the road open to their own capital with Bonaparte for their opponent. With such a preponderance, he would not have hesitated a moment about marching on the capital. So different is the effect under the same circumstances, but under different moral relations. As we shall have hereafter to return to this subject when treating of the plan of a war, we shall only at present add that when such a lateral position is taken, the capital or place which it is the object to protect must, in every case, be capable of making some resistance, that it may not be occupied and laid under contribution by every flying column or irregular band. But we have still to consider another peculiarity in the direction of a line of retreat, that is, a sudden change of direction. After the Russians had kept the same direction as far as Moscow, they left that direction which would have taken them to Vladimir, and after first taking the road to Ryazan for some distance, they then transferred their army to the Kaluga road. If they had been obliged to continue their retreat, they could easily have done so in this new direction, which would have led them to Kiev, therefore much nearer again to the enemy's frontier. That the French, even if they had still preserved a large numerical superiority over the Russians, could not have maintained their line of communication by Moscow under such circumstances is clear in itself. They must have given up not only Moscow, but in all probability Smolensk also, therefore have again abandoned the conquests obtained with so much toil, and contented themselves with the theatre of war on this side of the Beresina. Now, certainly the Russian army would thus have got into the same difficulty to which it would have exposed itself by taking the direction of Kiev at first, namely that of being separated from the mass of its own territory. But this disadvantage would now have become almost insignificant, for how different would have been the condition of the French army if it had marched straight upon Kiev without making the detour by Moscow. It is evident that such a sudden change of direction of a line of retreat, which is very practicable in a spacious country, ensures remarkable advantages. One, it makes it impossible for the enemy (open bracket, the advancing force) close bracket, to maintain his old line of communication, but the organisation of a new one is always a difficult matter, in addition to which the change is made gradually, therefore probably he has to try more than one new line. 2. If both parties in this manner approach the frontier again, the position of the aggressor no longer covers his conquests, and he must in all probability give them up. Russia, with its enormous dimensions, is a country in which two armies might in this manner regularly play at prisoner's base (open bracket, Zekjagen, close bracket). But such a change of line of retreat is also possible in smaller countries, when other circumstances are favourable, which can only be judged of in each individual case according to its different relations. When the direction in which the enemy is to be drawn into the country is once fixed upon, then it follows of itself that our principal army should take that direction, for otherwise the enemy would not advance in that direction, and if he even did, we should not then be able to impose upon him all the conditions above supposed. The question then only remains whether we shall take this direction with our forces undivided, or whether considerable portions should be spread out laterally, and therefore give the retreat a divergent (eccentric) form. To this we answer that this latter form in itself is to be rejected, 1. Because it divides our forces, whilst their concentration on one point is just one of the chief difficulties for the enemy; 2. Because the enemy gets the advantage of operating on interior lines, can remain more concentrated than we are, consequently can appear in so much the greater force at any one point. Now certainly this superiority is less to be dreaded when we are following a system of constantly giving way, but the very condition of this constantly yielding is always to continue formidable to the enemy, and not to allow him to beat us in detail, which might easily happen. A further object of such a retreat is to bring our principal force by degrees to a superiority of numbers, and with this superiority to give a decisive blow, but that, by a partition of forces, would become an uncertainty. 3. Because as a general rule the concentric (convergent) action against the enemy is not adapted to the weaker forces. 4. Because many disadvantages of the weak points of the aggression disappear when the defender's army is divided into separate parts. The weakest features in a long advance on the part of the aggressor are, for instance, the length of the lines of communication and the exposure of the strategic flanks. By the divergent form of retreat, the aggressor is compelled to cause a portion of his force to show a front to the flank, and this portion, properly destined only to neutralise our force immediately in his front, now affects to a certain extent something else in addition by covering a portion of the lines of communication. For the mere strategic effect of the retreat, the divergent form is therefore not favourable, but if it is to prepare an action hereafter against the enemy's line of retreat, then we must refer to what has been said about that in the last chapter. There is only one object which can give occasion to a divergent retreat, that is, when we can by that means protect provinces which otherwise the enemy would occupy. What sections of territory the advancing foe will occupy, right and left of his course, can with tolerable accuracy be discerned by the point of assembly of and directions given to his forces, by the situation of his own provinces, fortresses, etc., in respect to our own. To place troops in those districts of territory which he will in all probability leave unoccupied would be a dangerous waste of our forces. But now whether by any disposition of our forces we shall be able to hinder him from occupying those districts which in all probability he will desire to occupy is more difficult to decide, and it is therefore a point the solution of which depends much on tact of judgment. When the Russians retreated in 1812, they left 30,000 men under Tommaso in Volhynia to oppose the Austrian force which was expected to invade the province. The size of the province, the numerous obstacles of ground which the country presents, the near proportion between the forces likely to come into conflict, justified the Russians in their expectations that they would be able to keep the upper hand in that quarter, or at least to maintain themselves near to their frontier. By this, very important advantages might have resulted in the sequel, which we shall not stop here to discuss. Besides this, it was almost impossible for these troops to have joined the main army in time if they had wished. For these reasons, the determination to leave these troops in Volhynia, to carry on there a distinct war of their own, was right. Now, on the other hand, if according to the proposed plan of campaign submitted by General Full, only the army of Barclay, 80,000 men, was to retire to Drissa, and Bragathian's army, 40,000 men, was to remain on the right flank of the French, with a view to subsequently falling on their rear, it is evident at once that this corps could not possibly maintain itself in South Lithuania, so near to the rear of the main body of the French army, and would soon have been destroyed by their overwhelming masses. That the defender's interest in itself is to give up as few provinces as possible to the assailant is intelligible enough, but this is always a secondary consideration. That the attack is also made more difficult the smaller, or rather narrower, the theatre of war is to which we can confine the enemy is likewise clear in itself, but all this is subordinate to the condition that in doing so we have the probability of a result in our favour, and that the main body of the force on the defensive will not be too much weakened, for upon that force we must chiefly depend for the final solution because the difficulties and distress suffered by the main body of the enemy first call forth his determination to retreat, and increase in the greatest degree the loss of physical and moral power therewith connected. The retreat into the interior of the country should therefore, as a rule, be made directly before the enemy, and as slowly as possible. With an army which has not suffered defeat and is undivided, and by its incessant resistance it should force the enemy to a constant state of readiness for battle, and to a ruinous expenditure of forces in tactical and strategical measures of precaution. When both sides have in this manner reached the end of the aggressor's first start, the defender should then dispose his army in a position, if such can be found, forming an oblique angle with the route of his opponent, and operate against the enemy's rear with all the means at his command. The campaign of 1812 in Russia shows all these measures on a great scale, and their effects, as it were, in a magnifying glass. Although it was not a voluntary retreat, we may easily consider it from that point of view. If the Russians, with the experience they now have of the results to be thus produced, had to undertake this defence of their country over again, exactly under the same circumstances, they would do voluntarily and systematically what in the great part was done without a definite plan in 1812. But it would be a great mistake to suppose that there neither is nor can be any instance of the same mode of action where the dimensions of the Russian Empire are wanting. Whenever a strategic attack, without coming to the issue of battle, is wrecked merely on the difficulties encountered, and the aggressor is compelled to make a more or less disastrous retreat, there the chief conditions and principal effects of this mode of defence will be found to have taken place, whatever may be the modifying circumstances otherwise with which it is accompanied. Frederick the Great's campaign of 1742 in Moravia, of 1744 in Bohemia, the French campaign of 1743 in Austria and Bohemia, the Duke of Brunswick's campaign of 1792 in France, Massena's winter campaign of 1810 and 11 in Portugal, are all cases in which this is exemplified, although in smaller proportions and relations. There are besides innumerable fragmentary operations of this kind, the results of which, although not wholly, are still partly to be ascribed to the principle which we here uphold. These we do not bring forward, because it would necessitate a development of circumstances which would lead us into too wide a field. In Russia, and in the other cases cited, the crisis or turn of affairs took place without any successful battle, having given the decision at the culminating point. But even when such an effect is not to be expected, it is always a matter of immense importance in this mode of defence to bring about such a relation of forces as makes victory possible, and through that victory, as through a first blow, to cause a movement which usually goes on increasing in its disastrous effects according to the laws applicable to falling bodies. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. Arming the nation. A people's war in civilized Europe is a phenomenon of the 19th century. It has its advocates and its opponents, the latter either considering it in a political sense as a revolutionary means, a state of anarchy declared lawful, which is as dangerous as a foreign enemy to social order at home, or on military grounds, conceiving that the result is not commensurate with the expenditure of the nation's strength. The first point does not concern us here, for we look upon a people's war merely as a means of fighting, therefore in its connection with the enemy. But with regard to the latter point, we must observe that a people's war in general is to be regarded as a consequence of the outburst which the military element in our day has made through its old formal limits, as an expansion and strengthening of the whole fermentation process which we call war. The requisition system, the immense increase in the size of armies by means of that system, and the general liability to military service, the utilising militia, are all things which lie in the same direction. If we make the limited military system of former days our starting point, and the leves en masse, or arming of the people, now lies also in the same direction. If the first named of these new aids to war are the natural and necessary consequences of barriers thrown down, and if they have so enormously increased the power of those who first used them, that the enemy has been carried along in the current and obliged to adopt them likewise, this will be the case also with people wars. In the generality of cases, the people who make judicious use of this means will gain a proportionate superiority over those who despise its use. If this be so, then the only question is whether the modern intensification of the military element is, upon the whole, salutary for the interests of humanity or otherwise. A question which would be about as easy to answer as the question of war itself. we leave both to philosophers. But the opinion may be advanced that the resources swallowed up in people's wars might be more profitably employed if used in providing other military means. No deep investigation, however, is necessary to be convinced that these resources are for the most part not disposable, and cannot be utilised in an arbitrary manner at pleasure. One essential part, that is, the moral element, is not called into existence until this kind of employment for it arises. We therefore do not ask again, how much does the resistance which the whole nation in arms is capable of making cost the nation? But we ask, what is the effect which such a resistance can produce? What are its conditions, and how is it to be used? It follows from the very nature of the thing that defensive means, thus widely dispersed, are not suited to great blows requiring concentrated action in time and space. Its operation, like the process of evaporation in physical nature, is according to the surface. The greater that surface, and the greater the contact with the enemy's army, consequently the more that army spreads itself out, so much the greater will be the effects of arming the nation. Like a slow, gradual heat, it destroys the foundations of the enemy's army, as it requires time to produce its effects. Therefore, whilst the hostile elements are working on each other, there is a state of tension which either gradually wears out if the people's war is extinguished at some points, and burns slowly away at others, or leads to a crisis. If the flames of this general conflagration envelop the enemy's army, and compel it to evacuate the country to save itself from utter destruction, in order that this result should be produced by a national war alone, we must suppose either a surface extent of dominions invaded exceeding that of any country in Europe except Russia, or suppose a disproportion between the strength of the invading army and the extent of the country, such as never occurs in reality. Therefore, to avoid following a phantom, we must imagine a people war always in combination with war carried out by a regular army, and both carried on according to a plan embracing operations of the whole. The conditions under which alone the people's war can become effective are the following: 1. That the war is carried on in the heart of the country. 2. That it cannot be decided by a single catastrophe. 3. That the theatre of war embraces a considerable extent of country. 4. That the national character is favourable to the measure. 5. That the country is of a broken and difficult nature, either from being mountainous, or by reason of woods and marshes, or from the peculiar mode of cultivation in use. Whether the population is dense or otherwise is of little consequence, as there is less likelihood of a want of men than anything else. Whether the inhabitants are rich or poor is also a point by no means decisive, at least it should not be. But it must be admitted that a poor population accustomed to hard work and privations usually shows itself more vigorous and better suited for war. One peculiarity of country which greatly favours the action of war carried on by the people is the scattered sites of the dwellings of the country people, such as is to be found in many parts of Germany. The country is thus more intersected and covered. The roads are worse, although more numerous. The lodgment of troops is attended with endless difficulties, but especially that peculiarity repeats itself on a small scale, which a people war possesses on a great scale. Namely, that the principle of resistance exists everywhere, but is nowhere tangible. If the inhabitants are collected in villages, the most troublesome have troops quartered on them, or they are plundered as a punishment, and their houses burnt, etc., a system which could not be very easily carried out with a peasant community of Westphalia. National levies and armed peasantry cannot, and should not, be employed against the main body of the enemy's army, or even against any considerable corps of the same. They must not attempt to crack the nut. They must only gnaw on the surface and the borders. They should rise in the provinces situated at one of the sides of the theatre of war, and in which the assailant does not appear in force, in order to withdraw these provinces entirely from his influence. Where no enemy is to be found, there is no want of courage to oppose him, and at the example thus given, the mass of the neighbouring population gradually takes fire. Thus the fire spreads as it does in heather, and reaching at last that part of the surface of the soil on which the aggressor is based, it seizes his lines of communication and preys upon the vital thread by which his existence is supported. For although we maintain no exaggerated ideas of omnipotence of a people's war, such as that it is an inexhaustible, unconquerable element over which the mere force of an army has as little control as the human will has over the wind or rain, in short, although our opinion is not founded on flowery, ephemeral literature, still we must admit that armed peasants are not to be driven before us in the same way as a body of soldiers who keep together like a herd of cattle and usually follow their noses. Armed peasants, on the contrary, when broken, disperse in all directions, for which no formal plan is required. Through this small circumstance, the march of every small body of troops in a mountainous, thickly wooded, or even broken country becomes a service of a very dangerous character, for at any moment a combat may arise on the march. If, in point of fact, no armed bodies have been seen for some time, yet the same peasants already driven off by the head of a column may at any hour make their appearance in its rear. If it is an object to destroy roads or to block up a defile, the means which outposts or detachments from an army can apply to that purpose bear about the same relation to those furnished by a body of insurgent peasants, as the action of an automaton does to that of a human being. The enemy has no other means to oppose to the action of national levies except that of detaching numerous parties to furnish escorts for convoys, to occupy military stations, defiles, bridges, etc. In proportion as the first efforts of the national levies are small, so the detachments sent out will be weak in numbers, from the repugnance to a great dispersion of forces. It is on these weak bodies that the fire of the national war usually first properly kindles itself. They are overpowered by numbers at some points, courage rises, the love of fighting gains strength, and the intensity of this struggle increases until the crisis approaches which is to decide the issue. According to our idea of a people's war, it should, like a kind of nebulous vapoury essence, never condense into a solid body. Otherwise the enemy sends an adequate force against this corps, crushes it, and makes a great many prisoners. Their courage sinks, everyone thinks the main question is decided, any further effort useless, and the arms fall from the hands of the people. Still, however, on the other hand, it is necessary that this mist should collect at some points into denser masses, and form threatening clouds from which now and again a formidable flash of lightning may burst forth. These points are chiefly on the flanks of the enemy's theatre of war, as already observed. There the armament of the people should be organised into greater and more systematic bodies, supported by a small force of regular troops, so as to give it the appearance of a regular force, and fit it to venture upon enterprises of a larger scale. From these points the irregular character in the organisation of these bodies should diminish, in proportion as they are to be employed more in the direction of the rear of the enemy, where he is exposed to their hardest blows. These better organised masses are for the purpose of falling upon the larger garrisons which the enemy leaves behind him. Besides, they serve to create a feeling of uneasiness and dread, and increase the moral impression of the whole. Without them the total action would be wanting in force, and the situation of the enemy upon the whole would not be made sufficiently uncomfortable. The greatest way for a general to produce this more effective form of a national armament is to support the movement by small detachments sent from the army. Without the support of a few regular troops as an encouragement, the inhabitants generally want an impulse, and the confidence to take up arms. The stronger these detachments are, the greater will be their power of attraction, the greater will be the avalanche which is to fall down. But this has its limits, partly first because it would be detrimental to the army to cut it up into detachments, for this secondary object, to dissolve it, as it were, into a body of irregulars, and form with it, in all directions, a weak defensive line, by which we may be sure that both the regular army and national levies alike would become completely ruined. Partly, secondly, because experience seems to tell us that when there are too many regular troops in a district, the people war loses in vigour and efficacy. The causes of this are in the first place that too many of the enemy's troops are thus drawn into the district, and in the second place that the inhabitants then rely on their own regular troops, and thirdly because the presence of such large bodies of troops makes too great demands on the powers of the people in other ways, that is, in providing quarters, transport, contributions, etc., etc. Another means of preventing any serious reaction on the part of the enemy against this popular movement constitutes at the same time a leading principle in the method of using such levies. This is, that as a rule, with this great strategic means of defence, a tactical defence should seldom or ever take place. The character of a combat with national levies is the same as that of all combats of masses of troops of an inferior quality. Great impetuosity and fiery ardour at the commencement, but little coolness or tenacity if the combat is prolonged. Further, the defeat and dispersion of a body of national levies is of no material consequence, as they lay their account with that, but a body of this description must not be broken up by losses in killed, wounded and prisoners. A defeat of that kind would soon cool their ardour. But both these peculiarities are entirely opposed to the nature of a tactical defensive. In the defensive combat, a persistent, slow, systematic action is required, and great risks must be run. A mere attempt from which we can desist as soon as we please can never lead to results in the defensive. If therefore the national levies are entrusted with the defence of any particular portion of territory, care must be taken that the measure does not lead to a regular great defensive combat, for if the circumstances were ever so favourable to them, they would be sure to be defeated. They may and should therefore defend the approaches to mountains, dykes, over marshes, river passages, as long as possible, but when once they are broken they should rather disperse and continue their defence by sudden attacks, than concentrate and allow themselves to be shut up in some narrow last refuge in a regular defensive position. However brave a nation may be, however warlike its habits, however intense its hatred of the enemy, however favourable the nature of the country, it is an undeniable fact that a people's war cannot be kept up in an atmosphere too full of danger. If therefore its combustible material is to be fanned by any means into a considerable flame, it must be at remote points where there is more air and where it cannot be extinguished by one great blow. After these reflections, which are more of the nature of subjective impressions than an objective analysis, because the subject is one as yet of rare occurrence generally, and has been but imperfectly treated of by those who have had actual experience for any length of time, we have only to add that the strategic plan of defence can include in itself the co-operation of a general arming of the people in two different ways, that is, either as a last resource after a lost battle, or as a natural assistance before a decisive battle has been fought. The latter case supposes a retreat into the interior of the country, and that indirect kind of reaction of which we have treated in the 8th and 24th chapters of this book. We have therefore here only to say a few words on the mission of the national levies after a battle has been lost. No state should believe its fate, that is, its entire existence, to be dependent upon one battle, let it be even the most decisive. If it is beaten, the calling forth fresh power, and the natural weakening which every offensive undergoes from time to time, may bring about a turn of fortune, or assistance may come from abroad. No such urgent haste to die is needed yet, and as by instinct the drowning man catches a straw, so in the natural course of the moral world a people should try the last means of deliverance when it sees itself hurried along to the brink of an abyss. However small and weak a state may be in comparison to its enemy, if it foregoes a last supreme effort, we must say there is no longer any soul left in it. This does not exclude the possibility of saving itself from complete destruction by the purchase of peace at a sacrifice, but neither does such an aim on its part do away with the utility of fresh measures for defence. They will neither make peace more difficult nor more onerous, but easier and better. They are still more necessary if there is an expectation of assistance from those who are interested in maintaining our political existence. Any government, therefore, which after the loss of a great battle only thinks how it may speedily place the nation in the lap of peace, and unmanned by feelings of great hopes disappointed, no longer feels in itself the courage or desire to stimulate to the utmost every element of force, completely stultifies itself in such case through weakness, and shows itself unworthy of victory, and perhaps, just on that account, was incapable of gaining one. However decisive, therefore, the overthrow may be which is experienced by a state, still by a retreat of the army into the interior, the efficacy of its fortresses and an arming of the people may be brought into use. In connection with this, it is advantageous if the flank of the principal theatre of war is fenced by mountains, or otherwise very difficult tracts of country, which stand forth as bastions, the strategic enfilade of which is to check the enemy's progress. If the victorious enemy is engaged in siege works, if he has left strong garrisons behind him everywhere to secure his communications, or detached corps to make himself elbow room, and to keep the adjacent provinces in subjection, if he is already weakened by his various losses in active means and material of war, then the moment is arrived when the defensive army should again enter the lists, and by a well-directed blow make the assailant stagger in his disadvantageous position. End of chapter 26. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 6, chapters 27 through 29 of On War, volumes 2 and 3, by Carl Von Clausewitz, translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 27. Defence of a Theatre of War. Having treated of the most important defensive means, we might perhaps be contented to leave the manner in which these means attach themselves to the plan of defence as a whole to be discussed in the last book, which will be devoted to the plan of a war. For from this every secondary scheme, either of attack or defence, emanates, and is determined in its leading features, and moreover in many cases the plan of war itself is nothing more than the plan of the attack or defence of the principal theatre of war. But we have not been able to commence with war as a whole, although in war, more than in any other phase of human activity, the parts are shaped by the whole, imbued with and essentially altered by its character. Instead of that, we have been obliged to make ourselves thoroughly acquainted in the first instance with each single subject as a separate part. Without this progress from the simple to the complex, a number of undefined ideas would have overpowered us, and the manifold phases of reciprocal action in particular would have constantly confused our conceptions. We shall therefore still continue to advance towards the whole by one step at a time. That is, we shall consider the defence of a theatre in itself, and look for the thread by which the subjects already treated of connect themselves with it. The defensive, according to our conception, is nothing but the stronger form of combat. The preservation of our own forces and the destruction of those of the enemy, in a word, the victory, is the aim of this contest, but at the same time it is not its ultimate object. That object is the preservation of our own political state and the subjugation of that of the enemy, or again, in one word, the desired peace, because it is only by it that this conflict adjusts itself and ends in a common result. But what is the enemy's state in connection with war? Above all things, its military force is important, then its territory, but certainly there are also still many other things which, through particular circumstances, may obtain a predominant importance. To these belong, before all, foreign and domestic political relations, which sometimes decide more than all the rest. But although the military force and the territory of the enemy alone are still not the state itself, nor are they the only connections which the state may have with war, still these two things are always preponderating, most immeasurably surpassing all other connections in importance. Military force is to protect the territory of the state, or to conquer that of an enemy. The territory, on the other hand, constantly nourishes and renovates the military force. The two, therefore, depend on each other, mutually support each other, are equal in importance one to the other. But still there is a difference in their mutual relations. If the military force is destroyed, that is, completely defeated, rendered incapable of further resistance, then the loss of the territory follows of itself. But on the other hand, the destruction of the military force by no means follows from the conquest of the country, because the force may of its own accord evacuate the territory in order afterwards to reconquer it the more easily. Indeed, not only does the complete destruction of its army decide the fate of a country, but even every considerable weakening of its military force leads regularly to a loss of territory. On the other hand, every considerable loss of territory does not cause a proportionate diminution of military power. In the long run it will do so, but not always within the space of time in which war is brought to a close. From this it follows that the preservation of our own military power and the diminution or destruction of that of the enemy take precedence in importance over the occupation of territory, and therefore is the first object which a general should strive for. The possession of territory only presses for consideration as an object if that means, diminution or destruction of the enemy's military force, has not affected it. If the whole of the enemy's military power was united in one army, and if the whole war consisted of one battle, then the possession of the country would depend on the issue of that battle. Destruction of the enemy's military forces, conquest of his country, and security of our own would follow from that result, and in a certain measure be identical with it. Now the question is, what can induce the defensive to deviate from this simplest form of the act of warfare, and distribute his power in space? The answer is the insufficiency of the victory which he might gain with all his forces united. Every victory has its sphere of influence. if this extends over the whole of the enemy's state, consequently over the whole of his military force and his territory, that is, if all the parts are carried along in the same movement which we have impressed upon the core of his power, then such a victory is all that we require, and a division of our forces would not be justified by sufficient grounds. But if there are portions of the enemy's military force, and of country belonging to either party, over which our victory would have no effect, then we must give particular attention to those parts, and as we cannot unite territory like a military force in one point, therefore we must divide our forces for the purpose of attacking or defending those portions. It is only in small, compactly shaped states that it is possible to have such a unity of military force, and that probably all depends upon a victory over that force. Such a unity is practically impossible when larger tracts of country, having for a great extent boundaries coterminous with our own, are concerned, or in the case of an alliance of several surrounding states against us. In such cases, divisions of force must necessarily take place, giving occasion to different theatres of war. The effect of a victory will naturally depend on its greatness, and that on the mass of the conquered troops. Therefore, the blow, which if successful will produce the greatest effect, must be made against that part of the country where the greatest number of the enemy's forces are collected together, and the greater the mass of our own forces which we use for this blow, so much the surer shall we be of this success. This natural sequence of ideas leads us to an illustration by which we shall see this truth more clearly. It is the nature and effect of the centre of gravity in mechanics. As the centre of gravity is always situated where the greatest mass of matter is collected, and as a shock against the centre of gravity of a body always produces the greatest effect, and further, as the most effective blow is struck with the centre of gravity of the power used, so it is also in war. The armed forces of every belligerent, whether of a single state or of an alliance of states, have a certain unity, and in that way connection, but where connection is, there come in analogies of the centre of gravity. There are therefore in these armed forces certain centres of gravity, the movement and direction of which decide upon other points, and these centres of gravity are situated where the greatest bodies of troops are assembled. But just as in the world of inert matter the action against the centre of gravity has its measure and limits in the connection of the parts, so it is in war, and here, as well as there, the force exerted may easily be greater than the resistance requires, and then there is a blow in the air, a waste of force. What a difference there is between the solidity of an army under one standard, led into battle under the personal command of one general, and that of an allied army extended over 50 or 100 miles, or it may be even based upon quite different sides of the theatre of war. There we see coherence in the strongest degree, unity most complete. Here unity in a very remote degree, often only existing in the political view held in common, and in that also in a miserable and insufficient degree, the cohesion of the parts very weak, often quite an illusion. Therefore, if on the one hand the violence with which we wish to strike the blow prescribes the greatest concentration of force, so in like manner, on the other hand, we have to fear every undue excess as a real evil, because it entails a waste of power, and that in turn a deficiency of power at other points. To distinguish these centra gravitas in the enemy's military power, to discern their sphere of action is therefore a supreme act of strategic judgment. We must constantly ask ourselves what effect the advance or retreat of part of the forces on either side will produce on the rest. We do not for this lay claim in any way to the discovery of a new method. We have only sought to explain the foundation of the method of all generals in every age in a manner which may place its connection with the nature of things in a clearer light. How this conception of the centre of gravity of the enemy's force affects the whole plan of the war we shall consider in the last book, for that is the proper place for the subject, and we have only borrowed it from there to avoid leaving any break in the sequence of ideas. By the introduction of this view, we have seen the motives which occasion a partition of forces in general. These consist fundamentally of two interests which are in opposition to one another. The one, the possession of territory, strives to divide the forces; the other, the effort of force against the centre of gravity of the enemy's military power, combines them again up to a certain point. Thus it is that theatres of war, or particular army regions, originate. These are those boundaries of the area of the country and of the forces thereupon distributed, within which every decision given by the principal force of such a region extends itself directly over the whole, and carries on the whole with it in its own direction. We say directly, because a decision on one theatre of war must naturally have an influence, more or less, over those adjoining it. Although it lies quite in the nature of the thing, we must again remind our readers expressly that here as well as everywhere else our definitions are only directed at the centres of certain speculative regions, the limits of which we neither desire to, nor can we, define by sharp lines. We think, therefore, a theatre of war, whether large or small, with its military force, whatever may be the size of that, represents a unity which may be reduced to one centre of gravity. At this centre of gravity the decision must take place, and to be conqueror here means to defend the theatre of war in the widest sense. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. Defence of a theatre of war, continued. Defence, however, consists of two different elements. These are the decision and the state of expectation. The combination of these two elements forms the subject of this chapter. First, we must observe that the state of expectation is not, in point of fact, the complete defence. It is only that province of the same in which it proceeds to its aim. As long as a military force has not abandoned the portion of territory placed under its guardianship, the tension of forces on both sides created by the attack continues, and this lasts until there is a decision. The decision itself can only be regarded as having actually taken place when either the assailant or defender has left the theatre of war. As long as an armed force maintains itself within its theatre, the defence of the same continues, and in this sense the defence of the theatre of war is identical with the defence in the same. Whether the enemy in the meantime has obtained possession of much or little of that section of country is not essential, for it is only lent to him until the decision. But this kind of idea, by which we wish to settle the popular relation of the state of expectation to the whole, is only correct when a decision is really to take place, and is regarded by both parties as inevitable. For it is only by that decision that the centres of gravity of the respective forces and the theatre of war determined through them are effectually hit. Whenever the idea of a decisive solution disappears, then the centres of gravity are neutralised. Indeed, in a certain sense, the whole of the armed forces becomes so also, and now the possession of territory, which forms the second principal branch of the whole theatre of war, comes forward as the direct object. In other words, the less a decisive blow is sought for by both sides in a war, and the more it is merely a mutual observation of one another, so much the more important becomes the possession of territory, so much the more the defensive seeks to cover all directly, and the assailant seeks to extend his forces in his advance. Now, we cannot conceal from ourselves the fact that the majority of wars and campaigns approach much more to a state of observation than to a struggle for life and death. That is, a contest which one at least of the combatants uses every effort to bring about a complete decision. This last character is only to be found in the wars of the 19th century to such a degree that a theory founded on this point of view can be made in relation to them. But as all future wars will hardly have this character, and it is rather to be expected that they will again show a tendency to the observation character, therefore any theory to be practically useful must pay attention to that. Hence we shall commence with a case in which the desire of a decision permeates and guides the whole. Therefore, with real, or if we may use the expression, absolute war, then in another chapter we shall examine those modifications which arise through the approach, in a greater or less degree, to the state of a war of observation. In the first case, open bracket, whether the decision is sought by the aggressor or the defender, close bracket, the defence of the theatre of war must consist in the defender establishing himself there in such a manner that in a decision he will have an advantage on his side at any moment. This decision may either be a battle or a series of great combats, but it may also consist in the resultant of mere relations, which arises from the situation of the opposing forces, that is, possible combats. If the battle were not also the most powerful, the most usual, and the most effectual means of a decision in war, as we think we have already shown on several occasions, still the mere fact of it being in a general way one of the means of reaching this solution would be sufficient to enjoin the greatest concentration of our forces which circumstances will in any way permit. A great battle upon the theatre of war is a blow of the centre of force against the centre of force. The more forces can be collected into the one or the other, the surer and greater will be the effect. Therefore, every separation of forces which is not called for by an object (open bracket) which either cannot itself be attained by the successful issue of a battle, or which itself is necessary to the successful issue of a battle (close bracket), is blamable. But the greatest concentration of forces is not the only fundamental condition. It is also requisite that they should have such a position and place that the battle may be fought under favourable circumstances. The different slopes in the defence, which we have become acquainted with in the chapter on the methods of defence, are completely homogeneous with these fundamental conditions. There will therefore be no difficulty in connecting them with the same, according to the special requirements of each case. But there is one point which seems at first sight to involve a contradiction in itself, and which, as one of the most important in the defence, requires explanation so much the more. It is the hitting upon the exact centre of gravity of the enemy's force. If the defender ascertains in time the roads by which the enemy will advance, and upon which in particular the great mass of his force will be found for certainty, he may march against him on that road. This will be the most usual cause, for although the defence produces the attack in measures of a general nature, in the establishment of strong places, great arsenals and depots, and in the peace establishment of his army, and thus gives a line of direction to the assailant in his preparations, still when the campaign really opens, the defender in relation to the aggressor has the peculiar advantage in general of playing the last hand. To attack a foreign country with a large army, very considerable preparations are required. Provisions, stores, and articles of equipment of all kinds must be collected, which is a work of time. While these preparations are going on, the defender has time to prepare accordingly, in regard to which we must not forget that the defensive requires less time, generally speaking, because in every state things are prepared rather for the defensive than the offensive. But although this may hold good in the majority of cases, there is always a possibility that in particular cases the defensive may remain in uncertainty as to the principal line by which the enemy intends to advance, and this case is more likely to occur when the defence is dependent on measures which of themselves take a good deal of time, as for example the preparation of a strong position. Further, supposing that the defender places himself on the line by which the aggressor is advancing, then unless the defender is prepared to take the initiative by attacking the aggressor, the latter may avoid the position which the defender has taken up by only altering a little his line of advance. For in the cultivated parts of Europe we can never be so situated that there are not roads to the right or left by which any position may be avoided. Plainly, in such a case, the defender could not wait for his enemy in a position, or at least could not wait there in the expectation of giving battle. But before entering on the means available to the defensive in this case, we must inquire more particularly into the nature of such a case and the probability of its occurrence. Naturally, there are in every state, and also in every theatre of war (open bracket) of which alone we are at present speaking (close bracket), objects and points upon which an attack is likely to be more efficacious than anywhere else. Upon this we think it will be better to speak when we come to the attack. Here we shall confine ourselves to observing that if the most advantageous object and point of attack is the motive for the assailant in the direction of his blow, this motive reacts on the defensive, and must be his guide in cases in which he knows nothing of the intentions of his adversary. If the assailant does not take this direction, which is favourable to him, he forgoes part of his natural advantages. It is evident that if the defender has taken up a position in that direction, the evading his position or passing round is not to be done for nothing. It costs a sacrifice. From this it follows that there is not, on the side of the defender, such a risk of missing the direction of his enemy. Neither, on the other hand, is it so easy for the assailant to pass round his adversary as appears at first sight, because there exists beforehand a very distinct and in most cases preponderating motive in favour of one or the other direction, and that consequently the defender, although his preparations are fixed to one spot, will not fail in most cases to come in contact with the mass of the enemy's forces. In other words, if the defender has put himself in the right position, he may be almost sure that the assailant will come to meet him. But by this we shall not and cannot deny the possibility of the defender sometimes not meeting with the assailant after all these arrangements. And therefore the question arises, what should he then do, and how much of the real advantages of his position still remain available to him? If we ask ourselves what means still remain generally to the defender when the assailant passes by his position, they are the following. 1. To divide his forces instantly, so as to be certain to find the assailant with one portion, and then to support that portion with the other. 2. To take up a position with his force united, and in case the assailant passes by him, to push on rapidly in front of him by a lateral movement. In most cases there will not be time to make such a movement directly to a flank. It will therefore be necessary to take up the new position somewhat further back. 3. With his whole force to attack the enemy in flank. 4. To operate against his communications. 5. By a counter-attack on his theatre of war to do exactly what the enemy has done in passing by us. We introduce this last measure because it is possible to imagine a case in which it may be efficacious, but as it is in contradiction to the object of the defence, that is, the grounds on which that form has been chosen, therefore it can only be regarded as an abnormity which can only take place because the enemy has made some great mistake, or because there are other special features in a particular case. Operating against the enemy's communications implies that our own are superior, which is also one of the fundamental requisites of a good defensive position, but although on that ground this action may promise the defender a certain amount of advantage, still in the defence of a theatre of war, it is seldom an operation suited to lead to a decision, which we have supposed to be the object of the campaign. The dimensions of a single theatre of war are seldom so large that the line of communications is exposed to much danger by their length, and even if they were in danger, still the time which the assailant requires for the execution of his blow is usually too short for his progress to be arrested by the slow effects of the action against his communications. Therefore this means, open bracket, that is, the action against the communications, close bracket, will prove quite inefficacious in most cases against an enemy determined upon a decision, and also in case the defender seeks such a solution. The object of the three other means which remain for the defender is a direct decision, a meeting of centre of force with centre of force. They correspond better, therefore, with the thing required, but we shall at once say that we decidedly prefer the third to the other two, and without quite rejecting the latter, we hold the former to be in the majority of cases the true means of defence. In a position where our forces are divided, there is always a danger of getting involved in a war of posts, from which, if our adversary is resolute, can follow, under the best of circumstances, only a relative defence on a large scale, never a decision such as we desire. And even if by superior tact we should be able to avoid this mistake, still, by the preliminary resistance being with divided forces, the first shock is sensibly weakened, and we can never be sure that the advanced corps first engaged will not suffer disproportionate losses. To this is to be added that the resistance of the corps, which usually ends in its falling back on the main body, appears to the troops in the light of a lost combat or miscarriage of plans, and the moral force suffers accordingly. The second means, that of placing our whole force in front of the enemy, in whichever direction he may bend his march, involves a risk of our arriving too late, and thus between two measures falling short of both. Besides this, a defensive battle requires coolness and consideration, a knowledge, indeed intimate knowledge of the country, which cannot be expected in a hasty oblique movement to a flank. Lastly, positions suitable for a good defensive battlefield are too rarely to be met with to reckon upon them at every point of every road. On the other hand, the third means, namely to attack the enemy in flank, therefore to give battle with a change of front, is attended with great advantages. Firstly, there is always in this case, as we know, an exposure of the lines of communication, here the lines of retreat, and in this respect the defender has one advantage in his general relations as defender, and next and chiefly the advantage which we have claimed for the strategic properties of his position at present. Secondly, and this is the principal thing, every assailant who attempts to pass by his opponent is placed between two opposite tendencies. His first desire is to advance, to attain the object of his attack, but the possibility of being attacked in flank at any moment creates a necessity for being prepared at any moment to deliver a blow in that direction, and that too a blow with the mass of his forces. These two tendencies are contradictory and beget such a complication in the internal relations (of his army), such a difficulty in the choice of measures if they are to suit every event, that there can hardly be a more disagreeable position strategically. If the assailant knew with certainty the moment when he would be attacked, he might prepare to receive the enemy with skill and ability, but in his uncertainty on this point, and pressed by the necessity of advancing, it is almost certain that when the moment for battle arrives, it finds him in the midst of hurried and half-finished preparations, and therefore by no means in an advantageous relation to his enemy. If then there are favourable moments for the defender to deliver an offensive battle, it is surely at such a moment as this, above all others, that we may look for success. If we consider further that the knowledge of the country and choice of ground are on the side of the defender, that he can prepare his movements and can time them, no one can doubt that he possesses in such a situation a decided superiority, strategically, over his adversary. We think, therefore, that a defender occupying a well-chosen position with his forces united may quietly wait for the enemy passing by his army. Should the enemy not attack him in his position, and that an operation against the enemy's communications does not suit the circumstances, there still remains for him an excellent means of bringing about a decision by resorting to a flank attack. If cases of this kind are hardly to be found in military history, the reason is partly that the defender has seldom had the courage to remain firm in such a position, but has either divided his forces or rashly thrown himself in front of his enemy by a cross or diagonal march, or that no assailant dares to venture past the defender under such circumstances, and in that way his movement usually comes to a standstill. The defender is in this case compelled to resort to an offensive battle. The further advantages of the state of expectation of a strong position, of good entrenchments, etc., etc., he must give up. In most cases, the situation in which he finds the advancing enemy will not quite make up for these advantages, for it is just to evade their influence that the assailant has placed himself in the present situation. Still, it always offers him a certain compensation, and theory is, therefore, not just obliged to see a quantity disappear at once from the calculation, to see the pro and contra mutually cancel each other out, as so often happens when critical writers of history introduce a little bit of theory. It must not, in fact, be supposed that we are now dealing with logical subtleties. The subject is rather one which, the more it is practically considered, the more it appears as an idea embracing the whole essence of defensive war, everywhere dominating and regulating it. It is only by the determination on the part of the defender to assail his opponent with all his force the moment he passes him by, that he avoids two pitfalls close to which he is led by the defensive form, that is, a division of his force and a hasty flank march to intercept the assailant in front. In both he accepts the law of the assailant, in both he seeks to aid himself through measures of a very critical nature, and with a most dangerous degree of haste, and wherever a resolute adversary, thirsting for victory and a decision, has encountered such a system of defence, he has knocked it on the head. But when the defender has assembled his forces at the right point to fight a general action, if he is determined with this force, come what will, to attack his enemy in flank, he has done right, and is in the right course, and he is supported by all the advantages which the defence can give in his situation. His actions will then bear the stamp of good preparation, coolness, security, unity, and simplicity. We cannot here avoid mentioning a remarkable event in history which has a close analogy with the ideas now developed. We do so to anticipate its being used in a wrong application. When the Prussian army was, in October 1806, waiting in Thuringia for the French under Bonaparte, the former was posted between the two great roads on which the latter might be expected to advance, that is, the road to Berlin by Erfurt, and that of Hof and Leipzig. The first intention of breaking into Franconia straight through the Thuringian forest, and afterwards, when that plan was abandoned, the uncertainty as to which of the roads the French would choose for their advance, caused this immediate position. As such, it must therefore have led to the adoption of the measure we have been discussing, a hasty interception of the enemy in front by a lateral movement. This was in fact the idea, in case the enemy marched by Erfurth, for the roads in that direction were good. On the other hand, the idea of a movement of this description on the road by Hof could not be entertained, partly because the army was 2 or 3 marches away from that road, partly because the deep valley of the Saale imposed. Neither did this plan ever enter into the views of the Duke of Brunswick, so that there was no kind of preparation made for carrying it into effect. But it was always contemplated by Prince Hohenlohe, that is, by Colonel Massenbach, who exerted all of his influence to draw the Duke into this plan. Still less could the idea be entertained of leaving the position which had been taken on the left bank of the Saale to try an offensive battle against Bonaparte on his advance, that is, to such an attack in flank as we have been considering. For if the Saale was an obstacle to intercepting the enemy in the last moment, a fortiori, it would be a still greater obstacle to assuming the offensive at a moment when the enemy would be in possession of the opposite side of the river, at least partially. The Duke therefore determined to wait behind the Saale to see what would happen, that is to say, if we can call anything a determination which emanated from this many-headed headquarters staff, and in this time of confusion and utter indecision. Whatever may have been the true condition of affairs during this state of expectation, the consequent situation of the army was this: 1. That the enemy might be attacked if he crossed the Saale to attack the Prussian army. 2. That if he did not march against that army, operations might be commenced against his communications. 3. If it should be found practicable and advisable, he might be intercepted near Leipzig by a rapid flank march. In the first case, the Prussian army possessed a great strategic and tactical advantage in the deep valley of the Saale. In the second, the strategic advantage was just as great, for the enemy had only a very narrow base between our position and the neutral territory of Bohemia, whilst ours was extremely broad. Even in the third case, our army, covered by the Saale, was still by no means in a disadvantageous situation. All these three measures, in spite of the confusion and want of any clear perception at headquarters, were really discussed. But certainly we cannot wonder that, although a right idea may have been entertained, it should have entirely failed in the execution by the complete want of resolution and the confusion generally prevailing. In the first two cases, the position on the left bank of the Saale is to be regarded as a real flank position, and it had undoubtedly, as such, very great qualities, but in truth, against a very superior enemy, against a Bonaparte, a flank position with an army that is not very sure about what it is doing is a very bold measure. After long hesitation, the Duke on the 13th adopted the last of the plans proposed, but it was too late. Bonaparte had already commenced to pass the Saale, and the battles of Jena and Auerstadt were inevitable. The Duke, through his indecision, had set himself between two stools. He quitted his first position too late to push his army in before the enemy, and too soon for a battle suited to the object. Nevertheless, the natural strength of this position proved itself so far that the Duke was able to destroy the right wing of the enemy's army at Auerstadt, while Prince Hohenlohe, by a bloody retreat, was still able to back out of the scrape, but at Auerstadt they did not venture to realise the victory which was quite certain, and at Jena they thought they might reckon upon one which was quite impossible. In any case, Bonaparte felt the strategic importance of the position on the Saale so much that he did not venture to pass it by, but determined on a passage of the Saale in sight of the enemy. By what we have now said, we think we have sufficiently specified the relations between the defence and the attack when a defensive course of action is intended, and we believe we have shown also the threads to which, according to their situation and connection, the different subjects of the plan of defence attach themselves. To go through the different arrangements more in detail does not come within our views, for that would lead us into a boundless field of particular cases. When a general has laid down for his direction a distinct point, he will see how far it agrees with geographical, statistical and political circumstances, the material and personal relations of his own army and that of the enemy, and how the one or the other may require that his plans should be modified in carrying them into effect. But in order more distinctly to connect and look closer at the gradations in the defence specified in the chapter on the different kinds of defence, we shall here lay before our readers what seems to us most important in relation to the same generally. 1. Reasons for marching against the enemy with a view to an offensive battle may be as follows: A. If we know that the enemy is advancing with his forces very much divided, and therefore we have reason to expect a victory, although we are upon the whole much weaker, but such an advance on the part of the assailant is in itself very improbable, and consequently, unless we know of it upon certain information, the plan is not good, for to reckon upon it and rest all our hopes on it through a mere supposition and without sufficient motive leads generally to a very dangerous situation. We do not then find things as we expected. We are obliged to give up the offensive battle. We are not prepared to fight on the defensive. We are obliged to commence with a retreat against our will, and leave almost everything to chance. This is very much what occurred in the defence conducted by the army under Dohna against the Russians in the campaign of 1759, and which under General Wiedel ended in the unfortunate battle of Zulichow. This measure shortens matters so much that plan makers are only too ready to propose it without taking much trouble to inquire how far the hypothesis upon which it rests is well founded. B. If we are generally in sufficient strength for battle, and C. If a blundering, irresolute adversary specially invites an attack. In this case, the effect of surprise may be worth more than any assistance furnished by the ground through a good position. It is the real essence of good generalship thus to bring into play the power of the moral forces. But theory can never say loud enough, nor often enough, there must be an objective foundation for these suppositions. Without such foundation, to be always talking of surprises and the superiority of novel or unusual modes of attack, and thereon to found plans, considerations, criticisms, is acting without any grounds, and is altogether objectionable. D. When the nature of our army makes it specially suited for the offensive. It was certainly not a visionary or false idea when Frederick the Great conceived that in his mobile, courageous army, full of confidence in him, obedient by habit, trained to precision, animated and elevated by pride, and with its perfection in the oblique attack, he possessed an instrument which, in his firm and daring hand, was much more suited to attack than defence. All these qualities were wanting in his opponents, and in this respect, therefore, he had the most decided superiority. To make use of this was worth more to him in most cases than to take to his assistance entrenchments and obstacles of ground. But such a superiority will always be rare. A well-trained army, thoroughly practised in great movements, has only part of the above advantages. If Frederick the Great maintained that the Prussian army was particularly adapted for the attack, and this has been incessantly repeated since his time, still we should not attach too much weight to any such saying. In most cases in war, we feel more exhilarated, more courageous, when acting offensively than defensively. But this is a feeling which all troops have in common, and there is hardly an army respecting which its generals and leaders have not made the same assertion (open bracket) as Frederick (close bracket). We must, therefore, not too readily rely on an appearance of superiority, and through that neglect real advantages. A very natural and weighty reason for resorting to an offensive battle may be the composition of the army as regards the three arms, for instance, a numerous cavalry and little artillery. We continue the enumeration of reasons. E. When we can nowhere find a good position. F. When we must hasten with the decision. G. Lastly, the combined influence of several or all of these reasons. 2. The waiting for the enemy in a locality where it is intended to attack him (open bracket, Minden, 1759, close bracket), naturally proceeds from A. There being no such disproportion of force to our disadvantage as to make it necessary to seek a strong position and strengthen it by entrenchments. B. A locality having been found particularly adapted to the purpose. The properties which determine this belong to tactics. We shall only observe that these properties chiefly consist in an easy approach for the defender from his side, and in all kinds of obstacles on the side next to the enemy. 3. A position will be taken with the express intention of there waiting the attack of the enemy. A. If the disproportion of forces compels us to seek cover from natural obstacles or behind fieldworks. B. When the country affords an excellent position for our purposes. The two modes of defence, 2 and 3, will come more into consideration according as we do not seek the decision itself, but content ourselves with a negative result, and have reason to think that our opponent is wavering and irresolute, and that he will in the end fail to carry out his plans. For an entrenched, unassailable camp only fulfils the object A if it is situated at an extremely important strategic point. The character of such a position consists in this, that we cannot be driven out of it. The enemy is therefore obliged to try some other means, that is, to pursue his object without touching this camp, or to blockade it and reduce it by starvation. If it is impossible for him to do this, then the strategic qualities of the position must be very great. B. If we have reason to expect aid from abroad. Such was the case with the Saxon army in its position at Pirna. Notwithstanding all that has been said against the measure, on account of the ill success which attended it in this instance, it is perfectly certain that 17,000 Saxons could never have been able to neutralise 40,000 Prussians in any other way. If the Austrians were unable to make better use of the superiority obtained at Lowositz, that only shows the badness of their whole method of war, as well as of their whole military organisation, and that there cannot be a doubt that if the Saxons, instead of taking post in the camp of Pirna, had retired into Bohemia, Frederick the Great would have driven both Austrians and Saxons beyond Prague, and taken that place in the same campaign. Whoever does not admit the value of this advantage, and limits his consideration to the capture of the whole of the Saxon army, shows himself incapable of making a calculation of all the circumstances in a case of this kind, and without calculation no certain deduction can be obtained. But as the cases A and B very rarely occur, therefore the entrenched camp is a measure which requires to be well considered, and which is very seldom suitable in practice. The hope of inspiring the enemy with respect by such a camp, and thus reducing him to a state of complete inactivity, is attended with too much danger, namely with the danger of being obliged to fight without the possibility of retreat. If Frederick the Great gained his object in this way at Bunzelwitz, we must admire the correct judgment he formed of his adversary, but we must certainly also lay more stress than usual on the resources which he would have found at the last moment to clear a road for the remains of his army, and also on the irresponsibility of a king. 5. If there is one, or if there are several fortresses near the frontier, then the great question arises whether the defender should seek an action before or behind them. The latter recommends itself, A, by the superiority of the enemy in numbers, which forces us to break his power before coming to a final struggle. B, by these fortresses being near, so that the sacrifice of territory is not greater than we are compelled to make. C, by the fitness of the fortresses for defence. One principal use of fortresses is unquestionably, or should be, to break the enemy's force in his advance, and to weaken considerably that portion which we intend to bring to an engagement. If we so seldom see this use made of fortresses, that proceeds from the cases in which a decisive battle is sought for by one of the opposing parties being very rare, but that is the only kind of case which we treat of here. We therefore look upon it as a principle equally simple and important in all cases in which the defender has one or more fortresses near him, that he should keep them before him and give the decisive battle behind them. We admit that a battle lost within the line of our fortresses will compel us to retreat further into the interior of the country than one lost on the other side, tactical results in both cases being the same, although the causes of the difference have their origin rather in the imagination than in real things. Neither do we forget that a battle may be given beyond the fortresses in a well-chosen position, whilst inside them the battle, in most cases, must be an offensive one, particularly if the enemy is laying siege to a fortress which is in danger of being lost. But what signify these nice shades of distinction as compared to the advantage that, in the decisive battle, we meet the enemy weakened by a fourth or third of his force, perhaps one half, if there are many fortresses. We think, therefore, that in all cases of an inevitable decision, whether sought for by the offensive or the defensive, and that the latter is not tolerably sure of a victory, or if the nature of the country does not offer some most decisive reason to give battle in a position further forward, in all these cases, we say, when a fortress is situated near at hand and capable of defence, the defender should by all means withdraw at once behind it, and let the decision take place on this side, consequently with its cooperation. If he takes up his position so close to the fortress that the assailant can neither form the siege of, nor blockade the place without first driving him off, he places the assailant under the necessity of attacking him, the defender, in his position. To us, therefore, of all defensive measures in a critical situation, none appears so simple and efficacious as the choice of a good position near to and behind a strong fortress. At the same time, the question would wear a different aspect if the fortress was situated far back, for then it would be necessary to abandon a considerable part of our theatre of war, a sacrifice which, as we know, should not be made unless in a case of great urgency. In such a case, the measure would bear more resemblance to a retreat into the interior of the country. Another condition is the fitness of the place for defence. It is well known that there are fortified places, especially large ones, which are not fit to be brought into contact with an enemy's army because they could not resist the sudden assault by a powerful force. In this case, our position must, at all events, be so close behind that we could support the garrison. Lastly, the retreat into the interior of the country is only a natural resource under the following circumstances. A. When, owing to the physical and moral relation in which we stand as respects the enemy, the idea of successful resistance on the frontier or near it cannot be entertained. B. When it is a principal object to gain time. C. When there are peculiarities in the country which are favourable to the measure, a subject on which we have already treated in the 25th chapter. We thus close the chapter on the defence of a theatre of war if a defensive solution is sought for by one or other party and is therefore inevitable. But it must be particularly borne in mind that events in war do not exhibit themselves in such a pure abstract form, and that therefore if our maxims and arguments should be used in reasoning on actual war, our 30th chapter should also be kept in view, and we must suppose the general, in the majority of cases, is placed between two tendencies, urged more towards one or the other, according to circumstances. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. Defence of a theatre of war continued. Successive resistance. We have proved in the 12th and 13th chapters that in strategy a successive resistance is inconsistent with the nature of the thing, and that all forces available should be used simultaneously. As regards forces which are movable, this requires no further demonstration, but when we look at the seat of war itself, with its fortresses, the natural divisions of the ground, and even the extent of its surface as being also elements of war, these being immovable, we can only either bring them gradually into use, or we must at once place ourselves so far back that all agencies of this kind which are to be brought into activity are in our front. Then everything which can contribute to weaken the enemy in the territory which he has occupied comes at once into activity, for the assailant must at least blockade the defender's fortresses. He must keep the country in subjection by garrisons and other posts. He has long marches to make, and everything he requires must be brought from a distance, etc. All these agencies commence to work, whether the assailant makes his advance before or after the decision, but in the former case their influence is somewhat greater. From this, therefore, it follows that if the defender chooses to transfer his decision to a point further back, he has thus the means of bringing at once into play all these immovable elements of military force. On the other hand, it is clear that this transfer of the solution (open bracket) on the part of the defender (close bracket) does not alter the extent of the influence of a victory which the assailant gains. In treating of the attack, we shall examine more closely the extent of the influence of a victory. Here we shall only observe that it reaches to the exhaustion of the superiority, that is, the resultant of the physical and moral relations. Now this superiority exhausts itself in the first place by the duties required from the forces on the theatre of war, and secondly by losses in combats. The diminution of force arising from these two causes cannot be essentially altered, whether the combats take place at the commencement or at the end, near the frontier or further towards the interior of the country (open bracket, vom Oder hinten, close bracket). We think, for example, that a victory gained by Bonaparte over the Russians at Vilna, 1812, would have carried him just as far as that of Borodino, assuming that it was equally great, and that a victory at Moscow would not have carried him any further. Moscow was, in either case, the limit of this sphere of victory. Indeed, it cannot be doubted for a moment that a decisive battle on the frontier (open bracket, for other reasons, close bracket) would have produced much greater results through victory, and then perhaps the sphere of its influence would have been wider. Therefore, in this view, also the transfer of the decision to a point further back is not necessary for the defence. In the chapter on the various means of resistance, that method of delaying the decision, which may be regarded as an extreme form, was brought before us under the name of retreat into the interior, and is a particular method of defence in which the object is rather that the assailant should wear himself out than that he should be destroyed by the sword on the field of battle. But it is only when such an intention predominates that the delaying of the decisive battle can be regarded as a peculiar method of resistance, for otherwise it is evident that an infinite number of gradations may be conceived in this method, and that these may be combined with all other means of defence. We therefore look upon the greater or less co-operation of the theatre of war not as a special form of defence, but as nothing more than a discretionary introduction into the defence of the immovable means of resistance, just according as circumstances and the nature of the situation may appear to require. But now, if the defender does not think he requires any assistance from these immovable forces for his purposed decision, or if the further sacrifice connected with the use of them is too great, and they are kept in reserve for the future, and form a sort of succession of reinforcements which perhaps enable the possibility of keeping the movable forces in such a condition that they will be able to follow up the first favourable decision with a second, or perhaps in the same manner even a third, that is to say, in this manner a successive application of his forces becomes possible. If the defender loses a battle on the frontier, which does not amount to a complete defeat, we may very well imagine that by placing himself behind the nearest fortresses, he will then be in a condition to accept battle again. Indeed, if he is only dealing with an opponent who has not much resolution, then perhaps some considerable obstacle of ground will be quite sufficient as to a means of stopping the enemy. There is therefore in strategy, in the use of the theatre of war, as well as in everything else, an economy of force. The less one can make suffice, the better, but there must be sufficient, and here, as well as in commerce, there is something to be thought of besides mere niggardliness. But in order to prevent a great misconception, we must draw away to this, that the subject of our present consideration is not how much resistance an army can offer, or the enterprises which it can undertake after a lost battle, but only the result which we can promise ourselves beforehand from this subsequent act in our defence, consequently how high we can estimate it in our plan. Here there is only one point which the defender has to look into, which is the character and the situation of his opponent. An adversary weak in character, with little self-confidence, without noble ambition, and placed under great restrictions, will content himself, in case he is successful, with a moderate advantage, and timidly hold back at every fresh offer of a decision which the defender ventures to make. In this case, the defender may count upon the beneficial use of all the means of resistance of his theatre of war, in succession, in constantly fresh, although in themselves small, combats in which the prospect always brightens of an ultimate decision in his favour. But who does not feel that we are now on the road to campaigns devoid of decision, which are much more the field of a successive application of force? Of these we shall speak in the following chapter. End of chapter 29. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 6, Chapter 30, Part 1 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3 by Carl Von Clausewitz, translated by J. J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 30, Part 1, Defence of a Theatre of War continued, when no decision is sought for. Whether and how far a war is possible in which neither party acts on the offensive, therefore in which neither combatant has a positive aim, we shall consider in the last book. Here it is not necessary for us to occupy ourselves with the contradiction which this presents, because on a single theatre of war we can easily suppose reasons for such a defensive on both sides, consequent on the relations of each of these parts to the whole. But in addition to the examples which history furnishes of particular campaigns that have taken place without the focus of a necessary solution, history also tells us of many others in which there was no want of an assailant, consequently no want of a positive will on one side, but in which that will was so weak that instead of striving to obtain the object at any price, and foreseeing the necessary decision, it contented itself with such advantages as arose in a manner spontaneously out of circumstances, or the assailant pursued no self-selected end at all, but made his object depend on circumstances, in the meanwhile gathering such fruits as presented themselves from time to time. Although such an offensive, which deviates very much from the strict logical necessity of a direct march towards the object, and which, almost like a lounger sauntering through the campaign, looking out right and left for cheap fruits of opportunity, differs very little from the defensive itself, which allows the general to pick up what he can in this way, still we shall give the closer philosophical consideration of this kind of warfare a place in the book on the attack. Here we shall confine ourselves to the conclusion that in such a campaign the settlement of the whole question is not looked for by either assailant or defender through a decisive battle, and therefore the great battle is no longer the keystone of the arch, towards which all the lines of the strategic superstructure are directed. Campaigns of this kind, as the history of all times and all countries shows us, are not only numerous, but form such an overwhelming majority that the remainder only appear as exceptions. Even if this proportion should alter in the future, still it is certain that there will always be many such campaigns, and therefore, in studying the theory of the defence of a theatre of war, they must be brought into consideration. We shall endeavour to describe the peculiarity by which they are characterised. Real war will generally be in a medium between the two different tendencies, sometimes approaching nearer to one, sometimes to the other, and we can therefore only see the practical effect of all these peculiarities in the modification which is produced in the absolute form of war by their counteraction. We have already said in the third chapter of this book that the state of expectation is one of the greatest advantages which the defensive has over the offensive. As a general rule, it seldom happens in life, and least of all in war, that all that the circumstances would lead us to expect does actually take place. The imperfection of human insight, the fear of evil results, accidents which derange the development of designs in their execution, are causes through which many of the transactions enjoined by circumstances are never realised in the execution. In war, where insufficiency of knowledge, the danger of a catastrophe, the number of accidents are incomparably greater than in any other branch of human activity, the number of shortcomings, if we may so call them, must necessarily also be much greater. This is then the rich field where the defensive gathers fruits which grow for it spontaneously. If we add to this result of experience the substantial importance of possession of the surface of the ground in war, then that maxim, which has become a proverb, beati sunt possidentes, holds good here as well as in peace. It is this maxim which here takes the place of the decision, that focus of all action in every war directed to mutual destruction. It is fruitful beyond measure not in actions which it calls forth, but in motives for not acting, and for all that action which is done in the interest of inaction. When no decision is sought for or expected, there is no reason for giving up anything, for that could only be done to gain thereby some advantage in the decision. The consequence is that the defender keeps all, or at least as much as he can, that is, as much as he can cover, and the assailant takes possession of so much as he can without involving himself in a decision, that is, he will extend himself laterally as much as possible. We have only to deal with the first in this place. Wherever the defender is not present with his military forces, the assailant can take possession, and then the advantage of the state of expectation is on his side. Hence the endeavour to cover the country everywhere directly, and to take the chance of the assailant attacking the troops posted for this purpose. Before we go further into the special properties of the defence, we must extract from the book on the attack those objects which the assailant usually aims at when the decision by battle is not sought. They are as follows: 1. The seizure of a considerable strip of territory, as far as that can be done without a decisive engagement. 2. The capture of an important magazine under the same condition. 3. The capture of a fortress not covered. No doubt a siege is more or less a great operation, often requiring great labour, but it is an undertaking which does not contain the elements of a catastrophe. If it comes to the worst, the siege can be raised without thereby suffering a great positive loss. 4. A successful combat of some importance, but in which there is not much risked, and consequently not much to be gained. a combat which takes place not as the cardinal knot of a whole strategic bond, but on its own account, for the sake of trophies or honour of the troops. For such an object, of course, a combat is not fought at any price. We either wait for the chance of a favourable opportunity, or seek to bring one about by skill. These four objects of attack give rise to the following efforts on the part of the defence. 1. To cover the fortresses by keeping them behind us. 2. To cover the country by extending the troops over it. 3. Where the extension is not sufficient, to throw the army rapidly in front of the enemy by a flank march. 4. To guard against disadvantageous combats. It is clear that the object of the first three measures is to force on the enemy the initiative, and to derive the utmost advantage from the state of expectation, and this object is so deeply rooted in the nature of the thing that it would be great folly to despise it prima facie. It must necessarily occupy a higher place the less a decision is expected, and it is the ruling principle in all such campaigns, even although apparently a considerable degree of activity may be manifested in small actions of an indecisive character. Hannibal, as well as Fabius, and both Frederick the Great and Daun, have done homage to this principle wherever they did not either seek for or expect a decision. The fourth effort serves as a corrective to the three others. It is their condito sine qua non. We shall now proceed to examine these subjects a little more closely. At first sight it appears somewhat preposterous to protect a fortress from the enemy's attack by placing an army in front of it. Such a measure looks like a kind of pleonasm, as fortifications are built to resist a hostile attack of themselves. Yet it is a measure which we see resorted to thousands and thousands of times. But thus it is in the conduct of war. The most common things often seem the most incomprehensible. Who would presume to pronounce these thousands of instances to be so many blunders on the ground of this seeming inconsistency? The constant repetition of the measure shows that it must proceed from some deep-seated motive. This reason is, however, no other than that pointed out above, emanating from moral sluggishness and inactivity. If the defender places himself in front of his fortress, the enemy cannot attack it unless he first beats the army in front of it. But a battle is not a decision. If that is not the enemy's object, then there will be no battle, and the defender will remain in possession of his fortress without striking a blow. Consequently, whenever we do not believe the enemy intends to fight a battle, we should venture on the chance of his not making up his mind to do so, especially as in most cases we still retain the power of withdrawing behind the fortress in a moment, if contrary to our expectation the enemy should march to attack us. The position before the fortress is in this way free from danger, and the probability of maintaining the status quo without any sacrifice is not even attended with the slightest risk. If the defender places himself behind the fortress, he offers the assailant an object which is exactly suited to the circumstances in which the latter is placed. If the fortress is not of great strength, and he is not quite unprepared, he will commence the siege. In order that this may not end in the fall of the place, the defender must march to its relief. The positive action, the initiative, is now laid on him, and the adversary, who by his siege is to be regarded as advancing towards his object, is in the situation of occupier. Experience teaches that the matter always takes this turn, and it does so naturally. A catastrophe, as we have before said, is not necessarily bound up with a siege. Even a general devoid of either the spirit of enterprise or energy, who would never make up his mind to a battle, will proceed to undertake a siege with perhaps nothing but field artillery, when he can approach a fortress without risk. At the worst, he can abandon his undertaking without any positive loss. There always remains to be considered the danger to which most fortresses are more or less exposed, that of being taken by assault or in some other irregular manner, and this circumstance should certainly not be overlooked by the defender in his calculation of probabilities. In weighing and considering the different chances, it seems natural that the defender should look upon the probability of not having to fight at all as more for his advantage than the probability of fighting even under favourable circumstances. And thus it appears to us that the practice of placing an army in the field before its fortress is both natural and fully explained. Frederick the Great, for instance, at Glogau against the Russians, at Schwedenitz, Nice and Dresden against the Austrians, almost always adopted it. This measure, however, brought misfortune on the Duke of Bevern at Breslau. Behind Breslau he could not have been attacked. The superiority of the Austrians in the king's absence would soon cease, as he was approaching, and therefore, by a position behind Breslau, a battle might have been avoided until Frederick's arrival. No doubt the Duke would have preferred that course, if it had not been that it would have exposed that important place to a bombardment, at which the king, who was anything but tolerant on such occasions, would have been highly displeased. The attempt made by the Duke to protect Breslau by an entrenched position taken up for the purpose cannot, after all, be disapproved, for it was very possible that Prince Charles of Lorraine, contented with the capture of Schwednitz, and threatened by the march of the king, would, by that position, have been prevented from advancing farther. The best thing he could have done would have been to refuse the battle at the last, by withdrawing through Breslau at the moment that the Austrians advanced to the attack. In this way he would have got all the advantages of the state of expectation without paying for them by a great danger. If we have here traced the position before a fortress to reasons of a superior and absolute order, and defended its adoption on these grounds, we still have to observe that there is a motive of a secondary class, which, though a more obvious one, is not sufficient of itself alone, not being absolute. We refer to the use which is made by armies of the nearest fortress as a depot of provisions and munitions of war. This is so convenient and presents so many advantages that a general will not easily make up his mind to draw his supplies of all kinds from more distant places, or to lodge them in open towns. But if a fortress is the great magazine of an army, then the position before it is frequently a matter of absolute necessity, and in most cases is very natural. But it is easy to see that this obvious motive, which is easily overvalued by those who are not in the habit of looking far before them, is neither sufficient to explain all cases, nor are the circumstances connected with it of sufficient importance to entitle it to give a final decision. The capture of one or more fortresses without risking a battle is such a very natural object of all attacks which do not aim at a decision on the field of battle, that the defender makes it his principal business to thwart this design. Thus it is that on theatres of war containing a number of fortresses, we find these places made pivots of almost all movements. We find the assailant seeking to approach one of them unexpectedly, and employing various feints to aid his purpose, and the defender immediately seeking to stop him by well-prepared movements. Such is the general character of almost all the campaigns of Louis XIV in the Netherlands up to the time of Marshal Saxe. So much for the covering of fortresses. The covering of a country by an extended disposition of forces is only conceivable in combination with very considerable obstacles of ground. The great and small posts which must be formed for the purpose can only get a certain capability of resistance through strength of position, and as natural obstacles are seldom found sufficient, therefore field fortification is made use of as an assistance. But now it is to be observed that the power of resistance which is thus obtained at any one point is always only relative (see the chapter on the signification of the combat), and never to be regarded as absolute. It may certainly happen that one such post may remain proof against all attacks made upon it, and that therefore in a single instance there may be an absolute result, but from the greater number of posts, a single one in comparison to the whole appears weak and exposed to the possible attack of an overwhelming force, and consequently it would be unreasonable to place one's dependence for safety on the resistance of any one single post. In such an extended position we can therefore only count on resistance of relative length, and not upon a victory properly speaking. This value of single posts at the same time is also sufficient for the object and for general calculation. In campaigns in which no great decision, no irresistible march towards the complete subjugation of the whole force is to be feared, there is little risk in a combat of posts, even if it ends in the loss of a post. There is seldom any further result in connection with it than the loss of the post and a few trophies. The influence of victory penetrates no further into the situation of affairs. It does not tear down any part of the foundation to be followed by a mass of building in ruin. In the worst case, if, for instance, the whole defensive system is disorganised by the loss of a single post, the defender has always time to concentrate his corps, and with his whole force to offer battle, which the assailant, according to our supposition, does not desire. Therefore, also, it usually happens that with this concentration of force, the act closes, and the further advance of the assailant is stopped. A strip of land, a few men and guns, are the losses of the defender, and with these results, the assailant is satisfied. To such a risk, we say the defender may very well expose himself if he has, on the other hand, the possibility, or rather the probability in his favour, that the assailant, from excessive caution, will halt before his posts without attacking them. Only in regard to this we must not lose sight of the fact that we are now supposing an assailant who will not venture upon any great stroke. A moderate-sized but strong post will very well serve to stop such an adversary, for although he can undoubtedly make himself master of it, still the question arises as to the price it will cost, and whether that price is not too high for any use that he can make of the victory. In this way we may see how the powerful relative resistance which the defender can obtain from an extended disposition, consisting of a number of posts in juxtaposition with each other, may constitute a satisfactory result in the calculation of his whole campaign. In order to direct at once to the right point the glance which the reader, with his mind's eye, will here cast upon military history, we must observe that these extended positions appear most frequently in the latter half of a campaign, because by that time the defender has become thoroughly acquainted with his adversary, with his projects and his situation, and the little quantity of the spirit of enterprise with which the assailant started is usually exhausted. In this defensive, in an extended position by which the country, the supplies, and the fortresses are to be covered, all great natural obstacles, such as streams, rivers, mountains, woods, morasses, must naturally play a part and acquire a predominant importance. Upon their use we refer to what has already been said on these subjects. It is through this predominant importance of the topographical element that the knowledge and activity which are looked upon as the specialty of the general staff of an army are more particularly called into requisition. Now, as the staff of the army is usually that branch which writes and publishes most, it follows that these parts of campaigns are recorded more fully in history, and then again from that there follows a not unnatural tendency to systematise them, and to frame out of the historical solution of one case a general solution for all succeeding cases, but this endeavour is futile and therefore erroneous. Besides, in this more passive kind of war, in this form of it which is tied to localities, each case is different to another and must be differently treated. The ablest memoirs of a critical character respecting these subjects are therefore only suited to make one acquainted with facts, but never to serve as dictates. Natural, and at the same time meritorious, as is this industry which, according to the general view, we have attributed to the staff in particular, still we must raise a warning voice against usurpations which often spring from it to the prejudice of the whole. The authority acquired by those who are at the head of and best acquainted with this branch of military service gives them often a sort of general dominion over people's minds, beginning with the general himself, and from this then springs a routine of ideas which causes an undue bias of the mind. At last the general sees nothing but mountains and passes, and that which should be a measure of free choice guided by circumstances becomes mannerism, becomes second nature. Thus, in the year 1793 and 1794, Colonel Gravert of the Prussian army, who was the animating spirit of the staff at that time, and well known as a regular man for mountains and passes, persuaded two generals of the most opposite personal characteristics, the Duke of Brunswick and General Mollendorf, into exactly the same method of carrying on war. That a defensive line parallel to the course of a formidable natural obstacle may lead to a cordon war is quite plain. It must in most cases necessarily lead to that, if really the whole extent of the theatre of war could be directly covered in that manner. But most theatres of war have such an extent that the normal tactical disposition of the troops destined for its defence would be by no means commensurate with that object. At the same time as the assailant, by his own dispositions and other circumstances, is confined to certain principal directions and great roads, and any great deviations from these directions, even if he is only opposed to a very inactive defender, would be attended with great embarrassment and disadvantage. Therefore, generally, all that the defender has to do is to cover the country for a certain number of miles or marches right and left of these principal lines of direction of his adversary. But again, to effect this covering, we may be contented with defensive posts on the principal roads and means of approach, and merely watch the country between by small posts of observation. The consequence of this is certainly that the assailant may then pass a column between two of these posts, and thus make the attack which he has in view upon one post from several quarters at once. Now these posts are in some measure arranged to meet this, partly by their having supports for their flanks, partly by the formation of flank defences called crotchets, partly by their being able to receive assistance from a reserve posted in rear, or by troops detached from adjoining posts. In this matter the number of posts is reduced still more, and the result is that an army engaged in a defence of this kind usually divides itself into 4 or 5 principal posts. For important points of approach beyond a certain distance, and yet in some measure threatened, Special central points are established, which in a certain measure form small theatres of war within the principal one. In this manner the Austrians, during the 7 Years' War, generally placed the main body of their army in 4 or 5 posts in the mountains of Lower Silesia, whilst a small, almost independent corps organised for itself a similar system of defence in Upper Silesia. Now, the further such a defensive system diverges from direct covering, the more it must call to its assistance mobility (active defence), and even offensive means. Certain corps are considered reserves, besides which one post hastens to send to the help of another all the troops it can spare. This assistance may be rendered either by hastening up directly from the rear to reinforce and re-establish the passive defence, or by attacking the enemy in flank, or even by menacing his line of retreat. If the assailant threatens the flank of a post, not with direct attack, but only by a position through which he can act upon the communications of this post, then either the corps which has been advanced for this purpose must be attacked in earnest, or the way of reprisal must be resorted to by acting in turn on the enemy's communications. We see therefore that however passive this defence is, in the leading ideas on which it is based, still it must comprise many active means, and in its organisation may be forewarned in many ways against complicated events. Usually those defences pass for the best which make the most use of active or even offensive means, but this depends in great part on the nature of the country, the characteristics of the troops, and even on the talent of the general. Partly we are also very prone in general to expect too much from movement and other auxiliary measures of an active nature, and to place too little reliance on the local defence of a formidable natural obstacle. We think we have thus sufficiently explained what we understand by an extended line of defence, and we now turn to the third auxiliary means, the placing ourselves in front of the enemy by a rapid march to a flank. This means is necessarily one of those provided for that defence of a country which we are now considering. In the first place, the defender, even with the most extended position, often cannot guard all the approaches to his country which are menaced. Next, in many cases he must be ready to prepare with the bulk of his forces to any posts upon which the bulk of the enemy's force is about to be thrown, as otherwise those posts would be too easily overpowered. Lastly, a general who has an aversion to confining his army to a passive resistance in an extended position must seek to attain his object, the protection of his country, by rapid, well-planned and well-conducted movements. The greater the spaces which he leaves exposed, the greater the talent required in planning the movements in order to arrive at anywhere at the right moment of time. The natural consequence of striving to do this is, that in such a case, positions which afford sufficient advantages to make an enemy give up all idea of an attack as soon as our army, or only a portion of it, reaches them, are sought for and prepared in all directions. As these positions are again and again occupied, and all depends on reaching the same in right time, they are in a certain measure the valves of all this method of carrying on war, which on that account have been termed a war of posts. Just as an extended position and the relative resistance in war without great decisions do not present the dangers which are inherent in its original nature, so in the same manner the intercepting of the enemy in front by a march to a flank is not so hazardous as it would be in the immediate expectation of a great decision. To attempt at the last moment in greatest haste (by a lateral movement) to thrust in an army in front of an adversary of determined character, who is both able and willing to deal heavy blows and has no scruples about an expenditure of forces, would be half-way to a most decisive disaster, for against an unhesitating blow delivered with the enemy's whole strength, such running and stumbling into a position would not do. But against an opponent who, instead of taking up his work with his whole hand, uses only the tips of his fingers, who does not know how to make use of a great result, or rather of the opening for one, who only seeks a trifling advantage but at small expense, against such an opponent this kind of resistance certainly may be applied with effect. A natural consequence is that this means also in general occurs oftener in the last half of a campaign than at its commencement. Here also the General Staff has an opportunity of displaying its topographical knowledge in framing a system of combined measures connected with the choice and preparation of the positions and the roads leading to them. When the whole object of one party is to gain in the end a certain point, and the whole object of his adversary on the other hand is to prevent his doing so, then both parties are often obliged to make their movements under the eyes of each other. For this reason, these movements will be made with a degree of precaution and precision not otherwise required. Formerly, before the mass of an army was formed of independent divisions, and even on the march was always regarded as an indivisible whole, this precaution and precision was attended with much more formality, and with the copious use of tactical skill. On these occasions, certainly, single brigades were often obliged to leave the general line of battle to secure peculiar points and act an independent part until the army arrived, but these were and continued anomalous proceedings, and the aim in the order of march generally was to move the army from one point to another as a whole, preserving its normal formation, and avoiding such exceptional proceedings as the above as far as possible. Now that the parts of the main body of an army are subdivided again into independent bodies, and these bodies can venture to enter into an engagement with the mass of the enemy's army, provided the rest of the force of which it is a member is sufficiently near to carry it on and finish it, now such a flank march is attended with less difficulty even under the eye of the enemy. What formerly could only be effected through the actual mechanism of the order of march can now be done by starting single divisions at an earlier hour, by hastening the march of others, and by the greater freedom in the employment of the whole. By the means of defence just considered, the assailant can be prevented from taking any fortress, from occupying any important extent of country, or capturing magazines, and he will be prevented if, in every direction, combats are offered to him in which he can see little probability of success, or too great danger of a reaction in case of failure, or in general an expenditure of force too great for his object and existing relations. If now the defender succeeds in this triumph of his art and skill, and the assailant, wherever he turns his eyes, sees prudent preparations through which he is cut off from any prospect of attaining his modest wishes, then the offensive principle often seeks to escape from the difficulty in the satisfaction of the mere honour of its arms. The gain of some combat of respectable importance gives the arms of the victor a semblance of superiority, appeases the vanity of the general, of the court, of the army, and the people, and thus satisfies to a certain extent the expectations which are naturally always raised when the offensive is assumed. An advantageous combat of some importance merely for the sake of the victory and some trophies becomes, therefore, the last hope of the assailant. No one must suppose that here we involve ourselves in a contradiction, for we contend that we still continue within our own supposition that the good measures of the defender have deprived the assailant of all expectation of attaining any one of those other objects by means of a successful combat. To warrant that expectation, two conditions are required, that is, a favourable termination to the combat, and next, that the result shall lead directly to the attainment of one of those objects. The first may very well take place without the second, and therefore the defender's corps and posts singly are much more frequently in danger of getting involved in disadvantageous combats if the assailant merely aims at the honour of the battlefield, than if he connects with that a view to further advantages as well. If we place ourselves in Daun's situation, and with his way of thinking, then his venturing on the surprise at Hochkirch does not appear inconsistent with his character, as long as we suppose him aiming at nothing more than the trophies of the day. But a victory rich in results, which would have compelled the king to abandon Dresden and Nice, appears an entirely different problem, one with which he would not have been inclined to meddle. Let it not be imagined that these are trifling or idle distractions. We have, on the contrary, now before us, one of the deep-rooted leading principles of war. The signification of combat is its very soul in strategy, and we cannot too often repeat that in strategy the leading events always proceed from the ultimate views of the two parties, as it were, from a conclusion of the whole train of ideas. This is why there may be such a difference strategically between one battle and another, that they can hardly be looked upon as the same means. Now, although the fruitless victory of the assailant can hardly be considered any serious injury to the defence, still, as the defender will not willingly concede even this advantage, particularly as we never know what accident may also be connected with it, therefore the defender requires to keep an incessant watch upon the situation of all his corps and posts. No doubt here all greatly depends on the leaders of those corps making suitable dispositions, but any one of them may be led into an unavoidable catastrophe by injudicious orders imposed on him by the general-in-chief, who is not reminded here of Fouque's corps at Landshut and of Fink's at Maxen. In both cases, Frederick the Great reckoned too much on customary ideas. It was impossible that he could suppose 10,000 men capable of successfully resisting 30,000 in the position of Landshut, or that Fink could resist a superior force pouring in and overwhelming him on all sides. but he thought the strength of the position of Lancet would be accepted, like a bill of exchange, as heretofore, and that Daun would see in the demonstration against his flank sufficient reason to exchange his uncomfortable position in Saxony for the more comfortable one in Bohemia. He misjudged Loudon in one case and Daun in the other, and therein lies the error in these measures. But irrespective of such errors, into which even generals may fall who are not so proud, daring, and obstinate as Frederick the Great in some of his proceedings may certainly be termed, there is always, in respect to the subject we are now considering, a great difficulty in this way, that the general-in-chief cannot always expect all he desires from the sagacity, goodwill, courage, and firmness of character of his corps commanders. He cannot therefore leave everything to their good judgment. He must prescribe rules on many points by which their course of action, being restricted, may easily become inconsistent with the circumstances of the moment. This is, however, an unavoidable inconvenience. Without an imperious commanding will, the influence of which penetrates through the whole army, war cannot be well conducted, and whoever would follow the practice of always expecting the best from his subordinates would, from that very reason, be quite unfit for a good commander of an army. Therefore, the situation of every corps and post must be for ever clearly in view, to prevent any of them being unexpectedly drawn into a catastrophe. The aim of all these efforts is to preserve the status quo. The more fortunate and successful these efforts are, the longer will the war last at the same point, but the longer the war continues at one point, the greater become the cares for subsistence. In place of collections and contributions from the country, a system of subsistence from magazines commences at once or in a very short time. In place of country waggons being collected upon each occasion, the formation, more or less, of a regular transport takes place, composed either of carriages of the country or of those belonging to the army. In short, there arises an approach to that regular system of feeding troops from magazines, of which we have already treated in the 14th chapter (on subsistence). At the same time, it is not this which exercises a great influence on this mode of conducting war, for as this mode by its object and character is in fact already tied down to a limited space, therefore the question of subsistence may very well have a part in determining its action, and will do so in most cases without altering the general character of the war. On the other hand, the actions of the belligerents mutually against the lines of communication gains a much greater importance for two reasons. First, because in such campaigns, there being no measure of a great and comprehensive kind, generals must apply their energies to those of an inferior order, and secondly, because here there is time enough to wait for the effect of this means. The security of his line of communications is therefore specially important to the defender, for although it is true that its interruption cannot be an object of the hostile operations which take place, yet it might compel him to retreat, and thus to leave other objects open to attack. All the measures having for their object the protection of the area of the theatre of war itself must naturally also have the effect of covering the lines of communication. Their security is therefore in part provided for in that way, and we have only to observe that it is a principal condition in fixing upon a position. A special means of security consists in the bodies of troops, both large and small, escorting convoys. First, the most extended positions are not sufficient to secure the lines of communication, and next, such an escort is particularly necessary when the general wishes to avoid a very extended position. Therefore, we find in Tempelhof's History of the 7 Years' War instances without end in which Frederick the Great caused his bread and flour waggons to be escorted by single regiments of infantry or cavalry, sometimes also by whole brigades. On the Austrian side, we nowhere find mention of the same thing, which certainly may be partly accounted for in this way, that they had no such circumstantial historian on their side, but in part it is also to be ascribed just to this, that they always took up much more extended positions. Having now touched upon the four efforts which form the foundation of a defensive that does not aim at a decision, and which are at the same time altogether free upon the whole from all offensive elements, we must now say something of the offensive means with which they may become more or less mixed up, in a certain measure flavoured. These offensive means are chiefly: 1. Operating against the enemy's communications, under which we likewise include enterprises against his places of supply. 2. Diversions and incursions within the enemy's territory. 3. Attacks on the enemy's corps and posts, and even upon his main body under favourable circumstances, or the threat only of such intention. The first of these means is incessantly in action in all campaigns of this kind, but in a certain measure quite quietly without actually making its appearance. Every suitable position for the defender derives a great part of its efficacy from the disquietude which it causes in the assailant in connection with his communications, and as the question of subsistence in such warfare becomes, as we have already observed, one of vital importance, affecting the assailant equally, therefore, through this apprehension of offensive action, possibly resulting from the enemy's position, a great part of the strategic web is determined, as we shall again find in treating of the attack. Not only this general influence proceeding from the choice of positions, which, like pressure in mechanics, produces an effect invisibly, but also an actual offensive movement, with part of the army against the enemy's lines of communication, comes within the compass of such a defensive. But that it may be done with effect, the situation of the lines of communication, the nature of the country, and the peculiar qualities of the troops must be specially propitious to the undertaking. Incursions into the enemy's country, which have as their object reprisals or levying contributions, cannot properly be regarded as defensive means. They are rather true offensive means, but they are usually combined with the object of a real diversion, which may be regarded as a real defensive measure, as it is intended to weaken the enemy's force opposed to us. But as the above means may be used just as well by the assailant, and in itself is a real attack, we therefore think more suitable to leave its further examination for the next book. Accordingly, we shall only count it in here in order to render a full account of the arsenal of small offensive arms belonging to the defender of a theatre of war, and for the present merely add that in extent and importance it may attain to such a point as to give the whole war the appearance, and along with that the honour, of the offensive. Of this nature are Frederick the Great's enterprises in Poland, Bohemia and Franconia before the campaign of 1759. His campaign itself is plainly a pure defence. These incursions into the enemy's territory, however, gave it the appearance of an aggression, which perhaps had a special value on account of the moral effect. An attack on one of the enemy's corps or on his main body must always be kept in view as a necessary complement of the whole defence whenever the aggressor takes the matter too easily, and on that account shows himself very defenceless at particular points. Under this silent condition the whole action takes place, but here also the defender, in the same way as in operating against the communications of the enemy, may go a step further in the province of the offensive, and just as well as his adversary may make it his business to lie in wait for a favourable stroke. In order to ensure a result in this field, he must either be very decidedly superior in force to his opponent, which certainly is inconsistent with the defensive in general, but still may happen, or he must have a method and the talent of keeping his forces more concentrated, and make up by activity and mobility for the danger which he incurs in other respects. The first was Daun's case in the 7 Years' War, the latter the case of Frederick the Great. Still, we hardly ever see Daun's offensive make its appearance except when Frederick the Great invited it by excessive boldness and a display of contempt for him (Hochkirch, Maxen, Landshut). On the other hand, we see Frederick the Great almost constantly on the move in order to beat one or other of Daun's corps with his main body. He certainly seldom succeeded, at least the results were never great, because Daun, in addition to his great superiority in numbers, had also a rare degree of prudence and caution. But we must not suppose, therefore, that the king's attempts were altogether fruitless. In these attempts lay rather a very effectual resistance, for the care and fatigue which his adversary had to undergo in order to avoid fighting at a disadvantage neutralised those forces which would otherwise have aided in advancing the offensive action. Let us only call to mind the campaign of 1760 in Silesia, where Daun and the Russians, out of sheer apprehension of being attacked and beaten by the king, first here and then there, could never succeed in making one step in advance. End of chapter 30, part 1. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 6, Chapter 30, Part 2 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3 by Carl Von Clausewitz. Translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Defence of a Theatre of War continued. We believe we have now gone through all subjects which form the predominant ideas, the principal aims, and therefore the mainstay of the whole action in the defence of a theatre of war when no idea of decision is entertained. Our chief, indeed sole object in bringing them all close together was to let the organism of the whole strategic action be seen in one view. The particular measures by which those subjects come to life, marches, positions, etc., we have already considered in detail. By now casting a glance once more at the whole of our subject, the idea must strike us forcibly that with such a weak offensive principle, with so little desire for a decision on either side, with so little positive motive, with so many counteracting influences of a subjective nature which stop us and hold us back, the essential difference between attack and defence must always tend more to disappear. At the opening of a campaign, certainly one party will enter the other's theatre of war, and in that manner, to a certain extent, such party puts on the form of offensive, but it may very well take place, and happens frequently, that he must soon enough apply all his powers to defend his own country on the enemy's territory. Then both stand in reality opposite one another in a state of mutual observation, both intent on losing nothing, perhaps both alike intent also on obtaining a positive advantage. Indeed, it may happen, as with Frederick the Great, that the real defender aims higher in that way than his adversary. Now, the more the assailant gives up the position of an enemy making progress, the less the defender is menaced by him, and confined to a strictly defensive attitude by the pressing claims of a regard for mere safety. So much the more a similarity in relations of the parties is produced, in which then the activity of both will be directed towards gaining an advantage over his opponent, and protecting himself against any disadvantage. Therefore, to a true strategic manoeuvring, and indeed this is the character into which all campaigns resolve themselves more or less, where the situation of the combatants or political views do not allow of any great decision. In the following book we have allotted a chapter specially to the subject of strategic manoeuvres, but as this equipoised play of forces has frequently been invested in theory with an importance to which it is not entitled, we find ourselves under the necessity of examining the subject more closely while we are treating of the defence, as it is in that form of warfare more particularly that this false importance is ascribed to strategic manoeuvres. We call it an equipoised play of forces, for when there is no movement of the whole body there is a state of equilibrium. Where no great object impels, there is no movement of the whole. Therefore, in such a case, the two parties, however unequal they may be, are still to be regarded as in a state of equilibrium. From this state of equilibrium of the whole now come forth the particular motives to actions of a minor class and secondary objects. They can here develop themselves, because they are no longer kept down by the pressure of a great decision and a great danger. Therefore, what can be lost or won upon the whole is changed into small counters, and the action of the war as a whole is broken up into smaller transactions. With these smaller operations for smaller gains, a contest of skill now takes place between the two generals. But as it is impossible in war to shut out chance, and consequently good luck, therefore this contest will never be otherwise than a game. In the meantime, here arise two other questions, that is, whether in this manoeuvring chance will not have a smaller, and superior intelligence a greater, share in the decision, than where all concentrates itself into a single great act. The last of these questions we must answer in the affirmative. The more complete the organisation of the whole, the oftener time and space come into consideration, the former by single moments, and the latter at particular points. So much the greater plainly will be the field for calculation. Therefore, the greater the sway exercised by superior intelligence. What the superior understanding gains is abstracted in part from chance, but not necessarily altogether, and therefore we are not obliged to answer the first question affirmatively. Moreover, we must not forget that a superior understanding is not the only mental quality of a general. Courage, energy, resolution, presence of mind, etc., are qualities which rise again to a higher value when all depends on a single great decision. They will therefore have somewhat less weight when there is an equipoised play of forces, and the predominating ascendancy of sagacious calculation increases not only at the expense of chance, but also at the expense of these qualities. On the other hand, these brilliant qualities, at the moment of a great decision, may rob chance of a great part of its power, and therefore, to a certain extent, secure that which calculating intelligence in such cases would be obliged to leave to chance. We see by this that here a conflict takes place between several forces, and that we cannot positively assert that there is a greater field left open to chance in the case of a great decision than in the total result when that equipoised play of forces takes place. If we therefore see more particularly in this play of forces a contest of mutual skill, that must only be taken to refer to skill in sagacious calculation, and not to the sum total of military genius. Now, it is just from this aspect of strategic manoeuvring that the whole has obtained that false importance of which we have spoken above. In the first place, in this skilfulness, the whole genius of a general has been supposed to consist. But this is a great mistake, for it is, as already said, not to be denied that in moments of great decisions other moral qualities of a general may have a power to control the force of events. If this power proceeds more from the impulse of noble feelings, and those sparks of genius which start up almost unconsciously, and therefore does not proceed from long chains of thought, still it is not the less a free citizen of the art of war, for that art is neither a mere act of understanding, nor are the activities of the intellectual faculties its principal ones. Further, it has been supposed that every active campaign without results must be owing to that sort of skill on the part of one or even of both generals, while in reality it has always had its general and principal foundation just in the general relations which have turned war into such a game. As most wars between civilized states have had for their object rather the observation of the enemy than his destruction, therefore it was only natural that the greater number of the campaigns should bear the character of strategic manoeuvring. Those amongst them which did not bring into notice any renowned generals attracted no attention, but where there was a great commander on whom all eyes were fixed, or two opposed to each other, like Turenne and Montecuculi, there the seal of perfection has been stamped upon this whole art of manoeuvring through the names of these generals. A further consequence has been that this game has been looked upon as the summit of the art, as the manifestation of its highest perfection, and consequently also as the source at which the art of war must chiefly be studied. This view prevailed almost universally in the theoretical world before the wars of the French Revolution, but when these wars at one stroke opened to view a quite different world of phenomena in war, at first somewhat rough and wild, but which afterwards, under Bonaparte, systematised into a method on a grand scale, produced results which created astonishment amongst old and young, then people set themselves free from the old models, and believed that all the changes they saw resulted from modern discoveries, magnificent ideas, etc., but also at the same time certainly from the changes in the state of society. It was now thought that what was old would never more be required, and would never even reappear. But as in such revolutions in opinions two parties are always formed, so it was also in this instance, and the old views found their champions, who looked upon the new phenomena as rude blows of brute force, as a general decadence of the art, and held the opinion that in the evenly balanced, nugatory, fruitless war game, the perfection of the art is realised. There lies at the bottom of this last view such a want of logic and philosophy that it can only be termed a hopeless, distressing confusion of ideas, but at the same time the opposite opinion, that nothing like the past will ever reappear, is very irrational. Of the novel appearances manifested in the domain of the art of war, very few indeed are to be ascribed to new discoveries, or to a change in the direction of ideas. They are chiefly attributable to the alterations in the social estate and its relations, but as these took place just at the crisis of a state of fermentation, they must not be taken as a norm, and we cannot therefore doubt that a great part of the former manifestations of war will again make their appearance. This is not the place to enter further into these matters. It is enough for us that by directing attention to the relation which this even balanced play of forces occupies in the whole conduct of a war, and to its signification and connection with other objects, we have shown that it is always produced by constraint laid on both parties in the contest, and by a military element greatly attenuated. In this game, one general may show himself more skilful than his opponent, and therefore if the strength of his army is equal, he may also gain many advantages over him, or if his force is inferior, he may, by his superior talent, keep the contest evenly balanced. But it is completely contradictory to the nature of the thing to look here for the highest honour and glory of a general. Such a campaign is always, rather, a certain sign that neither of the generals has any great military talent, or that he who has talent is prevented by the force of circumstances from venturing on a great decision. But when this is the case, there is no scope afforded for the display of the highest military genius. We have hitherto been engaged with the general character of strategic manoeuvring. We must now proceed to a special influence which it has on the conduct of war, namely this, that it frequently leads the combatants away from the principal roads and places into unfrequented, or at least unimportant, localities. When trifling interests, which exist for a moment and then disappear, are paramount, the great features of a country have less influence on the conduct of the war. We therefore often find that bodies of troops move to points where we should never look for them, judging only by the great and simple requirements of the war, and that consequently also the changefulness and diversity in the details of the contest as it progresses are much greater here than in wars directed to a great decision. Let us only look how in the last 5 campaigns of the 7 Years' War, in spite of the relations in general remaining unchanged in themselves, each of these campaigns took a different form, and, closely examined, no single measure ever appears twice, and yet in these campaigns the offensive principle manifests itself on the side of the Allied army much more decidedly than in most other earlier wars. In this chapter on the defence of a theatre of war, if no great decision is proposed, we have only shown the tendencies of the action, together with its combination, and the relations and character of the same. The particular measures of which it is composed have been described in detail in a former part of our work. Now the question arises whether, for these different tendencies of action, no thoroughly general, comprehensive principles, rules, or methods can be given. To this we reply that, as far as history is concerned, we have decidedly not been led to any deductions of that kind through constantly recurring forms. And at the same time, for a subject so diversified and changeful in its general nature, we could hardly admit any theoretical rule except one founded on experience. A war directed to great decisions is not only much simpler, but also much more in accordance with nature, is more free from inconsistencies, more objective, more restricted by a law of inherent necessity, hence the mind can prescribe forms and laws for it. But a war without a decision for its object, this appears to us to be much more difficult. Even the 2 fundamental principles of the earliest theories of strategy published in our times, the breadth of the base in Bülow, and the position of interior lines in Jomini, if applied to the defence of a theatre of war, have in no instance shown themselves absolute and effective. But being mere forms, this is just where they should show themselves most efficacious, because forms are always more efficacious, always acquire a preponderance over other factors of the product, the more the action extends over time and space. Notwithstanding this, we find that they are nothing more than particular parts of the subject, and certainly anything but decisive advantages. It is very clear that the peculiar nature of the means and relations must always, from the first, have a great influence adverse to all general principles. What Daun did by the extent and provident choice of positions, the king did by keeping his army always concentrated, always hugging the enemy close, and by being always ready to act extemporarily with the whole army. The method of each general proceeded not only from the nature of the army he commanded, but also from the circumstances in which he was placed. To extemporise movements is always much easier for a king than for any commander who acts under responsibility. We shall here once more point out particularly that the critic has no right to look upon the different manners and methods which may make their appearance as different degrees on the road to perfection, the one inferior to the other. They are entitled to be treated as on an equality, and it must rest with the judgment to estimate their relative fitness for use in each particular case. To enumerate these different manners which may spring from the particular nature of an army, of a country, or of circumstances, is not our object here. The influence of these things generally we have already noticed. We acknowledge, therefore, that in this chapter we are unable to give any maxims, rules, or methods, because history does not furnish the means, and on the contrary, at almost every moment, we there meet with peculiarities, such as are often quite inexplicable, and often also surprise us by their singularity. But it is not on that account unprofitable to study history in connection with this subject also. Where neither system nor any dogmatic apparatus can be found, there may still be truth, and this truth will then, in most cases, only be discovered by a practised judgment and the tact of long experience. Therefore, even if history does not here furnish any formula, we may be certain that here, as well as everywhere else, it will give us exercise for the judgment. We shall only set up one comprehensive general principle, or rather we shall reproduce and present to view more vividly, in the form of a separate principle, the natural presupposition of all that has now been said. All the means which have here been set forth have only a relative value. They are all placed under the legal ban of a certain disability on both sides. Above this region a higher law prevails, and there is a totally different world of phenomena. The general must never forget this. He must never move in imaginary security within the narrower sphere, as if he were in an absolute medium. Never look upon the means which he employs here as the necessary or as the only means, and still adhere to them, even when he himself already trembles at their insufficiency. From the point of view at which we have placed ourselves, such an error may appear to be almost impossible, but it is not impossible in the real world, because there are things which do not appear in such sharp contrast. We must just again remind our readers that for the sake of giving clearness, distinctness, and force to our ideas, we have always taken as the subject of our consideration only the complete antithesis, that is, the two extremes of the question, but that the concrete case in war generally lies between these two extremes, and is only influenced by either of these extremes according to the degree in which it approaches nearer towards it. Therefore, quite commonly, everything depends on the general making up his own mind, before all other things, as to whether his adversary has the inclination and the means of outbidding him by the use of greater and more decisive measures. As soon as he has a reason to apprehend this, he must give up small measures intended to ward off small disadvantages, and the course which remains for him then is to put himself in a better situation by a voluntary sacrifice in order to make himself equal to a greater solution. In other words, the first requisite is that the general should take the right scale in laying out his work. In order to give these ideas still more distinctiveness through the help of real experience, we shall briefly notice a string of cases in which, according to our opinion, a false criterion was made use of, that is, in which one of the generals, in the calculation of his operations, very much underestimated the decisive action intended by his adversary. We begin with the opening of the campaign of 1757, in which the Austrians showed by the disposition of their forces that they had not counted upon so thorough an offensive as that adopted by Frederick the Great. Even the delay of Piccolomini's corps on the Silesian frontier, while Duke Charles of Lorraine was in danger of having to surrender with his whole army, is a similar case of complete misconception of the situation. In 1758, the French were in the first place completely taken in as to the effects of the Convention of Kloster-Seven, (a fact certainly with which we have nothing to do here), and 2 months afterwards they were completely mistaken in their judgment of what their opponent might undertake, which very shortly after cost them the country between the Weser and the Rhine. That Frederick the Great, in 1759 at Maxen, and in 1760 at Landshut, completely misjudged his enemies in not supposing them capable of such decisive measures, has been already mentioned. But in all history we can hardly find a greater error in the criterion than that in 1792. It was then imagined possible to turn the tide in a national war by a moderate-sized auxiliary army, which brought down on those who attempted it the enormous weight of the whole French people, at the time completely unhinged by political fanaticism. We only call this error a great one because it has proved so since, and not because it would have been easy to avoid it. As far as regards the conduct of the war itself, it cannot be denied that the foundation of all the disastrous years which followed was laid in the campaign of 1794. On the side of the Allies, in that campaign, even the powerful nature of the enemy's system of attack was quite misunderstood, by opposing to it a pitiful system of extended positions and strategic manoeuvres, and further in the want of unanimity between Prussia and Austria politically, and the foolish abandonment of Belgium and the Netherlands. We may also see how little presentiment the cabinets of that day had of the force of the torrent which had just broken loose. In the year 1796, the partial acts of resistance offered at Montenotte, Lodi, etc., show sufficiently how little the Austrians understood the main point when confronted by a Bonaparte. In the year 1800, it was not by the direct effect of surprise, but by the false view which Melas took of the possible consequences of this surprise, that his catastrophe was brought about. Ulm in the year 1805 was the last knot of a loose network of scientific but extremely feeble strategic combinations, good enough to stop a Daun or a Lacy, but not a Bonaparte, the Revolution's emperor. The indecision and embarrassment of the Prussians in 1806 proceeded from antiquated, pitiful, impracticable views and measures being mixed up with some lucid ideas and a true feeling of the immense importance of the moment. If there had been a distinct consciousness and a complete appreciation of the position of the country, how could they have left 30,000 men in Prussia, and then entertained the idea of forming a special theatre of war in Westphalia, and of gaining any results from a trivial offensive, such as that for which Ruchel's and the Weimar Corps were intended? And how could they have talked of danger to magazines and loss of this or that strip of territory in the last moments left for deliberation? Even in 1812, in the grandest of all campaigns, there was no want at first of unsound purposes proceeding from the use of an erroneous standard scale. In the headquarters at Wilna, there was a party of men of high mark who insisted on a battle on the frontier, in order that no hostile foot should tread on Russian ground with impunity. That this battle on the frontier might be lost, nay, that it would be lost, these men certainly admitted, for although they did not know that there would be 300,000 French to meet 80,000 Russians, still they knew that their enemy was considerably superior in numbers. The chief error was in the value which they ascribed to this battle. They thought it would be a lost battle, like many other lost battles, whereas it may with certainty be asserted that this great battle on the frontier would have produced a succession of events completely different to those which actually took place. Even the camp at Drissa was a measure at the root of which there lay a completely erroneous standard with regard to the enemy. If the Russian army had been obliged to remain there, they would have been completely isolated and cut off from every quarter, and then the French army would not have been at a loss for means to compel the Russians to lay down their arms. The designer of that camp never thought of power and will on such a scale as that. But even Bonaparte sometimes used a false standard. After the armistice of 1813, he thought to hold in check the subordinate armies of the Allies, under Blucher and the Crown Prince of Sweden, by corps which were certainly not able to offer any effectual resistance, but which might impose sufficiently on the cautious to prevent them from risking anything, as had so often been done in preceding wars. He did not reflect sufficiently on the reaction proceeding from the deep-rooted resentment with which both Blucher and Bülow were animated, and from the imminent danger in which they were placed. In general, he underestimated the enterprising spirit of old Blucher. At Leipzig, Blucher alone wrested from him the victory. At Laon, Blucher might have entirely ruined him, and if he did not do so, the cause lay in circumstances completely out of the calculation of Bonaparte. Lastly, at Belle Alliance, the penalty of this mistake reached him like a thunderbolt. End of Book 6, Chapter 30, Part 2. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 7, Chapters 1 through 8 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3, by Carl Von Clausewitz, translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Book 7, The Attack. Chapter 1. The attack in relation to the defence. If two ideas form an exact logical antithesis, that is to say, if the one is the complement of the other, then in fact each one is implied in the other, and when the limited power of our mind is insufficient to apprehend both at once, and by the mere antithesis to recognise in the one perfect conception the totality of the other also, still, at all events, the one always throws on the other a strong and, in many parts, a sufficient light. Thus we think the first chapter on the defence throws a sufficient light on all the points of the attack which it touches upon. But it is not so thorough in respect of every point. The train of thought could nowhere be carried to a finality. It is therefore natural that where the opposition of ideas does not lie so immediately at the root of the conception as in the first chapters, all that can be said about the attack does not follow directly from what has been said on the defence. An alteration of our point of view brings us nearer to the subject, and it is natural for us to observe, at this closer point of view, that which escaped observation at our former standpoint. What is thus perceived will, therefore, be the complement of our former train of thought, and it will not unfrequently happen that what is said on the attack will throw a new light on the defence. In treating of the attack, we shall of course very frequently have the same subjects before us with which our attention has been occupied in the defence, but we have no intention, nor would it be consistent with the nature of the thing, to adopt the usual plan of works on engineering, and in treating of the attack, to circumvent or upset all that we have found of positive value in the defence, by showing that against every means of defence there is an infallible method of attack. The defence has its strong points and weak ones. If the first are not insurmountable, still they can be overcome at a disproportionate price, and that must remain true from whatever point of view we look at it, or we get involved in a contradiction. Further, it is not our intention thoroughly to review the reciprocal action of the means. Each means of defence suggests a means of attack, but this is often so evident that there is no occasion to transfer oneself from our standpoint in treating of the defence to a fresh one for the attack in order to perceive it. The one issues from the other of itself. Our object is, in each subject, to set forth the peculiar relations of the attack, so far as they do not directly come out of the defence, and this mode of treatment must necessarily lead us to many chapters to which there are no corresponding ones in the defence. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. Nature of the strategical attack. We have seen that the defensive in war generally, therefore also the strategic defensive, is no absolute state of expectancy and warding off, therefore no completely passive state, but that it is a relative state, and consequently impregnated more or less with offensive principles. In the same way, the offensive is no homogeneous whole, but incessantly mixed up with the defensive. But there is this difference between the two, that a defensive without an offensive return blow cannot be conceived, that this return blow is a necessary constituent part of the defensive, whilst in the attack the blow or act is in itself one complete idea. The defence in itself is not necessarily a part of the attack, but time and space, to which it is inseparably bound, import into it the defensive as a necessary evil. For in the first place, the attack cannot be continued uninterruptedly up to its conclusion. It must have stages of rest, and in these stages, when its action is neutralised, the state of defence steps in of itself. In the second place, the space which a military force in its advance leaves behind it, and which is essential to its existence, cannot always be covered by the attack itself, but must be specially protected. The act of attack in war, but particularly in that branch which is called strategy, is therefore a perpetual alternating and combining of attack and defence. But the latter is not to be regarded as an effectual preparation for attack, as a means by which its force is heightened, that is to say, not as an active principle, but purely as a necessary evil, as the retarding weight arising from the specific gravity of the mass. It is its original sin, its seed of mortality. We say a retarding weight because if the defence does not contribute to strengthen the attack, it must tend to diminish its effect by the very loss of time which it represents. But now, may not this defensive element, which is contained in every attack, have over it a positively disadvantageous influence? If we suppose the attack is the weaker, the defence the stronger form of war, it seems to follow that the latter cannot act in a positive sense prejudicially on the former. For as long as we have sufficient force for the weaker form, we should have more than enough for the stronger. In general, that is, as regards the chief part, this is true. In its detail we shall analyse it more precisely in the chapter on the culminating point of victory. But we must not forget that the superiority of the strategic defence is partly founded in this, and that the attack itself cannot take place without a mixture of defence and of a defensive of a very weak kind. What the assailant has to carry about with him of this kind are its worst elements. With respect to these, that which holds good of the whole in a general sense cannot be maintained, and therefore it is conceivable that the defensive may act upon the attack positively as a weakening principle. It is just in these moments of weak defensive in the attack that the positive action of the offensive principle in the defensive should be introduced. During the 12 hours rest which usually succeeds a day's work, what a difference there is between the situations of the defender in his chosen, well-known and prepared position, and that of the assailant occupying a bivouac into which, like a blind man, he has groped his way, or during a longer period of rest required to obtain provisions and to await reinforcements, etc., when the defender is close to his fortresses and supplies, whilst the situation of the assailant, on the other hand, is like that of a bird on a tree. Every attack must lead to a defence. What is to be the result of that defence depends on circumstances. These circumstances may be very favourable if the enemy's forces are destroyed, but they may be very unfavourable if such is not the case. Although this defensive does not belong to the attack itself, its nature and effects must react on the attack, and must take part in determining its value. The deduction from this view is that in every attack the defensive, which is necessarily an inherent feature in the same, must come into consideration in order to see clearly the disadvantages to which it is subject, and to be prepared for them. On the other hand, in another respect, the attack is always in itself one and the same, but the defensive has gradations according as the principle of expectancy approaches to an end. This begets forms which differ essentially from each other, as has been developed in the chapter on the forms of defence. As the principle of the attack is strictly active, and the defensive which connects itself with it is only a dead weight, there is therefore not the same kind of difference in it. No doubt in the energy employed in the attack, in the rapidity and force of the blow, there may be a very great difference, but only a difference in degree, not in form. It is quite possible to conceive even that the assailant may choose a defensive form the better to attain his object. For instance, that he may choose a strong position, that he may be attacked there, but such instances are so rare that we do not think it necessary to dwell upon them in our grouping of ideas and facts, which are always founded on the practical. We may therefore say that there are no such gradations in the attack as those which present themselves in the defence. Lastly, as a rule, the extent of the means of attack consists of the armed force only. Of course, we must add to these the fortresses, for if in the vicinity of the theatre of war, they have a decided influence on the attack, but this influence gradually diminishes as the attack advances, and it is conceivable that in the attack its own fortresses never can play such an important part as in the defence, in which they often become objects of primary importance. The assistance of the people may be supposed in co-operation with the attack, in those cases in which the inhabitants of the country are better disposed towards the invader of the country than they are to their own army. Finally, the assailant may also have allies, but then they are only the result of special or accidental relations, not an assistance proceeding from the nature of the aggressive. Although, therefore, in speaking of the defence, we have reckoned fortresses, popular insurrections and allies as available means of resistance, we cannot do the same in the attack. There they belong to the nature of the thing. Here they only appear rarely, and for the most part accidentally. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. Of the objects of strategical attack. The overthrow of the enemy is the aim in war. Destruction of the hostile military forces the means, both in attack and defence. By the destruction of the enemy's military force, the defensive is led on to the offensive. The offensive is led by it to the conquest of territory. Territory is therefore the object of the attack, but that need not be a whole country. It may be confined to a part, a province, a strip of country, a fortress. All these things have a substantial value for their political importance in treating for peace, whether they are retained or exchanged. The object of the strategic attack is therefore conceivable in an infinite number of gradations, from the conquest of the whole country down to that of some insignificant place. As soon as this object is obtained and the attack ceases, the defensive commences. We may therefore represent to ourselves the strategic attack as a distinctly limited unit, but it is not so if we consider the matter practically, that is, in accordance with actual phenomena. Practically, the movements of the attack, that is, its views and measures, often glide just as imperceptibly into the defence as the plans of the defence into the offensive. It is seldom, or at all events not always, that a general lays down positively for himself what he will conquer. He leaves that dependent on the course of events. his attack often leads him further than he had intended. After rest, more or less, he often gets renewed strength, without our being obliged to make out of this two quite different acts. At another time, he is brought to a standstill sooner than he expected, without, however, giving up his intentions and changing to a real defensive. We see, therefore, that if the successful defence may change imperceptibly into the offensive, so on the other hand an attack may, in like manner, change into a defence. These gradations must be kept in view in order to avoid making a wrong application of what we have to say of the attack in general. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. Decreasing force of the attack. This is one of the principal points in strategy. On its right valuation in the concrete depends our being able to judge correctly what we are able to do. The decrease of absolute power arises, 1. Through the object of the attack, the occupation of the enemy's country. This generally commences first after the first decision, but the attack does not cease upon the first decision. 2. Through the necessity imposed on the attacking army to guard the country in its rear in order to preserve its line of communication and means of subsistence. 3. Through losses in action and through sickness. 4. Distance of the various depots of supplies and reinforcements. 5. Sieges and blockades of fortresses. 6. Relaxation of efforts. 7. Secession of allies. But frequently, in opposition to these weakening causes, there may be many others which contribute to strengthen the attack. It is clear at all events that a net result can only be obtained by comparing these different quantities. Thus, for example, the weakening of the attack may be partly or completely compensated, or even surpassed, by the weakening of the defensive. This last is a case which rarely happens. We cannot always bring into the comparison any more forces than those in the immediate front or at decisive points, not the whole of the forces in the field. Different examples: the French in Austria and Prussia, in Russia, the Allies in France, the French in Spain. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Culminating point of the attack. The success of the attack is the result of a present superiority of force, it being understood that the moral as well as physical forces are included. In the preceding chapter we have shown that the power of the attack gradually exhausts itself. Possibly at the same time the superiority may increase, but in most cases it diminishes. The assailant buys up prospective advantages, which are to be turned to account hereafter in negotiations for peace, but in the meantime he has to pay down on the spot for them a certain amount of his military force. If a preponderance on the side of the attack, although thus daily diminishing, is still maintained until peace is concluded, the object is attained. There are strategic attacks which have led to an immediate peace, but such instances are rare. The majority, on the contrary, lead only to a point at which the forces remaining are just sufficient to maintain a defensive and to wait for peace. Beyond that point the scale turns, there is a reaction. The violence of such a reaction is commonly much greater than the force of the blow. This we call the culminating point of the attack. As the object of the attack is the possession of the enemy's territory, it follows that the advance must continue till the superiority is exhausted. This cause, therefore, impels us towards the ultimate object, and may easily lead us beyond it. If we reflect upon the number of the elements of which an equation of the forces in action is composed, we may conceive how difficult it is in many cases to determine which of two opponents has the superiority on his side. Often all hangs on the silken thread of imagination. Everything then depends on discovering the culminating point by fine tact of judgment. Here we come upon a seeming contradiction. The defence is stronger than the attack, therefore we should think that the latter can never lead us too far, for as long as the weaker form remains strong enough for what is required, the stronger form ought to be still more so. Footnote. Here follows in the manuscript this note: development on this subject after Book 3 in the essay on the culminating point of victory. Under this title, in an envelope endorsed various dissertations as materials, an essay has been found which appears to be a revision of the chapter here only sketched. It will be found at the end of the 7th book. Editress's note. Footnote ends. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Destruction of the enemy's armies. The destruction of the enemy's armed forces is the means to the end. What is meant by this the price it costs, different points of view which are possible in respect to the subject. 1. Only to destroy as many as the object of the attack requires. 2. Or as many, on the whole, as is possible. 3. The sparing of our own forces as the principal point of view. 4. This may again be carried so far that the assailant does nothing towards the destruction of the enemy's force, except when a favourable opportunity offers, which may also be the case with regard to the object of the attack, as already mentioned in the third chapter. The only means of destroying the enemy's armed force is by combat, but this may be done in two ways: 1. Directly, 2. Indirectly, through a combination of combats. If, therefore, the battle is the chief means, still it is not the only means. The capture of a fortress or of a portion of territory is in itself really a destruction of the enemy's force, and it may also lead to a still greater destruction, and therefore also be an indirect means. The occupation of an undefended strip of territory, therefore, in addition to the value which it has as a direct fulfilment of the end, may also reckon as a destruction of the enemy's force as well. The manoeuvring so as to draw an enemy out of a district of country which he has occupied is somewhat similar, and must therefore only be looked at from the same point of view, and not as a success of arms, properly speaking. These means are generally estimated at more than they are worth. They have seldom the value of a battle, besides which it is always to be feared that the disadvantageous position to which they lead will be overlooked. They are seductive through the low price which they cost. We must always consider means of this description as small investments, from which only small profits are to be expected, as means suited only to very limited state relations and weak motives. Then they are certainly better than battles without a purpose, than victories the results of which cannot be realised to the full. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. The offensive battle. What we have said about the defensive battle throws a strong light upon the offensive also. We there had in view that class of battle in which the defensive appears most decidedly pronounced, in order that we might convey a more vivid impression of its nature. But only the fewer number are of that kind. Most battles are demi-rencontres, in which the defensive character disappears to a great extent. It is otherwise with the offensive battle. It preserves its character under all circumstances, and can keep up that character the more boldly, as the defender is out of his proper esse. For this reason, in the battle which is not purely defensive, and in the real rencontres, there always remains also something of the difference of the character of the battle on the one side and on the other. The chief distinctive characteristic of the offensive battle is the manoeuvre to turn or surround, therefore the initiative as well. A combat in lines, formed to envelop, has evidently in itself great advantages. It is, however, a subject of tactics. The attacker must not give up these advantages because the defence has a means of countering them, for the attack itself cannot make use of that means, inasmuch as it is one that is too closely dependent upon other things connected with the defence. To be able to turn, to operate with success against the flanks of an enemy, whose aim is to turn our line, it is necessary to have a well-chosen and well-prepared position. But what is much more important is, that all the advantages which the defensive possesses cannot be made use of. Most defences are poor makeshifts. The greater number of defenders find themselves in a very harassing and critical position, in which, expecting the worst, they meet the attack halfway. The consequence of this, that battles formed with enveloping lines, or even with an oblique front, which should properly result from an advantageous relation of the lines of communication, are commonly the result of a moral and physical preponderance (Marengo, Austerlitz, Jena). Besides, in the first battle fought, the base of the assailant, if not superior to that of the defender, is still mostly very wide in extent on account of the proximity of the frontier. He can therefore afford to venture a little. The flank attack, that is, the battle with oblique front, is moreover generally more efficacious than the enveloping form. It is an erroneous idea that an enveloping strategic advance, from the very commencement, must be connected with it, as at Prague (that strategic measure has seldom anything in common with it, and is very hazardous, of which we shall speak further in the attack of a theatre of war). As it is an object with the commander in the defensive battle to delay the decision as long as possible and gain time, because a defensive battle undecided at sunset is commonly one gained, Therefore the commander in the offensive battle requires to hasten the decision, but on the other hand there is a great risk in too much haste, because it leads to a waste of forces. One peculiarity in the offensive battle is the uncertainty in most cases as to the position of the enemy. It is a complete groping about amongst things that are unknown (Austerlitz, Wagram, Hohenlinden, Jena, Katzbach). The more this is the case, so much the more concentration of forces becomes paramount, and turning a flank to be preferred to surrounding. That the principal fruits of victory are first gathered in the pursuit, we have already learnt in the 12th chapter of the 4th book. According to the nature of the thing, the pursuit is more an integral part of the whole action in the offensive than in the defensive battle. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. Passage of rivers. 1. A large river which crosses the direction of the attack is always very inconvenient for the assailant, for when he has crossed it, he is generally limited to one point of passage, and therefore, unless he remains close to the river, he becomes very much hampered in his movements. Whether he meditates bringing on a decisive battle after crossing, or may expect the enemy to attack him, he exposes himself to a great danger. Therefore, without a decided superiority both in moral and physical force, a general will not place himself in such a position. 2. From this mere disadvantage of placing a river behind an army, a river is much oftener capable of defence than it would otherwise be. If we suppose that this defence is not considered the only means of safety, but is so planned that even if it fails, still a stand can be made near the river, then the assailant in his calculations must add to the resistance which he may experience in the defence of the river all the advantages mentioned in number 1, as being on the side of the defender of a river, and the effect of the two together is that we usually see generals show great respect to a river before they attack it if it is defended. 3. But in the preceding book we have seen that under certain conditions the real defence of a river promises right good results, and if we refer to experience, we must allow that such results follow in reality much more frequently than theory promises, because in theory we only calculate with real circumstances as we find them take place, while in the execution things commonly appear to the assailant much more difficult than they really are, and they become therefore a greater clog on his action. Suppose, for instance, an attack which is not intended to end in a great solution, and which is not conducted with thorough energy. We may be sure that in carrying it out, a number of little obstacles and accidents, which no theory could calculate upon, will start up to the disadvantage of the assailant, because he is the acting party, and must therefore come first into collision with such impediments. Let us just think for a moment how often some of the insignificant rivers of Lombardy have been successfully defended. If, on the other hand, cases may also be found in military history in which the defence of rivers has failed to realise what was expected of them, that lies in the extravagant results sometimes looked for from this means, results not founded in any kind of way on its technical nature, but merely on its well-known efficacy, to which people have thought there were no bounds. For it is only when the defender commits the mistake of placing his entire dependence on the defence of a river, so that in case it is forced he becomes involved in great difficulty, in a kind of catastrophe, it is only then that the defence of a river can be looked upon as a form of defence favourable to the attack, for it is certainly easier to force the passage of a river than to gain an ordinary battle. 5. It follows of itself from what has just been said that the defence of a river may become of great value if no great solution is desired, but where that is to be expected, either from the superior numbers or energy of the enemy, then this means, if wrongly used, may turn to the positive advantage of the assailant. 6. There are very few river lines of defence which cannot be turned, either on the whole length or at some particular point. Therefore the assailant, superior in numbers and bent upon serious blows, has the means of making a demonstration at one point and passing at another, and then, by superior numbers and advancing, regardless of all opposition, he can repair any disadvantageous relations in which he may have been placed by the issue of the first encounters, for his general superiority will enable him to do so. It very rarely happens that the passage of a river is actually tactically forced by overpowering the enemy's principal post, by the effect of superior fire and greater valour on the part of the troops, and the expression forcing a passage is only to be taken in a strategic sense, insofar that the assailant, by his passage at an undefended or only slightly defended point within the line of defence, braves all the dangers which in the defender's view should result to him through the crossing. But the worst which the assailant can do is to attempt a real passage at several points, unless they lie close enough to each other and admit of all the troops joining in the combat, for as the defender must necessarily have his forces separated, therefore, if the assailant fractions his in like manner, he throws away his natural advantage. In that way Bellegarde lost the battle on the Mincio, 1814, where by chance both armies passed at different points at the same time, and the Austrians were more divided than the French. 7. If the defender remains on this side of the river, it necessarily follows that there are two ways to gain a strategic advantage over him: either to pass at some point regardless of his position, and so to outbid him in the same means, or to give battle. In the first case, the relations of the base and lines of communications should chiefly decide, but it often happens that special circumstances exercise more influence than general relations. He who can choose the best positions, who knows best how to make his depositions, who is better obeyed, whose army marches fastest, etc., may contend with advantage against general circumstances. As regards the second means, it presupposes on the part of the assailant the means, suitable relations, and the determination to fight. But when these conditions may be presupposed, the defender will not readily venture upon this mode of defending a river. 8. As a final result, we must therefore give as our opinion that although the passage of a river in itself rarely presents great difficulties, yet in all cases not immediately connected with great decision, so many apprehensions of the consequences and of future complications are bound up with it, that, at all events, the progress of the assailant may easily be so far arrested that he either leaves the defender on this side of the river, or he passes and then remains close to the river, for it rarely happens that two armies remain at any length of time confronting one another on different sides of a river. But also, in cases of a great solution, a river is an important object. It always weakens and deranges the offensive, and the most fortunate thing in this case is that the defender is introduced through that to look upon the river as a tactical barrier, and to make the particular defence of that barrier the principal act of his resistance, so that the assailant at once obtains the advantage of being able to strike a decisive blow in a very easy manner. Certainly, in the first instance, this blow will never amount to a complete defeat of the enemy, but it will consist of several advantageous combats, and these bring about a state of general relations very adverse to the enemy, as happened to the Austrians on the Lower Rhine, 1796. End of chapter 8. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 7, Chapters 9 through 15 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3, by Carl Von Clausewitz, translated by J.J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 9, Attack of Defensive Positions. In the book on the defence, it has been sufficiently explained how far defensive positions can compel the assailant either to attack them or to give up his advance. Only those which effect this are subservient to our object, and suited to wear out or neutralise the forces of the aggressor, either wholly or in part, and in so far the attack can do nothing against such positions, that is to say, there are no means at its disposal by which to counterbalance this advantage. But defensive positions are not all really of this kind. If the assailant sees he can pursue his object without attacking such a position, it would be an error to make the attack. If he cannot follow out his object, then it is a question whether he cannot manoeuvre the enemy out of his position by threatening his flank. It is only if such means are ineffectual that a commander determines on the attack of a good position, and then an attack directed against one side, always in general, presents the less difficulty. But the choice of the side must depend on the position and direction of the mutual lines of retreat, consequently on the threatening of the enemy's retreat and covering our own. Between these two objects a competition may arise, in which case the first is entitled to the preference, as it is of an offensive nature, therefore homogeneous with the attack, whilst the other is of a defensive character. But it is certain, and may be regarded as a truth of the first importance, that to attack an enemy thoroughly inured to war in a good position is a critical thing. No doubt instances are not wanting of such battles, and of successful ones too, as at Torgau, Wagram, we do not say Dresden, because we cannot call the enemy there quite aguerred. But upon the whole, the danger is small, and it vanishes altogether, opposed to the infinite number of cases in which we have seen the most resolute commanders make their bow before such positions (Torres Vedras). We must not, however, confuse the subject now before us with ordinary battles. Most battles are real rencontres, in which one party certainly occupies a position, but one which has not been prepared. Chapter 10. Attack of an entrenched camp. It was for a time the fashion to speak with contempt of entrenchments and their utility. The cordon lines of the French frontier, which had often been burst through, the entrenched camp at Breslau, in which the Duke of Bevern was defeated, the Battle of Torgau, and several other cases, led to this opinion of their value, and the victories of Frederick the Great, gained by the principle of movement and the use of the offensive, threw a fresh light on all kind of defensive action, or fighting in a fixed position, particularly in entrenchments, and brought them still more into contempt. Certainly when a few thousand men are to defend several miles of country, and when entrenchments are nothing more than ditches reversed, they are worth nothing, and they constitute a dangerous snare through the confidence which is placed in them. But is it not inconsistent, or rather nonsensical, to extend this view even to the idea of field fortification in a mere swaggering spirit, as Tempelhof does? What would be the object of entrenchments generally, if not to strengthen the defence? No, not only reason, but experience in hundreds and thousands of instances show that a well-traced, sufficiently manned, and well-defended entrenchment is, as a rule, to be looked upon as an impregnable point, and is also so regarded by the attack. Starting from this point of the efficiency of a single entrenchment, we argue that there can be no doubt as to the attack of an entrenched camp being a most difficult undertaking, and one in which generally it will be impossible for the assailant to succeed. It is consistent with the nature of an entrenched camp that it should be weakly garrisoned, but with good natural obstacles of ground and strong field works, it is possible to bid defiance to superior numbers. Frederick the Great considered the attack of the camp of Pirna as impracticable, although he had at his command double the force of the garrison, and although it has since been asserted here and there that it was quite possible to have taken it, the only proof in favour of this assertion is founded on the bad condition of the Saxon troops, an argument which does not at all detract in any way from the value of entrenchments. But it is a question whether those who have since contended not only for the feasibility, but also for the facility of the attack, would have made up their minds to execute it at that time. We therefore think that the attack of an entrenched camp belongs to the category of quite exceptional means on the part of the offensive. It is only if the entrenchments have been thrown up in haste, are not completed, still less strengthened by obstacles to prevent their being approached, or when, as is often the case, taken all together, the whole camp is only an outline of what it was intended to be, a half-finished ruin, that then an attack on it may be advisable, and at the same time become the road to gain an easy conquest over the enemy. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. Attack of a mountain. From the 5th and following chapters of the 6th book may be deduced sufficiently the strategic relations of a mountain generally, both as regards the defence and the attack. We have also there endeavoured to explain the part which a mountain plays as a line of defence, properly so called, and from that naturally flows how it is to be looked upon in this signification from the side of the assailant. There remains, therefore, little for us to say here on this important subject. Our chief result was there that the defence must choose as his point of view a secondary combat, or the entirely different one of a great general action. That in the first case the attack of a mountain can only be regarded as a necessary evil, because all the circumstances are unfavourable to it, but in the second case the advantages are on the side of the attack. An attack, therefore, armed with the means and the resolution for a battle, will give the enemy a meeting in the mountains, and certainly find his account in so doing. But we must here once more repeat that it will be difficult to obtain respect for this conclusion, because it runs counter to appearances, and is also at first sight contrary to the experience of war. It has been observed in most cases hitherto that an army pressing forward to the attack (whether seeking a great general action or not) has considered it an unusual piece of good fortune if the enemy has not occupied the intervening mountains, and has itself then hastened to be beforehand in the occupation of them. No one will find this forestalling of the enemy in any way inconsistent with the interests of the assailant. In our view, this is also quite admissible. Only we must point out clearly a fine distinction here between circumstances. An army advancing against the enemy with the design of bringing him to a general action, if he has to pass over an unoccupied range of mountains, has naturally to apprehend that the enemy may at the last moment block up those very passes which it proposes to use on its march. In such a case, the assailant will by no means have the same advantages as if the enemy occupied merely an ordinary mountain position. The latter is, for instance, not then in a position extended beyond measure, nor is he in uncertainty as to the road which the assailant will take. The assailant has not been able to choose his road with reference to the enemy's position, and therefore this battle in the mountains is not then unified with all the advantages on his side of which we have spoken in the 6th book. Under such circumstances, the defender might be found in an impregnable position. According to this, the defender might even have the means at his command of making advantageous use of the mountains for a great battle. This is at any rate possible. But if we reflect on the difficulties which the defender would have to encounter in establishing himself in a strong position in the mountains just at the last moment, particularly if he has left it entirely unoccupied before, we may put down this means of defence as one upon which no dependence can be placed, and therefore as one the probability of which the assailant has little reason to dread. But even if it is a very improbable case, yet still it is natural to fear it, for in war many a thing is very natural, and yet, in a certain measure, superfluous. But another measure which the assailant has to apprehend here is a preliminary defence of the mountains by an advanced guard or chain of outposts. This means also will seldom accord with the interests of the defender, but the assailant has not the means of discerning how far it may be beneficial to the defender or otherwise, and therefore has only to provide against the worst. Further, our view by no means excludes the possibility of a position being quite unassailable from the mountainous character of the ground. There are such positions which are not, on that account, in the mountains (Pirna, Schmotzefen, Meissen, Feldkirch), and it is just because they are not in the mountains that they are so well suited for defence. We may also very well conceive that positions may be found in mountains themselves where the defender might avoid the ordinary disadvantages of mountain positions, as for instance on lofty plateaux. But they are not common, and we can only take in our view the generality of cases. It is just in military history that we see how little mountain positions are suited to decisive defensive battles, for great generals have always preferred a position in the plains, when it was their object to fight a battle of the first order, and throughout the whole range of military history there are no examples of decisive battles in the mountains except in the Revolutionary Wars, and even there it was plainly a false application and analogy which led to the use of mountain positions, where of necessity a decisive battle had to be fought (1793 and 1794 in the Vosges, and 1795, 1796 and 1797 in Italy). Melas has been generally blamed for not having occupied the Alpine passes in 1800, but such criticisms are nothing more than early notions, we might say childlike judgments founded on appearances. Bonaparte, in Müller's place, would just as little have thought of occupying the passes. The dispositions for the attack of mountain positions are mostly of a tactical nature, but we think it necessary to insert here the following remarks as to the general outline, consequently as to those parts which come into immediate contact with, and are coincident with, strategy. As we cannot move wide of the roads in mountains as we can in other districts, and form 2 or 3 columns out of one, when the exigency of the moment requires that the mass of troops should be divided, but on the contrary we are generally confined to long defiles, the advance in mountains must generally be made on several roads, or rather upon a somewhat broader front. 2. Against a mountain line of defence of wide extent, the attack must naturally be made with concentrated forces. To surround the whole cannot be thought of there, and if an important result is to be gained from victory, it must be obtained rather by bursting through the enemy's line and separating the wings, than by surrounding the force and so cutting it off. A rapid continuous advance upon the enemy's principal line of retreat is there the natural endeavour of the assailant. 3. But if the enemy to be attacked occupies a position somewhat concentrated, turning movements are an essential part of the scheme of attack, as the front attacks fall upon the mass of the defender's forces, but the turning movements again must be made more with a view to cutting off the enemy's retreat than as a tactical rolling up of a flank or attack on the rear, for mountain positions are capable of a prolonged resistance, even in rear if forces are not wanting, and the quickest result is invariably to be expected only from the enemy's apprehension of losing his line of retreat. This sort of uneasiness arises sooner and acts more powerfully in mountains, because when it comes to the worst, it is not so easy to make room sword in hand. A mere demonstration is no sufficient means here. It might certainly manoeuvre the enemy out of his position, but it would not ensure any special result. The aim must therefore be to cut him off, in reality, from his line of retreat. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. Attack of cordon lines. If the supreme decision should lie in their defence and their attack, they place the assailant in an advantageous situation, for their wide extent is still more in opposition to all the requirements of a decisive battle than the direct defence of a river or a mountain range. Eugene's lines of Denson, 1712, are an illustration to the point here, for their loss was quite equal to a complete defeat, but Villars would hardly have gained such a victory against Eugene in a concentrated position. If the offensive side does not possess the means required for a decisive battle, then even lines are treated with respect, that is, if they are occupied by the main body of the army. For instance, those of Stolhofen, led by Lewis of Baden in the year 1703, were respected even by Villars. But if they are only held by a secondary force, then it is merely a question of the strength of the corps which we can spare for their attack. The resistance in such cases is seldom great, but at the same time the result of the victory is seldom worth much. The circumvallation lines of a besieger have a peculiar character, of which we shall speak in the chapter on the attack of a theatre of war. All positions of the cordon kind, as for instance entrenched lines of outposts, etc., etc., have always this property, that they can be easily broken through, but when they are not forced with a view of going further and bringing on a decision, there is so little to be gained in general by the attack that it hardly repays the trouble expended. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. Manoeuvring. 1. We have already touched upon this subject in the 30th chapter of the 6th book. It is one which concerns the defence and the attack in common. Nevertheless, it has always in it something more of the nature of the offensive than the defensive. We shall therefore now examine it more thoroughly. 2. Manoeuvring is not only the opposite of executing the offensive by force, by means of great battles, it stands also opposed to every such execution of the offensive as proceeds directly from offensive means, let it be either an operation against the enemy's communications or line of retreat, a diversion, etc., etc. 3. If we adhere to the ordinary use of the word, there is in the conception of manoeuvring an effect which is first produced to a certain extent from nothing, that is, from a state of rest or equilibrium, through the mistakes into which the enemy is enticed. It is like the first move in a game of chess. It is therefore a game of evenly balanced powers to obtain results from favourable opportunity, and then to use these as an advantage over the enemy. 4. But those interests which, partly as the final object, partly as the principal supports (open bracket, pivot, close bracket) of action, must be considered in this matter are chiefly a. The subsistence from which it is our object to cut off the enemy or to impede his obtaining. b. The junction with other corps. c. The threatening other communications with the interior of the country or with other armies or corps. d. Threatening the retreat. e. Attack of isolated points with superior forces. These 5 interests may establish themselves in the smallest features of detail belonging to any particular situation, and any such object then becomes on that account a point round which everything for a time revolves. A bridge, a road, or an entrenchment often thus plays the principal part. It is easy to show in each case that it is only the relation which any such object has to one of the above interests which gives it importance. F. The result of a successful manoeuvre, then, is for the offensive, or rather for the active party, which may certainly be just as well the defensive, a piece of land, a magazine, etc. G. In a strategic manoeuvre, 2 converse propositions appear which look like different manoeuvres, and have sometimes served for the derivation of false maxims and rules, and have 4 branches, which are, however, in reality all necessary constituents of the same thing, and are to be regarded as such. The first antithesis is the surrounding the enemy, and the operating on interior lines. The second is the concentration of forces and their extension over several posts. H. As regards the first antithesis, we certainly cannot say that one of its members deserves a general preference over the other, for partly it is natural that action of one kind calls forth the other as its natural counterpoise, its true remedy. Partly the enveloping form is homogeneous to the attack, but the use of interior lines to the defence, and therefore in most cases the first is more suitable to the offensive side, the latter to the defensive. That form will gain the upper hand which is used with greatest skill. The branches of the other antithesis can just as little be classed the one above the other. The stronger force has the choice of extending itself over several posts. By that means he will obtain for himself a convenient strategic situation and liberty of action in many respects, and spare the physical powers of his troops. The weaker, on the other hand, must keep himself more concentrated and seek by rapidity of movement to counteract the disadvantage of his inferior numbers. This greater mobility supposes greater readiness in marching. The weaker must therefore put a greater strain on his physical and moral forces, a final result which we must naturally come upon everywhere if we would always be consistent, and which therefore we regard to a certain extent as the logical test of the reasoning. The campaigns of Frederick the Great against Daun in the years 1759 and 1760, and against Loudon 1761, and Montecucullis against Turin in 1673, 1675, have always been reckoned the most scientific combinations of this kind, and from them we have chiefly derived our view. K. Just as the four parts of the two antitheses above suspended must not be abused by being made the foundation of false maxims and rules, so we must also give a caution against attaching to other general relations, such as base, ground, etc., an importance and a decisive influence which they do not in reality possess. The smaller the interests at stake, so much the more important the details of time and place become, so much the more that which is general and great falls into the background, having, in a certain measure, no place in small calculations. Is there to be found, viewed generally, a more absurd situation than that of Turenne in 1675, when he stood with his back close to the Rhine, his army along a line of 3 miles in extent, and with his bridge of retreat at the extremity of his right wing? But his measures answered their object, and it is not without reason that they are acknowledged to show a high degree of skill and intelligence. We can only understand this result and this skill when we look more closely into the details and judge them according to the value which they must have had in this particular case. We are convinced that there are no rules of any kind for strategic manoeuvring, that no method, no general principle can determine the mode of action, but that superior energy, precision, order, obedience, intrepidity, in the most special and trifling circumstances, may find means to obtain for themselves signal advantages, and that therefore chiefly on those qualities will depend the victory in this sort of contest. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. Attack of morasses, inundations, woods. Morasses, that is, impassable swamps, which are only traversed by a few embankments, present peculiar difficulties to the tactical attack, as we have stated in treating of the defence. Their breadth hardly ever admits of the enemy being driven from that opposite bank by artillery, and of the construction of a roadway across. The strategic consequence is that endeavours are made to avoid attacking them by passing around them. Where the state of culture, as in many low countries, is so great that the means of passing are innumerable, the resistance of the defender is still strong enough relatively, but it is proportionably weakened for an absolute decision, and therefore wholly unsuitable for it. On the other hand, if the low land (open bracket, as in Holland) close bracket, is aided by inundations, the resistance may become absolute and defy every attack. This was shown in Holland in the year 1672, when after the conquest and occupation of all the fortresses outside the margin of the inundation, 50,000 French troops became available, who first under Conde, then under Luxembourg, were unable to force the line of inundation, although it was only defended by about 20,000 men. The campaign of the Prussians in 1787 under the Duke of Brunswick against the Dutch ended, it is true, in quite a contrary way, as these lines were carried by a force very little superior to the defenders and with trifling loss, but the reason of that is to be found in the dissensions amongst the defenders from political animosities, and a want of unity in the command. And yet nothing is more certain than that the success of the campaign, that is, the advance through the last line of inundation up to the walls of Amsterdam, depended on a point of such extreme nicety that it is impossible to draw any general deduction from this case. The point alluded to was was the leaving unguarded the Sea of Haarlem. By means of this, the Duke turned the inundation line and got in rear of the post of Amstelveen. If the Dutch had had a couple of armed vessels on this lake, the Duke would never have got to Amsterdam, for he was au bout de son latin. What influence that might have had on the conclusion of peace does not concern us here, but it is certain that any further question of carrying the last line of inundation would have been put to an end completely. The winter is no doubt the natural enemy of this means of defence, as the French have shown in 1794 and 1795, but it must be a severe winter. Woods which are scarcely passable we have also included amongst the means which afford the defence powerful assistance. If they are of no great depth, then the assailant may force his way through by several roads running near one another, and thus reach better ground, for no one point can have any tactical strength, as we can never suppose a wood as absolutely impassable as a river or a morass. But when, as in Russia and Poland, a very large tract of country is nearly everywhere covered with wood, and the assailant has not the power of getting beyond it, then certainly his situation becomes very embarrassing. We have only to think of the difficulties he must contend with to subsist his army, and how little he can do in the depths of the forest to make his ubiquitous adversary feel his superiority in numbers. Certainly this is one of the worst situations in which the offensive can be placed. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. Attack of a theatre of war with the view to a decision. Most of the subjects have been already touched upon in the 6th book, and by their mere reflection throw sufficient light on the attack. Moreover, the conception of an enclosed theatre of war has a nearer relation to the defence than to the attack. Many of the leading points, the object of the attack, the sphere of action of victory, etc., have been already treated of in that book, and that which is most decisive and essential on the nature of the attack cannot be made to appear until we get to the plan of war. Still, there remains a good deal to say here, and we shall again commence with the campaign, in which a great decision is positively intended. 1. The first aim of the attack is a victory. To all the advantages which the defender finds in the nature of his situation, the assailant can only oppose superior numbers, and perhaps, in addition, the slight advantage which the feeling of being the offensive and advancing side gives an army. The importance of this feeling, however, is generally overrated, for it does not last long, and will not hold out against real difficulties. Of course, we assume that the defender is as faultless and judicious in all he does as the aggressor. Our object in this observation is to set aside those vague ideas of sudden attack and surprise, which in the attack are generally assumed to be fertile sources of victory, and which yet in reality never occur except under special circumstances. The nature of the real strategic surprise we have already spoken of elsewhere. If then the attack is inferior in physical power, it must have the ascendancy in moral power, in order to make up for the disadvantages which are inherent in the offensive form. If the superiority in that way is also wanting, then there are no good grounds for the attack, and it will not succeed. 2. As prudence is the real genius of the defender, so boldness and self-confidence must animate the assailant. We do not mean that the opposite qualities in each case may be altogether wanting, but that these qualities named have the greatest affinity to the attack and defence respectively. These qualities are only in reality necessary because action in war is no mere mathematical calculation. It is activity which is carried on, if not in the dark, at all events in a feeble twilight, in which we must trust ourselves to the leader who is best suited to carry out the aim we have in view. The weaker the defender shows himself morally, the bolder the assailant should become. 3. For victory, it is necessary that there should be a battle between the enemy's principal force and our own. This is less doubtful as regards the attack than in regard to the defence, for the assailant goes in search of the defender in his position. But we have maintained in treating of the defensive that the offensive should not seek the defender out if he has placed himself in a false position, because he may be sure that the defender will seek him out, and then he will have the advantage of fighting where the defender has not prepared the ground. Here all depends on the road and direction which have the greatest importance. This is a point which is not examined in the defence, being reserved for the present chapter. We shall therefore say what is necessary about it here. 4. We have already pointed out those objects to which the attack should be more immediately directed, and which therefore are the ends to be obtained by victory. Now, if these are within the theatre of war which is attacked, and within the probable sphere of victory, then the road to them is the natural direction of the blow to be struck. But we must not forget that the object of the attack does not generally obtain its signification until victory has been gained, and therefore the mind must always embrace the idea of victory with it. The principal consideration for the assailant is, therefore, not so much merely to reach the object as to reach it a conqueror. Therefore the direction of his blow should not be so much on the object itself as on the way which the enemy's army must take to reach it. This way is the immediate object of the attack. To fall in with the enemy before he has reached this object, to cut him off from it, and in that position to beat him, to do this is to gain an intensified victory. If, for example, the enemy's capital is the object of the attack, and the defender has not placed himself between it and the assailant, the latter would be wrong in marching directly upon the capital. He would do much better by taking his direction upon the line connecting the defender's army with the capital, and seeking there the victory which will place the capital in his hands. If there is no great object within the assailant's sphere of victory, then the enemy's line of communication with the nearest great object to him is the point of paramount importance. The question then for every assailant to ask himself is, if I am successful in the battle, what is the first use I shall make of the victory? The object to be gained, as indicated by the answer to this question, shows the natural direction for his blow. If the defender has placed himself in that direction, he has done right, and there is nothing to do but go and look for him there. If his position is too strong, then the assailant must seek to turn it, that is, to make a virtue of necessity. But if the defender has not placed himself on this right spot, then the assailant chooses that direction, and as soon as he comes in line with the defender, if the latter has not in the meantime made a lateral movement and placed himself across his path, he should then turn himself in the direction of the defender's line of communication in order to seek an action there. If the defender remains quite stationary, then the assailant must wheel round towards him and attack him in rear. Of all the roads amongst which the assailant has a choice, the great roads which serve the commerce of the country are always the best and most natural to choose. To avoid any very great bends, more direct roads, even if smaller, must be chosen, for a line of retreat which deviates much from a direct line is always perilous. 5. The assailant, when he sets out with a view to a great decision, has seldom any reason for dividing his forces, and if, notwithstanding this, he does so, he generally proceeds from a want of clear views. He should therefore only advance with his columns on such a width of front as will admit of their all coming into action together. If the enemy himself has divided his forces, so much the better for the assailant, and to preserve this further advantage, small demonstrations should be made against the enemy's corps which have separated from the main body. These are strategic forces attacks. A detachment of forces for this purpose would be justifiable. Such separation into several columns as is indisputably necessary must be made use of for the disposition of the tactical attack in the enveloping form, for that form is natural to the attack and must not be disregarded without good reason, but it must be only of a tactical nature. For a single strategic envelopment, when a great blow takes place, is a complete waste of power. It can only be excused when the assailant is so strong that there can be no doubt at all about the result. 6. But the attack requires also prudence, for the assailant has also a rear and has communications which must be protected. This service of protection must be performed, as far as possible, by the manner in which the army advances, that is, eo ipso by the army itself. If a force must be specially detailed for this duty, and therefore a partition of forces is required, this cannot but naturally weaken the force of the blow itself. As a large army is always in the habit of advancing with a front of a day's march at least in breadth, therefore if the lines of retreat and communication do not deviate much from the perpendicular, the covering of those lines is in most cases attained by the front of the army. Dangers of this description, to which the assailant is exposed, must be measured chiefly by the situation and character of the adversary. When everything lies under the pressure of an imminent great decision, there is little room for the defender to engage in undertakings of this description. The assailant has, therefore, in ordinary circumstances, not much to fear. But if the advance is over, if the assailant himself is gradually passing into the defensive, then the covering of the rear becomes every moment more necessary, becomes more a thing of the first importance. For the rear of the assailant being naturally weaker than that of the defender, therefore the latter long before he passes over to the real offensive, and even at the same time that he is yielding ground, may have commenced to operate against the communications of the assailant. End of chapter 15. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 7, chapters 16 through 19 of On War by Carl Von Clausewitz. Translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 16. Attack of a theatre of war without the view to a great decision. 1. Although there is neither the will nor the power sufficient for a great decision, there may still exist a decided view in a strategic attack, but it is directed against some secondary object. If the attack succeeds, then, with the attainment of this object, the whole falls again into a state of rest and equilibrium. If difficulties to a certain extent present themselves, the general progress of the attack comes to a standstill before the object is gained. Then, in its place commences a mere occasional offensive or strategic manoeuvring. This is the character of most campaigns. 2. The objects which may be the aim of an offensive of this description are a strip of territory, gain in means of subsistence, perhaps contributions, sparing our own territory, equivalence in negotiations for peace. Such are the advantages to be derived from this procedure. Sometimes an idea of the credit of the army is attached to it, as was perpetually the case in the wars of the French marshals in the time of Louis XIV. It makes a very important difference whether a portion of territory can be kept or not. In general, the first is the case only when the territory is on the edge of our own theatre of war and forms a natural complement of it. Only such portions come into consideration as an equivalent in negotiating a peace. Others are usually only taken possession of for the duration of a campaign, and to be evacuated when the winter begins. b. One of the enemy's principal magazines. If it is not one of considerable importance, it can hardly be looked upon as the object of an offensive determining a whole campaign. It certainly in itself is a loss to the defender and a gain to the assailant. The great advantage, however, from it for the latter is that the loss may compel the defender to retire a little, or give up a strip of territory which he would otherwise have kept. The capture of a magazine is therefore in reality more of a means, and is only spoken of here as an object because until captured it becomes for the time being the immediate definite aim of the action. c. The capture of a fortress. We have made the siege of fortresses the subject of a separate chapter to which we refer our readers. For the reasons there explained, it is easy to conceive how it is that fortresses always constitute the best and most desirable objects in those offensive wars and campaigns in which views cannot be directed to the complete overthrow of the enemy or the conquest of an important part of his territory. We may also easily understand how it is that in the wars in the Low Countries, where fortresses are so abundant, everything has always turned on the possession of one or other of these fortresses, so much so that the successive conquests of whole provinces never once appear as leading features, while on the other hand each of these strong places used to be regarded as a separate thing, which had intrinsic value in itself, and more attention was paid to the convenience and facility with which it could be attacked than to the value of the place itself. At the same time, the attack of a place of some importance is always a great undertaking because it causes a very large expenditure, and in wars in which the whole is not staked at once on the game, this is a matter which ought to be very much considered. Therefore, such a siege takes its place here as one of the most important objects of a strategic attack. The more unimportant a place is, or the less earnestness there is about the siege, the smaller the preparations for it, the more it is done as a thing en passant. So much the smaller also will be the strategic object, and the more it will be a service fit for small forces and limited views. And the whole thing then often sinks into a kind of sham fight, in order to close the campaign with honour, because, as assailant, it is incumbent to do something. d. A successful combat, encounter, or even battle, for the sake of trophies, or merely for the honour of the arms, sometimes even for the mere ambition of the commanders. That this does happen no one can doubt, unless he knows nothing at all of military history. In the campaigns of the French during the reign of Louis XIV, the most of the offensive battles were of this kind. But what is of more importance for us is to observe that these things are not without objective value. They are not the mere pastime of vanity. They have a very distinct influence on peace, and therefore lead, as it were, direct to the object. The military fame, the moral superiority of the army and of the general, are things the influence of which, although unseen, never ceases to bear upon the whole action in war. The aim of such a combat, of course, presupposes a. that there is an adequate prospect of victory, b. that there is not a very heavy stake dependent on the issue. Such a battle fought in straitened relations and with a limited object must naturally not be confounded with a victory which is not turned to profitable account merely from moral weakness. 3. With the exception of the last of these objects, d, they may all be attained without a combat of importance, and generally they are so obtained by the offensive. Now, the means which the assailant has at command, without resorting to a decisive battle, are derived from the interests which the defensive has to protect in his theatre of war. They consist, therefore, in threatening his lines of communications, either through objects connected with subsistence, as magazines, fertile provinces, water communications, etc., or important points, open brackets, bridges, defiles, and such like, close brackets, or also by placing other corps in the occupation of strong positions situated inconveniently near to him, and from which he cannot again drive us out. The seizure of important towns, fertile districts, disturbed parts of the country, which may be excited to rebellion, the threatening of weak allies, etc., etc. Should the attack effectually interrupt the communications, and in such a manner the defender cannot re-establish them, but at a great sacrifice, it compels the defender to take up another position more to the rear or to a flank to cover the objects, at the same time giving up objects of secondary importance. Thus a strip of territory is left open, a magazine or a fortress uncovered, the one exposed to overrun, the other to be invested. Out of this, combats greater or less may arise, but in such case they are not sought for and treated as an object of the war, but as a necessary evil, and can never exceed a certain degree of greatness and importance. For the operation of the defensive on the communications of the offensive is a kind of reaction, which in wars waged for the great solution can only take place when the lines of operation are very long. On the other hand, this kind of reaction lies more in accordance with the nature of things in wars which are not aimed at the great solution. The enemy's lines of communication are seldom very long in such a case, but then neither is it here so much a question of inflicting great losses of this description on the enemy. A mere impeding and cutting short his means of subsistence often produces an effect, and what the lines want in length is made up for, in some degree, by the length of time which can be expended in this kind of contest with the enemy. For this reason, the covering his strategic flanks becomes an important object for the assailant. If, therefore, a contest or rivalry of this description takes place between the assailant and defender, the assailant must seek to compensate by numbers for his natural disadvantages. If he retains sufficient power and resolution still to venture upon a decisive stroke against the enemy's corps, or against the enemy's main body itself, the danger which he thus holds over the head of his opponent is his best means of covering himself. 5. In conclusion, we must notice another great advantage which the assailant certainly has over the defender in wars of this kind, which is that of being better able to judge of the intentions and force of his adversary than the latter can in turn of his. It is much more difficult to discover in what degree an assailant is enterprising and bold than when the defender has something of consequence in his mind. Practically viewed, there usually lies already in the choice of the defensive form of war a sort of guarantee that nothing positive is intended. Besides this, the preparations for a great reaction differ much more from the ordinary preparations for defence than the preparations for a great attack differ from those directed against minor objects. Finally, the defender is obliged to take his measures soonest of the two, which gives the assailant the advantage of playing the last hand. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. Attack of fortresses. The attack of fortresses cannot, of course, come before us here in its aspect as a branch of the science of fortification or military works. We have only to consider the subject first in its relation to the strategic object with which it is to be connected, secondly as regards the choice among several fortresses, and thirdly as regards the manner in which a siege should be covered. that the loss of a fortress weakens the defence, especially in case it forms an essential part of that defence, that many conveniences accrue to the assailant by gaining possession of one, insomuch as he can use it for magazines and depots, and by means of it can cover districts of country cantonments, etc., that if his offensive at last should have to be changed into the defensive, it forms the very best support for that defensive. All these relations which fortresses bear to theatres of war in the course of war make themselves sufficiently evident by what has been said about fortresses in the book on the defence, the reflection from which throws all the light required on these relations with the attack. In relation to the taking of strong places, there is also a great difference between campaigns which tend to a great decision and others. In the first, a consequence of this description is always to be regarded as an evil which is unavoidable. As long as there is yet a decision to be made, we undertake no sieges but such as are positively unavoidable. When the decision has been already given, the crisis, the utmost tension of forces, some time past, and when therefore a state of rest has commenced, then the capture of strong places serves as a consolidation of the conquests made, and then they can generally be carried out, if not without effort and expenditure of force, at least without danger. In the crisis itself, the siege of a fortress heightens the intensity of the crisis to the prejudice of the offensive. It is evident that nothing so much weakens the force of the offensive, and therefore there is nothing so certain to rob it of its preponderance for a season. But there are cases in which the capture of this or that fortress is quite unavoidable if the offensive is to be continued, and in such a case a siege is to be considered as an intensified progress of the attack. The crisis will be so much greater the less there has been decided previously. All that remains now for considerations on this subject belongs to the book on the plan of the war. In campaigns with a limited object, a fortress is generally not the means but the end itself. It is regarded as a small independent conquest, and as such has the following advantages over every other. 1. That a fortress is a small, distinctly defined conquest, which does not require a further expenditure of force, and therefore gives no cause to fear a reaction. 2. That in negotiating for peace, its value as an equivalent may be turned to account. 3. That a siege is a real progress of the attack, or at least seems so, without constantly diminishing the force like every other advance of the offensive. 4. That the siege is an enterprise without a catastrophe. The result of these things is that the capture of one or more of the enemy's strong places is very frequently the object of those strategic attacks which cannot aim at any higher object. The grounds which decide the choice of the fortress which should be attacked, in case that may be doubtful, generally are a. That it is one which can be easily kept, therefore stands high in value as an equivalent in case of negotiations for peace. b. That the means of taking it are at hand. Small means are only sufficient to take small places, but it is better to take a small one than to fall before a large one. c. Its strength in engineering respects, which obviously is not always in proportion to its importance in other respects. Nothing is more absurd than to waste forces before a vast strong place of little importance, if a place of less strength may be made the object of the attack. d. The strength of the armament and of the garrison as well. If a fortress is weakly armed and insufficiently garrisoned, its capture must naturally be easier, but here we observe that the strength of the garrison and armament are to be reckoned amongst those things which make up the total importance of the place, because garrison and armaments are directly parts of the enemy's military strength, which cannot be said in the same measure of works of fortification. The conquest of a fortress with a strong garrison can, therefore, much more readily repay the sacrifice it costs than one with very strong works. e. The facility of moving the siege train. Most sieges fail for want of means, and the means are generally wanting from the difficulty attending their transport. Eugene's siege of Landrechi, 1712, and Frederick the Great's siege of Olmütz, 1758, are very remarkable instances in point. f. Lastly, there remains the facility of covering the siege as a point now to be considered. There are two essentially different ways by which a siege may be covered: by entrenching the besieging force, that is, by a line of circumvallation, and by what is called lines of observation. The first of these methods has quite gone out of fashion, although evidently one important point speaks in its favour, namely that by this method the force of the assailant does not suffer by division exactly that weakening which is so generally found a great disadvantage at sieges. But we grant there is still a weakening in another way to a very considerable degree, because 1. The position around the fortress, as a rule, is of too great extent for the strength of the army. 2. The garrison, the strength of which, added to that of the relieving army, would only make up the force originally opposed to us, under these circumstances is to be looked upon as an enemy's corps in the middle of our camp, which, protected by walls, is invulnerable, or at least not to be overpowered, by which its power is immensely increased. 3. The defence of a line of circumvallation admits of nothing but the most absolute defensive, because the circular order facing outwards is the weakest and most disadvantageous of all possible orders of battle, and is particularly unfavourable to any advantageous counter-attacks. There is no alternative, in fact, but to defend ourselves to the last extremity within the entrenchments. That these circumstances may cause a greater diminution of the army than 1/3, which perhaps would be occasioned by forming an army of observation, is easy to conceive. If, added to that, we now think of the general preference which has existed since the time of Frederick the Great for the offensive, as it is called, but which in reality is not always so, for movements and manoeuvres, and the aversion to entrenchments, we shall not wonder at lines of circumvallation having gone quite out of fashion. But this weakening of the tactical resistance is by no means its only disadvantage, and we have only reckoned up the prejudices which force themselves into the judgment on the lines of circumvallation next in order after that disadvantage, because they are nearly akin to each other. A line of circumvallation only in reality covers that portion of the theatre of war which it actually encloses. All the rest is more or less given up to the enemy, if special detachments are not made use of to cover it, in which way the very partition of the force which it was intended to obviate takes place. Thus the besieging army will always be in anxiety and embarrassment on account of the convoys which it requires, and the covering of the same by lines of circumvallation is not to be thought of if the army and the siege supplies required are considerable, and the enemy is in the field in strong force, unless under such conditions as are found in the Netherlands, where there is a whole system of fortresses lying close to each other, and immediate lines connecting them, which cover the rest of the theatre of war, and considerably shorten the lines by which transport can be effected. In the time of Louis XIV, the conception of the theatre of war had not yet bound itself up with the position of an army. In the 30 Years' War particularly, the armies moved here and there sporadically before this or that fortress, in the neighbourhood of which there was no enemy's corps at all, and besieged it as long as the siege equipment they had brought with them lasted, and until the enemy's army approached to relieve the place. Then lines of circumvallation had their foundation in the nature of circumstances. In future it is not likely they will be often used again, unless where the enemy in the field is very weak, or the conception of the theatre of war vanishes before that of the siege. Then it will be natural to keep all the forces united in the siege, as the siege by that means unquestionably gains in energy in a high degree. The lines of circumvallation in the reign of Louis XIV at Cambrai and Valenciennes were of little use, as the former were stormed by Turenne, opposed to Conde, the latter by Conde, opposed to Turenne. But we must not overlook the endless number of other cases in which they were respected, even when there existed in the place the most urgent need for relief, and when the commander on the defensive side was a man of great enterprise, as in 1708, when Villars did not venture to attack the Allies in their lines at Lille. Frederick the Great at Olmütz, 1758, and at Dresden, 1760, although he had no regular lines of circumvallation, had a system which in all essentials was identical. He used the same army to carry on the siege, and also as a covering army. The distance of the Austrian army induced him to adopt this plan at Olmütz, but the loss of his convoy at Domstadtel made him repent it. At Dresden in 1760, the motives which led him to this mode of proceeding were his contempt for the German States Imperial Army, and his desire to take Dresden as soon as possible. Lastly, it is a disadvantage in lines of circumvallation that, in case of a reverse, it is more difficult to save the siege train. If a defeat is sustained at a distance of 1 or more days' march from the place besieged, the siege must be raised before the enemy can arrive, and the heavy trains may, in the meantime, gain also a day's march. In taking up a position for an army of observation, an important question to be considered is the distance at which it should be placed from the besieged place. This question will in most cases be decided by the nature of the country, or by the position of other armies or corps with which the besiegers have to remain in communication. In other respects it is easy to see that with a great distance the siege is better covered, but that by a smaller distance, not exceeding a few miles, the two armies are better able to afford each other mutual support. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. Attack of convoys. The attack and defence of a convoy form a subject of tactics. We should therefore have nothing to say upon the subject here, if it was not necessary first to demonstrate generally to a certain extent the possibility of the thing, which can only be done from strategic motives and relations. We should have had to speak of it in this respect before, when treating of the defence, had it not been the little which can be said about it can easily be framed to suit both the attack and defence, while at the same time the first plays the higher part in connection with it. A moderate convoy of 300 or 400 wagons, let the load be what it may, takes up half a mile. A large convoy is several miles in length. Now, how is it possible to expect that the few troops usually allotted to a convoy will suffice for its defence? If to this difficulty we add the unwieldy nature of the mass, which can only advance at the slowest pace, and which besides is always liable to be thrown into disorder, and lastly, that every part of a convoy must be equally protected, because the moment that one part is attacked by the enemy, the whole is brought to a stop and thrown into a state of confusion, we may well ask, how can the covering and defence of such a train be possible at all? Or, in other words, why are not all convoys taken when they are attacked? And why are not all attacked which require an escort, or which is the same thing, all that come within the reach of the enemy? It is plain that all tactical expedients, such as Tempelhof's most impracticable scheme of constantly halting and assembling the convoy at short distances, and then moving off afresh, and the much better plan of Scharnhorst, of breaking up the convoy into several columns, are only slight correctives of a radical evil. The explanation consists in this, that by far the greater number of convoys derive more security from the strategic situation in general than any other parts exposed to the attacks of the enemy, which bestows on their limited means of defence a very much increased efficiency. Convoys generally move more or less in rear of their own army, or at least at a great distance from that of the enemy. The consequence is that only weak detachments can be sent to attack them, and these are obliged to cover themselves by strong reserves. Added to this, the unwieldiness itself of the carriages used makes it very difficult to carry them off. The assailant must therefore in general content himself with cutting the traces, taking away horses, and blowing up powder wagons, by which the whole is certainly detained and thrown into disorder, but not completely lost. By all this we may perceive that the security of such trains lies more in these general relations than in the defensive power of its escort. If now to all of this we add the defence of the escort, which although it cannot by marching resolutely against the enemy directly cover the convoy, is still able to derange the plan of the enemy's attack, then at last the attack of a convoy, instead of appearing easy and sure of success, will appear rather difficult and very uncertain in its result. But there remains still a chief point, which is the danger of the enemy's army, or one of its corps, retaliating on the assailants of its convoy and punishing it ultimately for the undertaking by defeating it. The apprehension of this puts a stop to many undertakings without the real cause ever appearing, so that the safety of the convoy is attributed to the escort, and people wonder how a miserable arrangement, such as an escort, should meet with such respect. In order to feel the truth of this observation, we have only to think of the famous retreat which Frederick the Great made through Bohemia after the siege of Olmütz, 1758, when the half of his army was broken into a column of companies to cover the convoy of 4,000 carriages. What prevented Daun from falling on this monstrosity? The fear that Frederick would throw himself upon him with the other half of his army, and entangle him in a battle which Daun did not desire. What prevented Laudon, who was constantly at the side of that convoy, from falling upon it at Zwickbowitz sooner and more boldly than he did? The fear that he would get a rap over the knuckles. 10 miles from his main army, and completely separated from it by the Prussian army, he thought himself in danger of a serious defeat if the king, who had no reason at that time to be concerned about Daun, should fall upon him with the bulk of his forces. It is only if the strategic situation of an army involves it in the unnatural necessity of connecting itself with its convoys by the flank or by its front, that then these convoys are really in great danger, and become an advantageous object of attack for the enemy, if his position allows him to detach troops for that purpose. The same campaign of 1758 affords an instance of the most complete success of an undertaking of this description in the capture of the convoy at Domstadtel. The road to Nice lay on the left flank of the Prussian position, and the king's forces were so neutralised by the siege and by the corps watching dawn that the partisans had no reason to be uneasy about themselves, and were able to make their attack completely at their ease. When Eugene besieged Landrecy in 1712, he drew his supplies for the siege from Buchan by Denain, therefore in reality from the front of the strategic position. It is well known what means he was obliged to use to overcome the difficulty of protecting his convoys on that occasion, and in what embarrassments he involved himself, ending in a complete change of circumstances. The conclusion we draw, therefore, is that however easy an attack on a convoy may appear in its tactical aspect, still it has not much in its favour on strategic grounds, and only promises important results in the exceptional instances of lines of communication very much exposed. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. Attack on the enemy's army in its cantonments. We have not treated of this subject in the defence, because a line of cantonments is not to be regarded as a defensive means, but as a mere existence of the army in a state which implies little readiness for battle. In respect to this readiness for battle, we therefore did not go beyond what we required to say in connection with this condition of an army in the 13th chapter of the 5th book. But here, in considering the attack, we have to think of an enemy's army in cantonments in all respects as a special object, for, in the first place, such an attack is of a very peculiar kind in itself, and in the next place, it may be considered as a strategic means of particular efficacy. Here we have before us, therefore, not the question of an onslaught on a single cantonment or a small corps dispersed amongst a few villages, as the arrangements for that are entirely of a tactical nature, but of the attack of a large army distributed in cantonments more or less extensive, an attack in which the object is not the mere surprise of a single cantonment, but to prevent the assembly of the army. The attack of the enemy's army in cantonments is therefore the surprise of an army not assembled. If this surprise succeeds fully, then the enemy's army is prevented from reaching its appointed place of assembly, and therefore compelled to choose another more to the rear. As this change of the point of assembly to the rear in a state of such emergency can seldom be effected in less than a day's march, but generally will require several days, the loss of ground which this occasions is by no means an insignificant loss, and this is the first advantage to be gained by the assailant. But now, this surprise, which is in connection with the general relations, may certainly at the same time, in its commencement, be an onslaught on some of the enemy's single cantonments, not certainly upon all or upon a great many, because that would suppose a scattering of the attacking army to an extent which could never be advisable. Therefore, only the most advanced quarters, only those which lie in the direction of the attacking columns, can be surprised, and even this will seldom happen to many of them, as large forces cannot easily approach unobserved. However, this element of the attack is by no means to be disregarded, and we reckon the advantages which may thus be obtained as the second advantage of the surprise. A third advantage consists in the minor combats forced upon the enemy, in which his losses will be considerable. A great body of troops does not assemble itself at once by single battalions at the spot appointed for the general concentration of the army, but usually forms itself by brigades, divisions, or corps in the first place, and these masses cannot then hasten at full speed to the rendezvous. In case of meeting with an enemy's column in their course, they are obliged to engage in a combat. Now, they may certainly come off victorious in the same, particularly if the enemy's attacking column is not of sufficient strength, but in conquering they lose time, and in most cases, as may be easily conceived, a corps under such circumstances, and in the general tendency to gain a point which lies to the rear, will not make any beneficial use of its victory. On the other hand, they may be beaten, and that is the most probable issue in itself, because they have not had time to organise a good resistance. We may therefore very well suppose that in an attack well planned and executed, the assailant, through these partial combats, will gain up a considerable number of trophies, which become a principal point in the general result. Lastly, the fourth advantage, and the keystone to the whole, is a certain momentary disorganisation and discouragement on the side of the enemy, which, when the force is at last assembled, seldom allows for it being immediately brought into action, and generally obliges the party attacked to abandon still more ground to his assailant, and to make a change generally in his plan of operations. Such are the proper results of a successful surprise of the enemy in cantonments, that is, of one in which the enemy is prevented from assembling his army without loss at the point fixed in his plan. But by the nature of the case, success has many degrees, and therefore the results may be very great in one case and hardly worth mentioning in another, but even when, through the complete success of the enterprise, these results are considerable, they will seldom bear comparison with the gain of a great battle, partly because in the first place the trophies are seldom as great, and in the next the moral impression never strikes so deep. The general result must always be kept in view, that we may not promise ourselves more from an enterprise of this kind than it can give. Many hold it to be the non plus ultra of offensive activity, but it is not so by any means, as we may see from this analysis, as well as from military history. One of the most brilliant surprises in history is that made by the Duke of Lorraine in 1643 on the cantonments of the French under General Ranzan at Dötlingen. The corps was 16,000 men, and they lost the general commanding and 7,000 men. It was a complete defeat. The want of outposts was the cause of the disaster. The surprise of Turenne at Mergentheim, Mariendal as the French call it, in 1644, is in like manner to be regarded as equal to a defeat in its effects, for he lost 3,000 men out of 8,000, which was principally owing to his having been led into making an untimely stand after he got his men assembled. Such results we cannot therefore often reckon upon. It was rather the result of an ill-judged action than of the surprise, properly speaking, for Turenne might easily have avoided the action, and have rallied his troops upon those in more distant quarters. A third noted surprise is that which Turenne made on the Allies under the Great Elector, the Imperial General Bournonville and the Duke of Lorraine, in Alsace in the year 1674. The trophies were very small. The loss of the Allies did not exceed 2,000 or 3,000 men, which could not decide the fate of a force of 50,000, but the Allies considered that they could not venture to make any further resistance in Alsace, and retired across the Rhine again. This strategic result was all that Turenne wanted, but we must not look for the causes of it entirely in the surprise. Turenne surprised the plans of his opponents more than the troops themselves. The want of unanimity amongst the Allied generals and the proximity of the Rhine did the rest. This event altogether deserves a closer examination, as it is generally viewed in a wrong light. In 1741, Neipperg surprised Frederick the Great in his quarters. The whole of the result was that the king was obliged to fight the battle of Mollwitz before he had collected all his forces, and with a change of front. In 1745, Frederick the Great surprised the Duke of Lorraine in his cantonments in Lusatia. The chief success was through the real surprise of one of the most important quarters, that of Hennersdorf, by which the Austrians suffered the loss of 2,000 men. The general result was that the Duke of Lorraine retreated to Bohemia by Upper Lusatia, but that did not at all prevent his returning into Saxony by the left bank of the Elbe, so that without the Battle of Kesseldorf there would have been no important result. 1758. The Duke Ferdinand surprised the French quarters. The immediate result was that the French lost some thousands of men and were obliged to take up a position behind the Aller. The moral effect may have been of more importance, and may have had some influence on the subsequent evacuation of Westphalia. If from these different examples we seek for a conclusion as to the efficacy of this kind of attack, then only the two first can be put in comparison with the battle gained. But the corps were only small, and the want of outposts in the system of war in those days was a circumstance greatly in favour of these enterprises. Although the four other cases must be reckoned completely successful enterprises, it is plain that not one of them is to be compared with a battle gained as respects its result. The general result could not have taken place in any of them, except with an adversary weak in will and character, and therefore it did not take place at all in the case of 1741. In 1806, the Prussian army contemplated surprising the French in this manner in Franconia. The case promised well for a satisfactory result. Bonaparte was not present, the French corps were in widely extended cantonments. Under these circumstances, the Prussian army, acting with great resolution and activity, might well reckon on driving the French back across the Rhine with more or less loss. But this was also all. If they reckoned upon more, for instance, on following up their advantages beyond the Rhine, or on gaining such a moral ascendancy that the French would not again venture to appear on the right bank of the river in the same campaign, such an expectation had no sufficient grounds whatever. In the beginning of August 1812, the Russians from Smolensk meditated falling upon the cantonments of the French where Napoleon halted his army in the neighbourhood of Vitebsk. But they wanted courage to carry out the enterprise, and it was fortunate for them they did. For as the French commander with his centre was not only more than twice the strength of their centre, but also in himself the most resolute commander that ever lived, as further the loss of a few miles of ground would have decided nothing, and there was no natural obstacle in any feature of the country near enough up to which they might pursue their success, and by that means in some measure make it certain, and lastly, as the war of the year 1812 was not in any way a campaign of that kind which draws itself in a languid way to a conclusion, but the serious plan of an assailant who had made up his mind to conquer his opponent completely, therefore the trifling results to be expected from a surprise of the enemy in his quarters appear nothing else than utterly disproportionate to the solution of the problem. They could not justify a hope of making good by their means the great inequality of forces and other relations. But this scheme shows to serve how a confused idea of the effect of this means may lead to an entirely false application of the same. What has been hitherto said places the subject in the light of a strategic means, but it lies in its nature that its execution also is not purely tactical, but in part belongs again to strategy, so far particularly that such an attack is generally made on a front of considerable width, and the army which carries it out can and generally will come to blows before it is concentrated, so that the whole is an agglomeration of partial combats. We must now add a few words on the most natural organisation of such an attack. The first condition is, 1. To attack the front of the enemy's quarters in a certain width of front, for that is the only means by which we can really surprise several cantonments, cut off others, and create generally that disorganisation in the enemy's army which is intended. The number of, and the intervals between, the columns must depend on circumstances. 2. The direction of the different columns must converge upon a point where it is intended they should unite, for the enemy ends more or less with a concentration of his force, and therefore we must do the same. This point of concentration should, if possible, be the enemy's point of assembly, or lie on his line of retreat. It will naturally be best where the line crosses an important obstacle in the country. The separate columns, when they come in contact with the enemy's forces, must attack them with great determination, with dash and boldness, as they have general relations in their favour, and daring is always there in its right place. From this it follows that the commanders of the separate columns must be allowed freedom of action and full power in this respect. 4. The tactical plan of attack against those of the enemy's corps that are the first to place themselves in position must always be directed to turn a flank, for the greatest result is always to be expected by separating the corps and cutting them off. 5. Each of the columns must be composed of portions of the three arms, and must not be stinted in cavalry. It may even sometimes be well to divide amongst them the whole of the reserve cavalry, for it would be a great mistake to suppose that this body of cavalry could play any great part in a mass in an enterprise of this sort. The first village, the smallest bridge, the most insignificant thicket, would bring it to a halt. 6. Although it lies in the nature of a surprise that the assailant should not send his advanced guard very far in front, that principle only applies to the first approach to the enemy's quarters. When the fight has commenced in the enemy's quarters, and therefore all that was to be expected from actual surprise has been gained, then the columns of the advanced guard of all arms should push on as far as possible, for they may greatly increase the confusion on the side of the enemy by more rapid movements. It is only by this means that it becomes possible to carry off, here and there, the mass of baggage, artillery, non-effectives and camp followers, which have to be dragged after a cantonment suddenly broken up, and these advanced guards must also be the chief instruments in turning and cutting off the enemy. 7. Finally, the retreat in case of ill success must be thought of, and a rallying point fixed upon beforehand. End of chapter 19. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 7, Chapters 20 and 21 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3 by Carl Von Clausewitz, translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 20, Diversion. According to the ordinary use of language, under the term diversion is understood such an incursion into the enemy's country as draws off a portion of his force from the principal point. It is only when this is the chief end in view, and not the gain of the object which is selected as the point of attack, that it is an enterprise of a special character, otherwise it is only an ordinary attack. Naturally, the diversion must at the same time always have an object of attack, for it is only the value of this object that will induce the enemy to send troops for its protection, Besides, in case the undertaking does not succeed as a diversion, this object is a compensation for the forces expended in the attempt. These objects of attack may be fortresses or important magazines or rich and large towns, especially capital cities, contributions of all kinds. Lastly, assistance may be afforded in this way to discontented subjects of the enemy. It is easy to conceive that diversions may be useful, but they certainly are not so always. On the contrary, they are just as often injurious. The chief condition is that they should withdraw from the principal theatre of war more of the enemy's troops than we employ on the diversion. For if they only succeed in drawing off just the same number, then their efficacy as diversions, properly called, ceases, and the undertaking becomes a mere subordinate attack. Even where, on account of circumstances, we have in view to attain a very great end with a very small force, as for instance to make an easy capture of an important fortress, and another attack is made adjoining to the principal attack to assist the latter, that is no longer a diversion. When two states are at war, and a third falls upon one of them, such an event is very commonly called a diversion, but such an attack differs in nothing from an ordinary attack except in its direction. There is therefore no occasion to give it a particular name, for in theory it should be a rule only to denote by particular names such things as are in their nature distinct. But if small forces are to attract large ones, there must obviously be some special cause, and therefore, for the object of diversion, it is not sufficient merely to detach some troops at a point not hitherto occupied. If the assailant, with a small corps of 1,000 men, overruns one of his enemy's provinces, not belonging to the theatre of war, and levies contribution, etc., it is easy to see beforehand that the enemy cannot put a stop to this by detaching 1,000 men, but that if he means to protect the province from invaders, he must at all events send a considerably larger force. But it may be asked, cannot a defender, instead of protecting his own province, restore the balance by sending a similar detachment to plunder a province in our country? Therefore, if an advantage is to be obtained by an aggressor in this way, it must first be ascertained that there is more to be got or to be threatened in the defender's provinces than in his own. If this is the case, then no doubt a weak diversion will occupy a force on the enemy's side greater than that composing the enterprise. On the other hand, this advantage naturally diminishes as the masses increase. For 50,000 men can defend a province of moderate extent not only against equal but even against somewhat superior numbers. The advantage of large diversions is therefore very doubtful, and the greater they become, the more decisive must be the other circumstances which favour a diversion, if any good is to come out of such an enterprise upon the whole. Now, these favourable circumstances may be a. Forces which the assailant holds available for a diversion without weakening the great mass of his force. b. Points belonging to the defender which are of vital importance to him and can be threatened by a diversion. c. Discontented subjects of the same. d. A rich province which can supply a considerable quantity of munitions of war. If only these diversions are undertaken which, when tested by these different considerations, promise results, it will be found that an opportunity of making a diversion does not occur frequently. But now comes another important point. Every diversion brings war into a district into which the war would not otherwise have penetrated. For that reason, it will always be the means, more or less, of calling forth military forces which would otherwise have continued in abeyance. This will be done in a way which will be very sensibly felt if the enemy has any organised militia and means of arming the nation at large. It is quite the natural order of things, and amply shown by experience, that if a district is suddenly threatened by an enemy's force, and nothing has been prepared beforehand for its defence, all the most efficient official functionaries immediately lay hold of and set in motion every extraordinary means that can be imagined, in order to ward off the impending danger. Thus new powers of resistance spring up, such as are next to a people's war, and may easily excite one. This is a point which should be kept well in view in every diversion, in order that we may not dig our own graves. The expeditions to North Holland in 1799 and Walcheren in 1809, regarded as diversions, are only to be justified in so far that there was no other way of employing the English troops. But there is no doubt that the sum total of the means of resistance of the French was thereby increased, and every landing in France would have just the same effect. To threaten the French coast certainly offers great advantages, because by that means an important body of troops becomes neutralised in watching the coast, but a landing with a large force can never be justifiable unless we count on the assistance of a province in opposition to the government. The less a great decision is looked forward to in war, the more will diversions be allowable, but so much the smaller will also certainly be the gain to be derived from them. They are only a means of bringing the stagnant masses into motion. Heading. Execution. 1. A diversion may include in itself a real attack. Then the execution has no special character in itself except boldness and expedition. 2. It may also have as an object to appear more than it really is, being in fact a demonstration as well. The special means to be employed in such a case could only suggest themselves to a subtle mind, well versed in men and in the existing state of circumstances. It follows from the nature of the thing that there must be a great fractioning of forces on such occasions. 3. If the forces employed are not quite inconsiderable, and the retreat is restricted to certain points, then a reserve on which the whole may rally is an essential condition. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. Invasion. Almost all that we have to say on this subject consists in an explanation of the term. We find the expression very frequently used by modern authors, and also that they pretend to denote by it something particular. Guerre d'invasion occurs perpetually in French authors. They use it as a term for every attack which enters deep into the enemy's country, and perhaps sometimes mean to apply it as the antithesis to methodical attack, that is, one which only nibbles at the frontier. But this is a very unphilosophical confusion of language. Whether an attack is to be confined to the frontier or to be carried into the heart of the country, whether it shall make the seizure of the enemy's strong places the chief object, or seek out the core of the enemy's power and pursue it unremittingly, is the result of circumstances and not dependent on a system. In some cases, to push forward may be more methodical and at the same time more prudent than to tarry on the frontier. But in most cases it is nothing else than just the fortunate result of a vigorous attack, and consequently does not differ from it in any respect. Reader's note: there follows a heading on the culminating point of victory, which is marked with an asterisk. The asterisk links to a footnote which says, see chapters 4 and 5. Reader's note ends. The conqueror in a war is not always in a condition to subdue his adversary completely. Often, in fact almost universally, there is a culminating point of victory. Experience shows this sufficiently, but as the subject is one especially important to the theory of war, and the pivot of almost all plans of campaigns, while at the same time on its surface some apparent contradictions glitter, as in ever-changing colours, we therefore wish to examine it more closely and look for its essential causes. Victory, as a rule, springs from a preponderance of the sum of all physical and moral powers combined. Undoubtedly it increases this preponderance, or it would not be sought for and purchased at a great sacrifice. Victory itself does this unquestionably. Also, its consequences have the same effect, but not to the utmost point, generally only up to a certain point. This point may be very near at hand, and is sometimes so near that the whole of the results of a victorious battle are confined to an increase of the moral superiority. How this comes about we have now to examine. In the progress of the action in war, the combatant force is incessantly meeting with elements which strengthen it and others which weaken it. Hence it is a question of superiority on one side or the other. As every diminution of power on one side is to be regarded as an increase on the opposite, it follows, of course, that this double current, this ebb and flow, takes place whenever troops are advancing or retiring. It is therefore necessary to find out the principal cause of this alteration in the one case, to determine the other along with it. In advancing, the most important causes of the increase of strength which the assailant gains are: 1. The loss which the enemy's army suffers because it is usually greater than that of the assailant. 2. The loss which the enemy suffers in inert military means, such as magazines, depots, bridges, etc., and which the assailant does not share with him. 3. That from the moment the assailant enters the enemy's territory, there is a loss of provinces to the defence, consequently of sources of new military forces. 4. That the advancing army guards a portion of those resources, in other words, gains the advantage of living at the expense of the enemy. 5. The loss of internal organisation and of the regular action of everything on the side of the enemy. 6. That the allies of the enemy secede from him and others join the conqueror. 7. Lastly, the discouragement of the enemy who lets the arms, in some measure, drop out of his hands. The causes of the decrease of strength in an army advancing are: 1. That it is compelled to lay siege to the enemy's fortresses, to blockade them or observe them, or that the enemy, who did the same before the victory, in his retreat draws in these corps on his main body. 2. That from the moment the assailant enters the enemy's territory, the nature of the theatre of war is changed, it becomes hostile, we must occupy it, for we cannot call any portion our own beyond what is in actual occupation, and yet it everywhere presents difficulties to the whole machine, which must necessarily tend to weaken its effects. 3. That we are removing further away from our own resources, whilst the enemy is drawing nearer to his. This causes a delay in the replacement of expended power. 4. That the danger which threatens the state rouses other powers to its protection. 5. Lastly, the greater efforts of the adversary, in consequence of the increased danger. On the other hand, a relaxation of effort on the side of the victorious state. All these advantages and disadvantages can exist together, meet each other in a certain measure, and pursue their way in opposite directions, except that the last meet as real opposites, cannot pass, therefore mutually exclude each other. This alone shows how infinitely different may be the effect of a victory, according as it stuns the vanquished or stimulates him to greater exertions. We shall now try to characterise in a few words each of these points singly. 1. The loss of the enemy when defeated may be at the greatest in the first moment of defeat, and then daily diminish in amount until it arrives at a point where the balance is restored as regards our force. But it may go on increasing every day in an ascending ratio. The difference of situation and relations determines this. We can only say that in general, with a good army, the first will be the case, with an indifferent army, the second. Next to the spirit of the army, the spirit of the government is here the most important thing. It is of great consequence in war to distinguish between the two cases in practice, in order not to stop just at the point where we ought to begin in good earnest, and vice versa. 2. The loss which the enemy sustains in that part of the apparatus of war which is inert may ebb and flow just in the same manner, and this will depend on the accidental position and nature of the depots from which supplies are drawn. This subject, however, in the present day cannot be compared with the others in point of importance. 3. The third advantage must necessarily increase as the army advances. Indeed, it may be said that it does not come into consideration until an army has penetrated far into the enemy's country, that is to say, until a third or a fourth of the country have been left in rear. In addition, the intrinsic value which a province has in connection with the war comes also into consideration. In the same way, the fourth advantage should increase with the advance. But with respect to these two last, it is also to be observed that their influence on the combatant powers actually engaged in the struggle is seldom felt so immediately, and they only work slowly and by a circuitous course. Therefore we should not bend the bow too much on their account, that is to say, not place ourselves in any dangerous position. The fifth advantage, again, only comes into consideration if we have made a considerable advance, and if by the form of the enemy's country some provinces can be detached from the principal mass, as these, like limbs compressed by ligatures, usually soon die off. As to 6 and 7, it is at least probable that they increase with advance. Furthermore, we shall return to them hereafter. Let us now pass on to the causes of weakness. 1. The besieging, blockade, and investment of fortresses generally increase as the army advances. This weakening influence alone acts so powerfully on the condition of the combatant force that it may soon outweigh all the advantages gained. No doubt in modern times a system has been introduced to blockading places with a small number of troops, or watching them with a still smaller number, and also the enemy must keep garrisons in them. Nevertheless, they remain a great element of security. The garrisons consist very often in half of people who have taken no part in the war previously. Before those places which are situated near the line of communication, it is necessary for the assailant to leave a force at least double the strength of the garrison, and if it is desirable to lay formal siege or to starve out one single considerable place, a small army is required for the purpose. 2. The second cause, the taking up of a theatre of war in the enemy's country, increases necessarily with the advance, and if it does not further weaken the condition of the combatant force at the moment, it does so at all events in the long run. We can only regard as our theatre of war so much of the enemy's country as we actually possess, that is to say, where we either have small corps in the field, or where we have left here and there strong garrisons in large towns, or stations along the roads, etc. Now, however small the garrisons may be which are detached, still they weaken the combatant force considerably, but this is the smallest evil. Every army has strategic flanks, that is, the country which borders both sides of its lines of communications. The weakness of these parts is not sensibly felt as long as the enemy is similarly situated with respect to this, but that can only be the case as long as we are in our own country. As soon as we get into the enemy's country, the weakness of these parts is very much felt, because the smallest enterprise promises some result when directed against a long line, only feebly or not at all covered, and these attacks may be made from any quarter in the enemy's country. The further we advance, the longer these flanks become, and the danger arising from them is enhanced in an increased ratio. For not only are they difficult to cover, but the spirit of enterprise is also first roused in the enemy, chiefly by long, insecure lines of communication, and the consequences which their loss may entail in case of a retreat are matter of grave consideration. All this contributes to place a fresh load on an advancing army at every step of its progress, so that if it has not commenced with a more than ordinary superiority, it will feel itself always more and more cramped in its plans, gradually weakened in its impulsive force, and at last in a state of uncertainty and anxiety as to its situation. 3. The third cause, the distance from the sources from which the incessantly diminishing combatant force is to be just as incessantly filled up, increases with the advance. A conquering army is like the light of a lamp in this respect. The more the oil which feeds it sinks into the reservoir and recedes from the focus of light, the smaller the light becomes, until at length it is quite extinguished. The richness of the conquered provinces may certainly diminish this evil very much, but can never entirely remove it, because there are always a number of things which can only be supplied to the army from its own country. Men in particular, because the subsidies furnished by the enemy's country are, in most cases, neither so promptly nor so surely forthcoming as in our own country, because the means of meeting any unexpected requirement cannot be so quickly procured, because misunderstandings and mistakes of all kinds cannot so soon be discovered and remedied. If a prince does not lead his army in person, as became the custom in the last wars, if he is not anywhere near it, then another and very great inconvenience arises in the loss of time occasioned by communications backwards and forwards, for the fullest powers conferred on a sufficient commander of an army are never sufficient to meet every case in the wide expanse of his activity. 4. The change in political alliances. If these changes produced a victory should be, such as they are, disadvantageous to the conqueror, they will probably be so in a direct relation to his progress, just as in this case, if they are of an advantageous nature. This all depends on the existing political alliances, interests, customs and tendencies, on princes, ministers, etc. In general, we can only say that when a great state which has smaller allies is conquered, these usually secede very soon from their alliance, so that the victor in this respect with every blow becomes stronger. But if the conquered state is small, protectors much sooner present themselves when his very existence is threatened, and others who have helped to place him in his present embarrassment will turn round to prevent his complete downfall. 5. The increased resistance on the part of the enemy which is called forth. Sometimes the enemy drops his weapon out of his hands from terror and stupefaction. Sometimes an enthusiastic paroxysm seizes him. Everyone runs to arms, and the resistance is much stronger after the first defeat than it was before. The character of the people and of the government, the nature of the country and its political alliances, are here the data from which the probable effect must be conjectured. What countless differences these two last points also make in the plans which may or should be made in war in one case and another. Whilst one, through an excess of caution and what is called methodical proceedings, fritters away his good fortune, another, from want of a rational reflection, tumbles into destruction. In addition, we must here call to mind the supineness which not unfrequently comes over the victorious side when danger is removed, whilst on the contrary renewed efforts are then required in order to follow up the success. If we cast a general glance over these different and antagonistic principles, the deduction doubtless is that the profitable use of the onward march in a war of aggression, in the generality of cases, diminishes the preponderance with which the assailants set out, or which has to be gained by victory. Here the question must naturally strike us: if this be so, what is it which impels the conqueror to follow up the career of victory to continue the offensive? And can this really be called making further use of the victory? Would it not be better to stop where as yet there is hardly any diminution of the preponderance gained? To this we must naturally answer: the preponderance of combat forces is only the means, not the end. The end or object is to subdue the enemy, or at least to take from him part of his territory, in order thus to put ourselves in a condition to realise the value of the advantages we have gained when we conclude a peace. Even if our aim is to conquer the enemy completely, we must be content that perhaps every step we advance reduces our preponderance, but it does not necessarily follow from this that there will be nil before the fall of the enemy. The fall of the enemy may take place before that, and if it is to be obtained by the last minimum of preponderance, it would be an error not to expend it for that purpose. The preponderance which we have to acquire in war is, therefore, the means, not the end, and it must be staked to gain the latter. But it is necessary to know how far it will reach in order not to go beyond that point, and instead of fresh advantages reap disaster. It is not necessary to introduce special examples from experience in order to prove that this is the way in which the strategic preponderance exhausts itself in the strategic attack. It is rather the multitude of instances which has forced us to investigate the causes of it. It is only since the appearance of Bonaparte that we have known campaigns between civilised nations in which the preponderance has led without interruption to the fall of the enemy. Before his time, every campaign ended with the victorious army seeking to win a point where it could simply maintain itself in a state of equilibrium. At this point, the movement to victory stopped, even if the retreat did not become necessary. Now, this culminating point of victory will also appear in the future in all wars in which the overthrow of the enemy is not the military object of the war, and the generality of wars will still be of this kind. The natural aim of all single plans of campaigns is the point at which the offensive changes into the defensive. But now, to overstep this point, it is more than simply a useless expenditure of power, yielding no further result. It is a destructive step which causes reaction, and this reaction is, according to all general experience, productive of most disproportionate effects. The last fact is so common and appears so natural and easy to understand that we need not enter circumstantially into the causes. Want of organisation in the conquered land, and the very opposite effect which a serious loss instead of the looked-for fresh victory makes on the feelings, are the chief causes in every cause. The moral forces, courage on the one side rising often to audacity, and extreme depression on the other, now begin generally their active play. The losses on the retreat are increased thereby, and the hitherto successful party now generally thanks Providence if he can escape with only the surrender of all his gains without losing some of his own territory. We must now clear up an apparent contradiction. It may be generally supposed that as long as progress in the attack continues, there must still be a preponderance, and that as the defensive, which will commence at the end of the victorious career, is a stronger form of war than the offensive, therefore there is so much the less danger of becoming unexpectedly the weaker party. But yet there is, and keeping history in view, we must admit that the greatest danger of a reverse is often just at the moment when the offensive ceases and passes into the defensive. We shall try and find the cause of this. The superiority which we have attributed to the defensive form of war consists, 1. in the use of ground, 2. in the possession of a prepared theatre of war, 3. in the support of the people, 4. in the advantage of the state of expectancy. It must be evident that these principles cannot always be forthcoming and active in a like degree. That is, consequently, one defence is not always like another, and therefore also that the defence will not always have this same superiority over the offensive. This must be particularly the case in a defensive which commences after the exhaustion of an offensive, and has its theatre of war naturally situated at the apex of an offensive triangle thrust far forward into the country. Of the 4 principles above named, this defensive only enjoys the first, the use of the ground undiminished. The second generally vanishes altogether, and the third becomes negative, and the fourth is very much reduced. A few more words, only by way of explanation, respecting the last. If the imagined equilibrium, under the influence of which whole campaigns have often passed without any results, because the side which should assume the initiative is wanting in the necessary resolution, and just therein lies, as we conceive, the advantage of the state of expectancy, if this equilibrium is disturbed by any offensive act, the enemy's interests damaged, and his will stirred up to action, then the probability of his remaining in a state of indolent irresolution is much diminished. A defence which is organised on conquered territory has a much more irritating character than one upon our own soil. The offensive principle is engrafted on it in a certain measure, and its nature is thereby weakened. The quiet which Daun allowed Frederick II in Silesia and Saxony, he would never have granted him in Bohemia. Thus it is clear that the defensive, which is interwoven or mixed up with an offensive undertaking, is weakened in all its chief principles, and therefore will no longer have the preponderance which belongs to it originally. As no defensive campaign is composed of purely defensive elements, so likewise no offensive campaign is made up entirely of offensive elements, because, besides the short intervals in every campaign in which both armies are on the defensive, every attack which does not lead to a peace must necessarily end in a defensive. In this manner it is the defensive itself which contributes to the weakening of the offensive. This is so far from being an idle subtlety, that on the contrary we consider it a chief disadvantage of the attack, that we are afterwards reduced through it to a very disadvantageous defensive. And this explains how the difference which originally exists between the strength of the offensive and defensive forms in war is gradually reduced. We shall now show how it may completely disappear, and the advantage for a short time may change into the reverse. If we may be allowed to make use of an idea from nature, we shall be able sooner to explain ourselves. It is the time which every force in the material world requires to show its effect. A power which, if applied slowly by degrees, would be sufficient to check a body in motion, will be overcome by it if time fails. This law of the material world is a striking illustration of many of the phenomena in our inner life. If we are once roused to a certain train of thought, it is not every motive sufficient in itself which can change or stop that current of thought. Time, tranquillity, and durable impressions on our senses are required. So it is also in war. When once the mind has taken a decided direction towards an object, or turned back towards a harbour of refuge, it may easily happen that the motives which in the one case naturally serve to restrain, and those which in the other as naturally excite to enterprise, are not felt at once in their full force, and as the progress of action in the meantime continues, one is carried along by the stream of movement beyond the line of equilibrium, beyond the culminating point, without being aware of it. Indeed, it may never happen that, in spite of the exhaustion of force, the assailant, supported by the moral forces which specially lie in the offensive, like a horse drawing a load uphill, finds it less difficult to advance than to stop. By this we believe we have now shown without contradiction in itself how the assailant may pass that point where, if he had stopped at the right moment, he might still, through the defensive, have had a result that is equilibrium. Rightly to determine this point is therefore important in framing a plan of a campaign, as well as for the offensive, that he may not undertake what is beyond his powers (to a certain extent, contract debts), as for the defensive, that he may perceive and profit by this error if committed by the assailant. If now we look back at all the points which the commander should bear in mind in making his determination, and remember that he can only estimate the tendency and value of the most important of them through the consideration of many other near and distant relations, that he must to a certain extent guess at them, guess whether the enemy's army after the first blow will show a stronger core and increasing solidity, or like a Bologna vial will turn into dust as soon as the surface is injured, guess the extent of weakness and prostration which the drying up of certain sources, the interpretation of certain communications will produce on the military state of the enemy, guess whether the enemy from the burning pain of the blow which has been dealt him will collapse powerless, or whether, like a wounded bull, he will rise to a state of fury. Lastly, guess whether other powers will be dismayed or roused, what political alliances are likely to be dissolved, and what are likely to be formed. When we say that he must hit all this and much more with the tact of his judgment, as the rifleman hits a mark, it must be admitted that such an act of the human mind is no trifle. 1,000 wrong roads running here and there present themselves to the judgment, and whatever the number, the confusion and complexity of objects leaves undone is completed by the sense of danger and responsibility. Thus it happens that the majority of generals prefer to fall short of the mark rather than to approach too close, and thus it happens that a fine courage and great spirit of enterprise often go beyond the point, and therefore also fail to hit the mark. Only he that does great things with small means has made a successful hit. End of chapter 21. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 8, Chapters 1 and 2 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3, by Carl Von Clausewitz, translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 1, Introduction. In the chapter on the essence and object of war, we sketched, in a certain measure, its general conception, and pointed out its relations to surrounding circumstances, in order to commence with a sound fundamental idea. We there cast a glance at the manifold difficulties which the mind encounters in the consideration of this subject. Whilst we postponed the closer examination of them, and stopped at the conclusion that the overthrow of the enemy, consequently the destruction of his combatant force, is the chief object of the whole of the action of war, this put us in a position to show in the following chapter that the means which the act of war employs is the combat alone. In this manner, we think we have obtained at the outset a correct point of view. Having gone through singly all the principal relations and forms which appear in military action, but are extraneous to or outside of the combat, in order that we might fix more distinctly their value, partly through the nature of the thing, partly from the lessons of experience which military history affords, purify them from and root out those vague, ambiguous ideas which are generally mixed up with them, and also to put prominently forward the real object of the act of war, the destruction of the enemy's combatant force, as the primary object universally belonging to it, we now return to war as a whole, as we propose to speak of the plan of war and of campaigns, and that obliges us to revert to the ideas in our first book. In these chapters, which are to deal with the whole question, is contained strategy, properly speaking, in its most comprehensive and important features. We enter this innermost part of its domain where all other threads meet, not without a degree of diffidence which, indeed, is amply justified. If, on the one hand, we see how extremely simple the operations of war appear, if we hear and read how the greatest generals speak of it, just in the plainest and briefest manner, how the government and management of this ponderous machine with its 100,000 limbs is made no more of in their lips than if they were only speaking of their own persons, so that the whole tremendous act of war is individualised into a kind of duel, if we find the motives also of their action brought into connection sometimes with a few simple ideas, sometimes with some excitement of feeling, if we see the easy, sure, we might almost say light manner in which they treat the subject, and now see, on the other hand, the immense number of circumstances which present themselves for the consideration of the mind, the long, often indefinite distances to which the threads of the subject run out, and the number of combinations which lie before us, if we reflect that it is the duty of theory to embrace all this systematically, that is, with clearness and fullness, and always to refer the action to the necessity of a sufficient cause, then comes upon us an overpowering dread of being dragged down to a pedantic dogmatism, to crawl about in the lower regions of heavy, abstruse conceptions, where we shall never meet any great captain with his natural crude d'oil. If the result of an attempt at theory is to be of this kind, it would have been as well, or rather it would have been better, not to have made the attempt. It could only bring down on theory the contempt of genius, and the attempt itself would soon be forgotten. And on the other hand, this facile coup d'oil of the general, this simple art of forming notions, this personification of the whole action of war is so entirely and completely the soul of the right method of conducting war, that in no other but this broad way is it possible to conceive that freedom of the mind which is indispensable if it is to dominate events, not to be overpowered by them. With some fear we proceed again. We can only do so by pursuing the way which we have prescribed for ourselves from the first. Theory ought to throw a clear light on the mass of objects, that the mind may the easier find its bearings. Theory ought to pull up the weeds which error has sown broadcast. It should show the relations of things to each other, separate the important from the trifling, where ideas resolve themselves spontaneously into such a core of truth as is called principle, when they, of themselves, keep such a line as forms a rule, theory should indicate the same. Whatever the mind sees as the rays of light which are awakened in it by this exploration amongst the fundamental notions of things, that is the assistance which theory affords the mind. Theory can give no formulas with which to solve problems. It cannot confine the mind's course to the narrow lines of necessity by principles set up on both sides. It lets the mind take a look at the mass of objects and their relations, and then allows it to go free to the higher regions of action, there to act according to the measure of its natural forces, with the energy of the whole of those forces combined, and to grasp the true and the right as one single clear idea, which, shooting forth from under the united pressure of all these forces, would seem to be rather a product of feeling than of reflection. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. Absolute and real war. The plan of war comprehends the whole military act. Through it, that act becomes a whole, which must have one final determinate object in which all particular objects must become absorbed. No war is commenced, or at least no war should be commenced, if people acted wisely, without saying to themselves, what is to be obtained by and in the same. The first is the final object, the other is the intermediate aim. By this chief consideration, the whole course of the war is prescribed. The extent of the means and the measure of energy are determined. Its influence manifests itself down to the smallest organ of action. We said in the first chapter that the overthrow of the enemy is the natural end of the act of war, and that if we would keep within the strictly philosophical limits of the idea, there can be no other in reality. As this idea must apply to both the belligerent parties, it must follow that there can be no suspension in the military act, and peace cannot take place until one or other of the parties concerned is overthrown. In the chapter on the suppression of the belligerent act, we have shown how the simple principle of hostility applied to its embodiment, man, and all circumstances out of which it makes a war, is subject to checks and modifications from causes which are inherent in the apparatus of war. But this modification is not nearly sufficient to carry us from the original conception of war to the concrete form in which it almost everywhere appears. Most wars appear only as an angry feeling on both sides, under the influence of which each side takes up arms to protect himself and put his adversary in fear, and when the opportunity offers, to strike a blow. They are therefore not like mutually destructive elements brought into collision, but like tensions of two elements still apart, which discharge themselves in small partial shocks. But what is now the non-conducting medium which hinders the complete discharge? Why is the philosophical conception not satisfied? That medium consists in the number of interests, forces, and circumstances of various kinds in the existence of the state, which are affected by the war, and through the infinite ramifications of which the logical consequence cannot be carried out, as it would be on the simple threads of a few conclusions. In this labyrinth it sticks fast, and man, who in great things as well as in small, usually acts more on the impulse of ideas and feelings than according to strictly logical conclusions, is hardly conscious of his own confusion, unsteadiness of purpose, and inconsistency. But if the intelligence by which the war is decreed could even go over all these things relating to the war without for a moment losing sight of its aim, still all the other intelligences in the state which are concerned may not be able to do the same. Thus an opposition arises, and with that comes the necessity for a force capable of overcoming the inertia of the whole mass, a force which is seldom forthcoming to the full. This inconsistency takes place on one or other of the two sides, or it may be on both sides, and becomes the cause of the war being something quite different to what it should be according to the conception of it, a half and half production, a thing without a perfect inner cohesion. This is how we find it almost everywhere, and we might doubt whether our notion of its absolute character or nature was founded in reality if we had not seen real warfare make its appearance in this absolute completeness just in our own times. After a short introduction performed by the French Revolution, the impetuous Bonaparte quickly brought it up to this point. Under him it was carried on without slackening for a moment, until the enemy was prostrated, and the counterstroke followed almost with as little remission. Is it not natural and necessary that this phenomenon should lead us back to the original conception of war, with all its rigorous deductions? Shall we now rest satisfied with this idea, and judge of all wars according to it, however much they may differ from it? deduce from it all the requirements of theory? We must decide upon this point, for we can say nothing trustworthy on the plan of war until we have made up our minds whether war should only be of this kind, or whether it may be of another kind. If we give an affirmative to the first, then our theory will be in all respects nearer to the necessary. It will be a clearer and more settled thing. But what should we say then of all the wars since those of Alexander up to the time of Bonaparte, if we accept some campaigns of the Romans? We should have to reject them in a lump, and yet we cannot perhaps do so without being ashamed of our presumption. But an additional evil is that we must say to ourselves that in the next 10 years there may perhaps be a war of the same kind again, in spite of our theory, and that this theory, with a rigorous logic, is still quite powerless against the force of circumstances. We must therefore decide to construe war as it is to be, and not from pure conception, but by allowing room for everything of a foreign nature which mixes itself up with it, and fastens itself upon it, all the natural inertia and friction of its parts, the whole of the inconsistency, the vagueness and hesitation or timidity of the human mind. We shall have to grasp the idea that war, and the form which we give it, proceeds from ideas, feelings, and circumstances which dominate for the moment. Indeed, if we would be perfectly candid, we must admit that this has even been the case when it has taken its absolute character, that is, under Bonaparte. If we must do so, if we must grant that war originates and takes its form not from a final adjustment of the innumerable relations with which it is connected, but from some amongst them which happen to predominate, then it follows as a matter of course that it rests upon a play of possibilities, probabilities, good fortune and bad, in which rigorous logical deduction often gets lost, and in which it is in a general a useless, inconvenient instrument for the head. Then it also follows that war may be a thing which is sometimes war in a greater, sometimes in a lesser degree. All this theory must admit, but it is its duty to give the foremost place to the absolute form of war, and use that form as a general point of direction, that whoever wishes to learn something from theory may accustom himself never to lose sight of it, to regard it as the natural measure of all his hopes and fears, in order to approach it where he can or where he must. That a leading idea which lies at the root of our thoughts and actions gives them a certain tone and character, even when the immediately determining grounds come from totally different regions, is just as certain as that the painter can give this or that tone to his picture by the colours which he lays on his ground. Theory is indebted to the last wars for being able to do this effectually now. Without these warning examples of the destructive force of the element set free, she might have talked herself hoarse to no purpose. No one would have believed possible what all have now lived to see realised. Would Prussia have ventured to penetrate into France in the year 1798 with 70,000 men, if she had foreseen that the reaction in case of failure would be so strong as to overthrow the old balance of power in Europe? Would Prussia in 1806 have made war with 100,000 against France, if she had supposed that the first pistol shot would be a spark in the heart of the mine, which would blow it into the air? End of chapter 2. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 8, Chapter 3 of On War, Volumes 2 and 3 by Carl Von Clausewitz, translated by J. Graham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 3, A. Interdependence of the parts in war. According as we have in view the absolute form of war, or one of the real forms deviating more or less from it, so likewise different notions of its result will arise. In the absolute form, where everything is the effect of its natural and necessary cause, one thing follows another in rapid succession. There is, if we may use the expression, no neutral space. There is, on account of the manifold reactionary effects which the war contains in itself, on account of the connection in which, strictly speaking, the whole series of combats follow one after another, on account of the culminating point which every victory has, beyond which losses and defeats commence, on account of all these natural relations of war, there is, I say, only one result, to wit, the final result. Until it takes place, nothing is decided, nothing won, nothing lost. Here we may say, indeed, the end crowns the work. In this view, therefore, war is an indivisible whole, the parts of which, the subordinate results, have no value except in their relation to the whole. The conquest of Moscow and half of Russia in 1812 was of no value to Bonaparte unless it obtained for him the peace which he desired, but it was only a part of his plan of campaign. To complete that plan, one part was still wanted, the destruction of the Russian army. If we suppose this added to the other successes, then the peace was as certain as it is possible for things of this kind to be. The second part, Bonaparte missed at the right time, and he could never afterwards attain it, and so the whole of the first part was not only useless, but fatal to him. To this view of the relative connection of results in war, which may be regarded as extreme, stands opposed another extreme, according to which war is composed of single individual results in which, as in any number of games played, the preceding has no influence on the next following. Everything here, therefore, depends only on the sum total of the results, and we can lay up each single one like a counter in play. Just as the first kind of view derives its truth from the nature of things, so we find that of the second in history. There are cases without number in which a small, moderate advantage might have been gained without any very onerous condition being attached to it. The more the element of war is modified, the more common these cases become. But as little as the first of the views now imagined was ever completely realised in any war, just as little is there any war in which the last suits in all respects, and the first can be dispensed with. If we keep to the first of these supposed views, we must perceive the necessity of every war being looked upon as a whole from the very commencement, and that at the very first step forwards the commander should have his eye in the object to which every line must converge. If we admit the second view, then subordinate advantages may be pursued on their own account, and the rest left to subsequent events. As neither of these forms of conception is entirely without result, therefore theory cannot dispense with either, but it makes this difference in the use of them, that it requires the first to be laid as a fundamental idea at the root of everything, and that the latter shall only be used as a modification which is justified by circumstances. If Frederick the Great, in the years 1742, 1744, 1757 and 1758, thrust out from Silesia and Saxony a fresh offensive point into the Austrian Empire, which he knew very well could not lead to a new and durable conquest, like that of Silesia and Saxony, it was done not with a view to overthrow the Austrian Empire, but from a motive, namely, to gain time and strength, and it was optional with him to pursue that subordinate object without being afraid that he should thereby risk his whole existence. Reader's note, there is a footnote at this point which reads, "Had Frederick the Great gained the battle of Koln, and taken prisoner the chief Austrian army, with their 2 field marshals in Prague, it would have been such a tremendous blow that he might then have entertained the idea of marching to Vienna to make the Austrian court tremble and gain a peace directly. This, in these times unparalleled result, which would have been quite like what we have seen in our day, only still more wonderful and brilliant from the contest being between a little David and a great Goliath, might very probably have taken place after the gain of this one battle. But that does not contradict the assertion above maintained, for it only refers to what the king originally looked forward to from his offensive. The surrounding and taking prisoners the enemy's army was an event which was beyond all calculation, and which the king never thought of, at least not until the Austrians laid themselves open to it by the unskilful position in which they placed themselves at Prague." Reader's note, the footnote ends. But if Prussia in 1806 and Austria in 1805, 1809 proposed to themselves a still more moderate object, that of driving the French over the Rhine, they would have not acted in a reasonable manner if they had not first scanned in their minds the whole series of events which either, in the case of success or of the reverse, would probably follow the first step and lead up to peace. This was quite indispensable, as well to enable them to determine with themselves how far victory might be followed up without danger, and how and where they would be in a condition to arrest the course of victory on the enemy's side. An attentive consideration of history shows wherein the difference of the two cases consists. At the time of the Silesian War, in the 18th century, war was still a mere cabinet affair in which the people only took part as a blind instrument. At the beginning of the 19th century, the people on each side weighed in the scale. The commanders opposed to Frederick the Great were men who acted on commission, and just on that account, men in whom caution was a predominant characteristic. The opponent of the Austrians and Prussians may be described in a few words as the very god of war himself. Must these different circumstances give rise to quite different considerations? Should they not, in the year 1805, 1806, and 1809, have pointed to the extremity of disaster as a very close possibility, nay, even a very great probability, and should they not at the same time have led to widely different plans and measures from any merely aimed at the conquest of a couple of fortresses or a paltry province? They did not do so in a degree commensurate with their importance, although both Austria and Prussia, judging by their armaments, felt that storms were brewing in the political atmosphere. They could not do so because those relations at that time were not yet so plainly developed as they have been since from history. It is just those very campaigns of 1805, 1806, 1809 and following ones which have made it easier for us to form a conception of modern absolute war in its destroying energy. Theory demands, therefore, that at the commencement of every war its character and main outline shall be defined according to what the political conditions and relations lead us to anticipate as probable. The more that according to this probability its character approaches the form of absolute war, the more its outline embraces the mass of the belligerent states and draws them into the vortex, so much more complete will be the relation of events to one another in the whole, but so much the more necessary it will also be not to take the first step without thinking what may be the last. b. Of the magnitude of the object of the war and the efforts to be made. The compulsion which we must use towards our enemy will be regulated by the proportions of our own and his political demands. In so far as these are mutually known, they will give the measure of the mutual efforts, but they are not always quite so evident, and this may be a first ground of a difference in the means adopted by each. The situation and relations of the states are not like each other. This may become a second cause. The strength of will, the character and capabilities of the governments are as little like. This is a third cause. These three elements cause an uncertainty in the calculation of the amount of resistance to be expected, consequently an uncertainty as to the amount of means to be applied and the object to be chosen. As in war, the want of sufficient exertion may result not only in failure but in positive harm. Therefore the two sides respectively seek to outstrip each other, which produces a reciprocal action. This might lead to the utmost extremity of exertion if it was possible to define such a point. But then regard for the amount of the political demands would be lost. The means would lose all relation to the end, and in most cases this aim at an extreme effort would be wrecked by the opposing weight of forces within itself. In this manner, he who undertakes war is brought back again into a middle course, in which he acts to a certain extent upon the principle of only applying so much force and aiming at such an object in war as are sufficient for the attainment of its political object. To make this principle practicable, he must renounce every absolute necessity of a result, and throw out of the calculation remote contingencies. Here, therefore, the action of the mind leaves the province of science, strictly speaking, of logic and mathematics, and becomes, in the widest sense of the term, an art, that is, skill in discriminating by the tact of judgment among an infinite multitude of objects and relations, that which is the most important and decisive. This tact of judgment consists unquestionably more or less in some intuitive comparison of things and relations by which the remote and unimportant are more quickly set aside, and the more immediate and important are sooner discovered than they could be by strictly logical deduction. In order to ascertain the real scale of the means which we must put forth for war, we must think over the political object both on our own side and on the enemy's side. We must consider the power and position of the enemy's state as well as our own, the character of his government and of his people, and the capacities of both, and all that again on our own side, and the political connections of other states, and the effect the war will produce on those states. that the determination of these diverse circumstances and their diverse connections with each other is an immense problem, that it is the true flash of genius which discovers here in a moment what is right, and that it would be quite out of the question to become a master of the complexity merely by a methodical study, this is easy to conceive. In this sense, Bonaparte was quite right when he said that it would be a problem in algebra before which a Newton might stand aghast. If the diversity and magnitude of the circumstances and the uncertainty as to the right measure augment in a high degree the difficulty of obtaining a right result, we must not overlook the fact that, although the incomparable importance of the matter does not increase the complexity and difficulty of the problem, still it very much increases the merit of its solution. In men of an ordinary stamp, freedom and activity of mind are depressed, not increased, by the sense of danger and responsibility. But where these things give wings to strengthen the judgment, there undoubtedly must be unusual greatness of soul. First of all, therefore, we must admit that the judgment on an approaching war, on the end of which it should be directed, and on the means which are required, can only be formed after a full consideration of the whole of the circumstances in connection with it, with which therefore must also be combined the most individual traits of the moment. Next, that this decision, like all in military life, cannot be purely objective, but must be determined by the mental and moral qualities of princes, statesmen, and generals, whether they are united in the person of one man or not. The subject becomes general and more fit to be treated in the abstract if we look at the general relations in which states have been placed by circumstances at different times. We must allow ourselves here a passing glance at history. Half-civilised Tartars, the republics of ancient times, the feudal lords and commercial cities of the Middle Ages, kings of the 18th century, and lastly, princes and people of the 19th century, all carry on war in their own way, carry it on differently, with different means, and for a different object. The Tartars seek new abodes. They march out as a nation with their wives and children. They are therefore greater than any other army in point of numbers, and their object is to make the enemy submit or expel him altogether. By these means they would soon overthrow everything before them, if a high degree of civilisation could be made compatible with such a condition. The old republics, with the exception of Rome, were of small extent, still smaller their armies, for they excluded the great mass of the populace. They were too numerous and lay too close together not to find it an obstacle to great enterprises in the natural equilibrium in which small separate parts always place themselves, according to the general law of nature. Therefore their wars were confined to devastating the open country and taking some towns, in order to ensure to themselves in these a certain degree of influence for the future. Rome alone forms an exception, but not until the later period of its history. For a long time, by means of small bands, it carried on the usual warfare with its neighbours for booty and alliances. It became great more through the alliances which it formed, and through which neighbouring peoples by degrees became amalgamated with it into one whole, than through actual conquests. It was only after having spread itself in this manner all over southern Italy that it began to advance as a really conquering power. Carthage fell, Spain and Gaul were conquered, Greece subdued, and its dominion extended to Egypt and Asia. At this period its military power was immense, without its efforts being in the same proportion. These forces were kept up by its riches. It no longer resembled the ancient republics, nor itself, as it had been. It stands alone. Just as peculiar, in their way, are the wars of Alexander. With a small army, but distinguished for its intrinsic perfection, he overthrew the decayed fabric of the Asiatic states, without rest and regardless of risks. He traverses the breadth of Asia and penetrates into India. No republics could do this. Only a king, in a certain measure his own condottieri, could get through so much so quickly. The great and small monarchies of the Middle Ages carried on their wars with feudal armies. Everything was then restricted to a short period of time. Whatever could not be done in that time was held to be impracticable. The feudal force itself was raised through an organisation of vassaldom. The bond which held it together was partly legal obligation, partly voluntary contract. The whole formed a real confederation. The armament and tactics were based on the right of might, on single combat, and therefore little suited to large bodies. In fact, at no period has the union of states been so weak, and the individual citizen so independent. All this influenced the character of the wars at that period in the most distinct manner. They were comparatively rapidly carried out, there was little time spent idly in camps, but the object was generally only punishing, not subduing the enemy. They carried off his cattle, burnt his towns, and then returned home again. The great commercial towns and small republics brought forward the condottieri. That was an expensive and therefore, as far as visible strength, a very limited military force. As for its intensive strength, it was of still less value in that respect. So far from their showing anything like extreme energy or impetuosity in the field, their combats were generally only sham fights. In a word, hatred and enmity no longer roused a state to personal activity, but had become articles of trade. War lost great part of its danger, altered completely its nature, and nothing we can say of the character it then assumed would be applicable to it in its reality. The feudal system condensed itself by degrees into a decided territorial supremacy. The ties binding the state together became closer, obligations which concerned the person were made subject of composition. By degrees, gold became the substitute in most cases, and the feudal armies were turned into mercenaries. The condottieri formed the connecting link in the change, and were therefore for a time the instrument of the more powerful states. But this had not lasted long when the soldier, hired for a limited term, was turned into a standing mercenary, and the military force of states now became an army having its base in the public treasury. It is only natural that the slow advance to this stage caused a diversified interweaving of all three kinds of military force. Under Henry IV, we find the feudal contingents, condottieri, and standing army all employed together. The condottieri carried their existence up to the period of the 30 Years' War. Indeed, there are slight traces of them even in the 18th century. The other relations of the states of Europe at these different periods were quite as peculiar as their military forces. Upon the whole, this part of the world had split up into a mass of petty states, partly republics in a state of internal dissension, partly small monarchies in which the power of the government was very limited and insecure. A state in either of these cases could not be considered as a real unity. It was rather an agglomeration of loosely connected forces. Neither, therefore, could such a state be considered an intelligent being acting in accordance with simple logical rules. It is from this point of view we must look at the foreign politics and wars of the Middle Ages. Let us only think of the continual expeditions of the emperors of Germany into Italy for 5 centuries, without any substantial conquest of that country resulting from them, or even having been so much as in view. It is easy to look upon this as a fault repeated over and over again, as a false view which had its root in the nature of the times, but it is more in accordance with reason to regard it as the consequence of 100 important causes which we can partly realise in idea, but the vital energy of which it is impossible for us to understand so vividly as those who were brought into actual conflict with them. As long as the great states which have risen out of this chaos required time to consolidate and organise themselves, their whole power and energy is chiefly directed to that point. Their foreign wars are few, and those that took place bear the stamp of a state unity not yet well cemented. The wars between France and England are the first that appear, and yet at that time France is not to be considered as really a monarchy, but as an agglomeration of dukedoms and countships. England, although bearing more the semblance of a unity, still fought with the feudal organisation, and was hampered by serious domestic troubles. Under Louis XI, France made its greatest step towards internal unity. Under Charles VIII, it appears in Italy as a power bent on conquest, and under Louis XIV, it had brought its political state and its standing army to the highest perfection. Spain attains unity under Ferdinand the Catholic. Through accidental marriage connections under Charles V, suddenly arose the great Spanish monarchy, composed of Spain, Burgundy, Germany, and Italy united. What this colossus wanted in unity and internal political cohesion, it made up for by gold, and its standing army came for the first time into collision with the standing army of France. After Charles's abdication, the great Spanish colossus split in 2 parts, Spain and Austria. The latter, strengthened by the acquisition of Bohemia and Hungary, now appears on the scene as a great power, towing the German Confederation like a small vessel behind her. The end of the 17th century, the time of Louis XIV, is to be regarded as the point in history at which the standing military power, such as it existed in the 18th century, reached its zenith. The military force was based on enlistment and money. States had organised themselves into complete unities, and the governments, by commuting the personal obligations of their subjects into a money payment, had concentrated their whole power in their treasuries. Through the rapid strides in social improvements and a more enlightened system of government, this power had become very great in comparison to what it had been. France appeared in the field with a standing army of a couple of 100,000 men, and the other powers in proportion. The other relations of states had likewise altered. Europe was divided into a dozen kingdoms and 2 republics. It was now conceivable that 2 of these powers might fight with each other without 10 times as many others being mixed up in the quarrel, as would certainly have been the case formerly. The possible combinations in political relations were still manifold, but they could be discerned and determined from time to time according to probability. Internal relations had almost everywhere settled down into a pure monarchical form. The rights and influence of privileged bodies or estates had gradually died away, and the cabinet had become a complete unity, acting for the state in all its external relations. The time had therefore come that a suitable instrument and a despotic will could give war a form in accordance with the theoretical conception. And at this epoch appeared 3 new Alexanders, Gustavus Adolphus, Charles XII, and Frederick the Great, whose aim was by small but highly disciplined armies to raise little states to the rank of great monarchies and throw down everything that opposed them. If they had only to deal with Asiatic states, they would have more closely resembled Alexander in the parts they acted. In any case, we may look upon them as the precursors of Bonaparte as respects that which may be risked in war. But what war gained on the one side in force and consistency was lost again on the other side. Armies were supported out of the treasury, which the sovereign regarded partly as his private purse, or at least as a resource belonging to the government and not to the people. Relations with other states, except with respect to a few commercial subjects, mostly concerned only the interests of the treasury or of the government, not those of the people. At least ideas tended everywhere in that way. The cabinets therefore looked upon themselves as the owners and administrators of large estates, which they were continually seeking to increase, without the tenants on these estates being particularly interested in this improvement. The people, therefore, who in the Tartar invasions were everything in war, who in the old republics and in the Middle Ages (if we restrict the idea to those possessing the rights of citizens) were of great consequence, were in the 18th century absolutely nothing directly, having only still an indirect influence on the war through their virtues and faults. In this manner, in proportion as the government separated itself from the people and regarded itself as the state, war became more exclusively a business of the government, which it carried on by means of the money in its coffers and the idle vagabonds it could pick up in its own and neighbouring countries. The consequence of this was that the means which the government could command had tolerably well defined its limits, which could be mutually estimated, both as to their extent and duration. This robbed war of its most dangerous feature, namely, the effort towards the extreme, and the hidden series of possibilities connected therewith. The financial means, the contents of the treasury, the state of the credit of the enemy, were approximately known, as well as the size of his army. Any large increase of these at the outbreak of a war was impossible. Inasmuch as the limits of the enemy's power could thus be judged of, a state felt tolerably secure from complete subjugation, and as the state was conscious at the same time of the limits of its own means, it saw itself restricted to a moderate aim. Protected from an extreme, there was no necessity to venture on an extreme. Necessity no longer giving an impulse in that direction, that impulse could only now be given by courage and ambition. But these found a powerful counterpoise in the political relations. Even kings in command were obliged to use the instrument of war with caution. If the army was dispersed, no new one could be got, and except the army, there was nothing. This imposed as a necessity great prudence in all undertakings. It was only when a decided advantage seemed to present itself that they made use of the costly instrument. To bring about such an opportunity was a general's art, but until it was brought about, they floated to a certain degree in absolute vacuum. There was no ground of action, and all forces, that is, all designs, seemed to rest. The original motive of the aggressor faded away in prudence and circumspection. Thus war in reality became a regular game in which time and chance shuffled the cards, but its signification was only diplomacy somewhat intensified, a more vigorous way of negotiating in which battles and sieges were substituted for diplomatic notes. To obtain some moderate advantage in order to make use of it in negotiations for peace was the aim of even the most ambitious. This restricted, shrivelled up form of war proceeded, as we have said, from the narrow basis on which it was supported, but that excellent generals and kings like Gustavus Adolphus, Charles XII and Frederick the Great, at the head of armies just as excellent, could not gain more prominence in the general mass of phenomena, that even these men were obliged to be contented to remain at the ordinary level of moderate results, is to be attributed to the balance of power in Europe. Now that the states had become greater and their centres further apart from each other, what had formerly been done through direct, perfectly natural interests, proximity, contact, family connections, personal friendships, to prevent any one single state among the number from becoming suddenly great, was effected by a higher cultivation of the art of diplomacy. Political interests, attractions and repulsions developed into a very refined system, so that a cannon shot could not be fired in Europe without all cabinets having some interest in the occurrence. A new Alexander must, therefore, try the use of a good pen, as well as his good sword, and yet he never went very far with his conquests. But although Louis XIV had in view to overthrow the balance of power in Europe, and at the end of the 17th century had already got to such a point as to trouble himself little about the general feeling of animosity, he carried on war just as it had heretofore been conducted, for while his army was certainly that of the greatest and richest monarch in Europe, in its nature it was just like the others. Plundering and devastating the enemy's country, which play such an important part with the Tartars, with ancient nations, and even in the Middle Ages, were no longer in accordance with the spirit of the age. They were justly looked upon as unnecessary barbarity, which might easily be retaliated, and which did more injury to the enemy's subjects than the enemy's government. Therefore produced no effect beyond throwing the nation back many stages in all that relates to peaceful arts and civilization. War, therefore, confined itself more and more, both regards means and end, to the army itself. The army with its fortresses and some prepared positions constituted a state in a state, within which the element of war slowly consumed itself. All Europe rejoiced at its taking this direction, and held it to be the necessary consequence of the spirit of progress, although there lay in this an error, inasmuch as the progress of the human mind can never lead to what is absurd, can never make 5 out of twice 2, as we have already said, and must again repeat. Still, upon the whole, this change had a beneficial effect for the people. Only it is not to be denied that it had a tendency to make war still more an affair of the state, and to separate it still more from the interests of the people. The plan of a war on the part of the state assuming the offensive in those times consisted generally in the conquest of one or other of the enemy's provinces. The plan of the defender was to prevent this. The particular plan of campaign was to take one or other of the enemy's fortresses, or to prevent one of our own from being taken. It was only when a battle became unavoidable for this purpose that it was sought for and fought. Whoever fought a battle without this unavoidable necessity, from merely innate desire of gaining a victory, was reckoned a general with too much daring. Generally the campaign passed over with one siege, or if it was to be a very active one, with 2 sieges and winter quarters, which were regarded as a necessity, and during which the faulty arrangements of the one could never be taken advantage of by the other, and in which the mutual relations of the 2 parties almost entirely ceased, formed a distinct limit to the activity which was considered to belong to one campaign. If the forces opposed were too much of an equality, or if the aggressor was decidedly the weaker of the 2, then neither battle nor siege took place, and the whole of the operation of the campaign pivoted on the maintenance of certain positions and magazines, and the regular exhaustion of particular districts of country. As long as war was universally conducted in this manner, and the natural limits of its force were so close and obvious, so far from anything absurd being perceived in it, all was considered to be in the most regular order, and criticism, which in the 18th century began to turn its attention to the field of art in war, addressed itself to details without troubling itself much about the beginning and the end. Thus, There was eminence and perfection of every kind, and even Field Marshal Daun, to whom it was chiefly owing that Frederick the Great completely attained his object, and that Maria Theresa completely failed in hers, notwithstanding that, could still pass for a great general. Only now and again a more penetrating judgment made its appearance, that is, sound common sense acknowledged that with superior numbers something positive should be obtained, or war is badly conducted, whatever art may be displayed. Thus matters stood when the French Revolution broke out. Austria and Prussia tried their diplomatic art of war. This very soon proved insufficient. Whilst, according to the usual way of seeing things, all hopes were placed on a very limited military force in 1793, such a force as no one had any conception of made its appearance. War had suddenly become again an affair of the people, and that of a people numbering 30 millions, every one of whom regarded himself as a citizen of the state. Without entering here into the details of circumstances with which this great phenomenon was attended, we shall confine ourselves to the results which interest us at present. By this participation of the people in the war, instead of a cabinet and an army, a whole nation with its natural weight came into the scale. Henceforward the means available, the efforts which might be called forth, had no longer any definite limits. The energy with which the war itself might be conducted had no longer any counterpoise, and consequently the danger for the adversary had risen to the extreme. If the whole war of the Revolution passed over without all this making itself felt in its full force and becoming quite evident, if the generals of the Revolution did not persistently press on to the final extreme and did not overthrow the monarchies of Europe, if the German armies now and again had the opportunity of resisting with success and checking, for a time, the torrent of victory, the cause lay in reality in that technical incompleteness with which the French had to contend, which showed itself first among the common soldiers, then in the generals, lastly, at the time of the Directory, in the government itself. After all this was perfected by the hand of Bonaparte, this military power, based on the strength of the whole nation, marched over Europe, smashing everything in pieces so surely and certainly that where it only encountered the old-fashioned armies, the result was not doubtful for a moment. A reaction, however, awoke in due time. In Spain, the war became of itself an affair of the people. In Austria, in the year 1809, the government commenced extraordinary efforts by means of reserves and landwehr, which were nearer to the true object, and far surpassed in degree what this state had hitherto conceived possible. In Russia in 1812, the example of Spain and Austria was taken as a pattern. The enormous dimensions of that empire, on the one hand, allowed the preparations, although too long deferred, still to produce effect, and on the other hand, intensified the effect produced. The result was brilliant. In Germany, Prussia rose up first, made the war a national cause, and without either money or credit, and with the population reduced one half, took the field with an army twice as strong as that of 1806. The rest of Germany followed the example of Prussia sooner or later, and Austria, although less energetic than in 1809, still also came forward with more than its usual strength. Thus it was that Germany and Russia in the years 1813 and 1814, including all those that took an active part in or were absorbed into these two campaigns, appeared against France with about 1 million of men. Under these circumstances, the energy thrown into the conduct of the war was quite different, and although not quite on a level with that of the French, although at some points timidity was still to be observed, the course of the campaigns on the whole may be said to have been in the new, not in the old style. In 8 months the theatre of war was removed from the Oder to the Seine. Proud Paris had to bow its head for the first time, and the redoubtable Bonaparte lay fettered on the ground. Therefore, since the time of Bonaparte, war, though being first on one side, then again on the other, an affair of the whole nation, has assumed quite a new nature, or rather it has been approached much nearer to its real nature, to its absolute perfection. The means then called forth had no visible limit, the limit losing itself in the energy and enthusiasm of the government and its subjects. By the extent of the means, and the wide field of possible results, as well as by the powerful excitement of feeling which prevailed, energy in the conduct of war was immensely increased. The object of its action was the downfall of the foe, and not until the enemy lay powerless on the ground was it supposed to be possible to stop, or to come to any understanding with respect to the mutual objects of the contest. Thus, therefore, the element of war, freed from all conventional restrictions, broke loose with all its natural force. The cause was the participation of the people in this great affair of state, and this participation arose partly from the effects of the French Revolution on the internal affairs of countries, partly from the threatening attitude of the French towards all nations. Now, whether this will be the case always in future, whether all wars hereafter in Europe will be carried on with the whole power of the states, and consequently will only take place on account of great interests closely affecting the people, or whether a separation of the interests of the government from those of the people will gradually again arise, would be a difficult point to settle, and least of all shall we take upon us to settle it. But every one will agree with us that bounds, which to a certain extent existed only in an unconsciousness of what is possible, when once thrown down, are not easily built up again, and that at least whenever great interests are in dispute, mutual hostility will discharge itself in the same manner as it has done in our times. We here bring our historical survey to a close, for it was not our design to give at a gallop some of the principles on which war has been carried out in each age, but only to show how each period has its own peculiar forms of war, its own restrictive conditions, and its own prejudices. Each period would therefore also keep its own theory of war, even if everywhere in early times, as well as in latter, the task had been undertaken of working out a theory of philosophical principles. The events in each age must, therefore, be judged of in connection with the peculiarities of the time, and only he who, less through an anxious study of minute details than through an accurate glance at the whole, can transfer himself into each particular age, is fit to understand and appreciate its generals. But this conduct of war, conditioned by the peculiar relations of states and of the military forces employed, must still always contain in itself something more general, or rather something quite general, with which above everything theory is concerned. The latest period of past time, in which war reached its absolute strength, contains most of what is of general application and necessary, but it is just as improbable that wars henceforth will all have this grand character, as that the wide barriers which have been opened to them will ever be completely closed again. Therefore, by a theory which only dwells upon this absolute war, all cases in which external influences alter the nature of war would be excluded or condemned as false. This cannot be the objective theory, which ought to be the science of war, not under ideal but under real circumstances. Theory, therefore, whilst casting a searching, discriminating and classifying glance at objects, should always have in view the manifold diversity of causes from which war may proceed, and should, therefore, so trace out its great features as to leave room for what is required by the exigencies of time and the moment. Accordingly, we must add that the object which every one who undertakes war proposes to himself, and the means which he calls forth, are determined entirely according to the particular details of his position, and on that very account they will also bear in themselves the character of the time and of the general relations. Lastly, that they are always subject to the general conclusions to be deduced from the nature of war. End of chapter 3. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia.